Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
PEGI 18.
And welcome back to EU League. It's the final day of Stage 2, and as always, this final day of every single stage always comes with so much pride, so much joy, and yet so much heartbreak at the end of it. And Europe has been so exciting to watch throughout. Thank you very much, Jack, for ruining the monologue at the start of the final Playday of this stage. Thank you very much, Fabian. Everybody making themselves known. 2 teams out of the 4 have already qualified to Berlin. There's 2 more spots left for Europe in the last 2. Globally, who takes them? There's 4 squads fighting for them, and it's all coming down to the final day. Cannot get any more perfect than this. Actually, it can, because you're joined by the coolest, at least here in Europe. Most Dominic, your host. With me are Fresh and Fabian. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
I just had to cough so he didn't feel alone.
See, I had to cough. Fabian chose to cough. Because he likes the mayhem and I just needed to cough. So I do apologize for that, Milosh.
And yet the end of it was still the same result.
Yes.
Crazy how that happened. Well, friends, we've had a few days to kind of rest up in between APAC North and our final day. Here, APAC North final day was pretty exciting, despite the fact that the stakes were incredibly low outside of maybe some relegations fight. But here in EUL this time, we got 2 spots out of the 4, and there's 4 teams that are fighting for them. It's really as best as it can get when it comes to hyping up the final day. But I think there's also something that is highly coveted. You know, the EU League, trophy at the end of the year, that's cool. Seeing who wins the major, that's cool. Mm-hmm. But who had like the weirdest outtakes of the stage? That I think is cooler. And actually, we have 4 of those subjects to discuss in what are we officially calling this awards ceremony?
I have no idea, but I put my best jacket on for it all the time. And Fabian, he makes an effort too. So
the leather, if I were to describe properly, this is the leather and the daddy on the side. Is this how it...
He calls me Big Daddy for a reason.
The Leather Daddy Fresh Awards.
There you go. That's the one we're looking for.
There we
go. What are these clips? Start off.
Okay, so we've got some clips. We've got 4 awards to give out today, and it's just the end of the stage. We'll accumulate them right across the year and do a full award ceremony at the end of the year. We've got Rookie of the Stage, Clutch of the Stage, MVP of the Stage, and probably the funniest or weirdest moment of the stage. So we're going to start it off with Rookie of the Stage, Milosh. And we only had 4 rookies, so we've got a top 3. So
okay.
Obviously, no, he's not a rookie. He's been around. He likes to tell people that. Yeah. But we've got 3 rookies to talk about, and our top 3 out of the 4 rookies, and it's new into the league this year. So let's pull up the player card of number 3, who should be, if I'm right, Skiddy. So Skiddy obviously came into Na'Vi, has played very well, generally gone positive in what has been over the stage a bit of a struggling team. I think he's been quite impressive, Fabian.
He has been. And the biggest thing with all these rookies, and I think that all of them that can come up, is that they've changed the way that their entire team plays. It's not just about how they individually perform, even though they do that really well as well. Skiddy has stepped up, and his entire team, I feel, have a better feeling around themselves, as well as having added on the fragging power of Skiddy.
Let's bring up rookie number 2. There's not going to be any surprises about rookie number 1 once number 2 comes out, but that will be Savage for Team Secret. And I think Secret have done well recently. The past couple of weeks, they've obviously picked up a decent chunk of points in their relegation dogfight. I think Savage has been a massive part of that.
He has been. It's just the fragging ability that he has. He's a very smart player as well. I think a lot of people will take that away a little bit from these rookie players and think that, oh yeah, an older player will have all the brains. But when they come in, and Savage have impressed me with, he takes intelligent gunfights while at the same time being very good at shooting.
And let's bring up rookie number 1. No surprises for absolutely everybody. We're going to be talking about him a lot today, actually, to be honest. And it's going to be Spoit. Went into that Rogue system. Now, when I know that people were looking at Rogue, teams were looking at Spoit. There was a lot of teams that said, can Spoit fit into our system? What Rogue did is they built their system around Spoit. So it's not a surprise to see that he's rookie number 1.
I mean, look at just the stats that we have on the screen. They're insane. He's been playing really well. Second best Swedish player to ever touch the game.
True.
And then after that, his team has been playing really good.
His stats are higher than you ever had, but
Stats,
also
winning
saying
tournaments is all.
he just started. When you were 18, were you winning any tournaments?
I started playing professionally when I was, 22? I was already considered a dinosaur when I started.
So there you go. He's already ahead of you. 4 years ahead of
We've
you.
been playing the game the same amount of time.
Right.
Yada, yada, yada. Anyways, yeah.
Because he's been going since. And I mean, it's no surprise to see Spoit up there. We're going to do a lot of talking about him today, obviously. So that was our rookies. Obviously, there was a 4th rookie into the stage, which was Nico. I don't think he's had too bad an introduction. So, you know, shout out to him as well. Going into the clutches, though, this is what people want to see. We've got 3 clips to show you from the clutches of the stage. Let's just roll with the first one, and we'll talk about them after. Production are ready, hopefully. The first clip will be Pasha.
It's a numbers advantage to Pones in a 3v2, make it a 3v1 as a questionable window jump out doesn't yield any returns. WTG sticking on the plan here as well. It's a 1v3 coming out for Pasha.
He gets 2 of them, Des. That is just turned this round on its head. The big positive for Pawns here is that diffuser did go down. WTG was able to lock that in. He takes damage. He knows he's on the piano window. Stop peeking him, Sider. Pasha, he's pushing. He knows where he is. He finds the man 1v3. He just needs to go and find the diffuser. It's going to take a matter of seconds. And what a turnaround from Pasha. Sider, maybe just a little bit too aggressive on that piano window.
Woo! Pasha with the passion. You love to see it. It's been a long time since we've really seen Pasha fly. That's the kind of result.
So that was our first clip for the clutches, and it's worth saying that actually it's going to be Fabian and Milos deciding which one is the best clutch.
What?
So
I legit was not told about
you
this.
You are the judge and the jury and everything in between.
Can I be the executioner?
You can be if you want to be. So that was Pasha in his very, 3-1 down, massive play. They went on to actually win that game, probably sparked by that clutch. Now we're going to go into the second clip, which is going to be Crying in the 1v3 against Heroic in a recent Playday, just a couple of Playdays ago.
That, I think. And Heroic is instantly going for a bit of a push here. Bench is just trying to push in a Grizzly, getting a relay kill.
Oh, it's such a clever read. As you said, they knew they were the players off site and said, well, the site is ours. Crying. All that's left now in a 2 versus 1. They know where he is, but he doesn't really care. Peeks and slaps Benja off the map, pulls himself back. Gorgona, he's currently holding plant. Is he aware there's going to be a bit of movement up and see if he can try and force him off? Swings and takes the fight! And there is Rogue!
I loved his little... He waved at the camera, did a little fist. He was quite happy with that one. And what I will say about these clutches is they're all in massive moments. You know, that one 2-0 down Rogue were against Heroic in a battle for basically who was going to go on to make the major. Crying comes up with a massive 1v3 there. So, the final clip, let's roll it. We're going to see Benja in the most recent Playday up against Na'Vi.
Take some of the crack stingers instead of destroying them to make the noise. Will he get the drop on the player? No one's above the hatch. He might come back to that later. Uno finally goes down. There's the second. Thunder gets the spray. There's the lockdown. There's the second fight. Benja is able to take care of it. They're going to drop their way down to the site itself. Gorgona still inside the bakery. dropped. Yak now just needs to try and drive this kit home. They're looking for the fight onto the stairs, just finds it. It's Benja with a triple. There's only a handful of seconds. There's the spray down towards the kit. The kit's cold. He's on a quad. There's 2 seconds. There's Heroic. Benja Monster.
He clutches it 1-5. He doesn't get that final kill, but that doesn't matter. There was no...
And that was the very last clutch there from Benjamaster in the last play day, you know, against Na'Vi. Match point, massive clutch. So now I have to ask my beautiful...
You go first.
Fabian and Milos.
I'll be honest with you. I think that the Kryn one, for me, is the top one for the simple reason that the amount of time that is left on the clock with 1 minute and three guys alive, that is so difficult for the defenders to play in because you have a minute. The attacker can do really anything. He can move drones, set up correct crossfires. He didn't allow for any of it, and he wins the round by pure skill. I mean, the Bendy one is also impressive. That one would come second for me, and it's just simply that he just hits all his shots, and then he's playing intelligently in the last, 1 versus 1 where times run out.
Yep, and the plant also by the sledge because he had already gotten 1 kill as the site is cleared. I actually, just to make it clear, I agree on the Cryan one. I was saying the same thing in my mind. The Benja one is cool, and he did get the kills that were so necessary, but it was more of a, yeah, they pretty much had already won the game by that point. But the Cryan one, retaking this specific site on Clubhouse is one of the most difficult thing to do, to take back gym and bedroom. Not only did he do that in a 1v3, but he timed everything perfectly. He pushed up when there was less than half a second left before he actually opened himself up in the door. It was perfectly timed, perfectly played. The entire team felt well and is incredibly important for Rogue.
And that shot they hit as well onto the bomb chassis was just... Okay, I think we give him it. Cryan got the top clutch of that stage. Congratulations to Cryan. Right, so the one that all the players want now. We're going to move through to the MVP of the stage. Now, this is statistical, so we don't have to ask for Fabian or Milos's opinion. It is what it is. So, introducing to you our number 3 player of the stage. It's going to be Benja. And we've got a player card to bring up, and we can have a quick conversation about him. We just saw the clutch coming out of Benja. And what I will say is actually he had quite a start to the stage. He's come good very recently in the past few play days, Fabian.
He has all that individual performance that is necessary. And knowing how Benja works as a person, and obviously you guys have seen it in the interviews, he's not a very talkative person. He doesn't speak a lot. But what he doesn't speak, he makes up for all with that individual performance and the game sense. He's a much smarter player than what probably those sort of quiet people let off. He's a very talented player, and I mean, as you said, he had a quiet start. I don't even think he was positive after a few days.
Yeah.
And now he's just, I mean...
He's flying up the stage. By the end of the stage, he could be the top player of the stage. We will roll through to our number 2 player. Why can't I speak? Our number 2 player, which is going to be a mission. But first, we've got a couple of clips of a mission that we do want to play you.
Okay.
We come through the window. It's a 1-for-1 to start things off a mission. Turning over a quick second as well.
3v3 as Grizzly picks up WTG. As the retake comes in, it starts to fall apart. 2v2, 30 seconds left to go. And Pawns, they need to find these last 2 kills. They need to find them quickly. There is one, surely spraying down. Yes, he knows he has to stick it now. Gogona, he's going to go back up for a simple kill, and it's going to be round number 1. Going to Heroic.
Irritating moment, I think. Your information is only as hot as when you're looking at it. Within 10 seconds, assume pretty much a lot of it's changed. The mission towards Secret, and Nitro will do the other way though, but I do know WTG's around here though. I'm not quite sure why Save's not trying to respond. The mission will find Slevin on the other side as well. Andrew's going to try and stick the plant. Saves. He's holding off the angle. A mission with a slow creep round. He's going to find out sooner rather than later. There it is. Finds the take, finds the triple kill. Does he know? He's going to find out.
So that was the clips from a mission. Those go up every week on the top players of the week. You might have seen the overlay. It's top players of the week that goes up on R6 Esports on YouTube. But we wanted to highlight a mission's plays. Most of them were on Chalet because Pwns has basically just played Chalet. But in probably one of the lowest teams in the league, a mission to be the second greatest player shows just how well he's doing inside of that struggling team, Fabian.
They've got 6 points on total, and he's the second rated player, and they are last. It just shows how he can just show up. And the funniest part as well, he's playing more of the supportive operators than he's playing the frag operators. So he's just showing a play that Pwns need, but they need more players to step up with him.
Yep.
Because it's easy to be the best player in a team that plays good as a group. It's very hard to be standing out like this in a team that's struggling very hard.
And our MVP player of the entire stage
Drum roll, please,
that we've
Fabian.
got. Drum roll. Are we ready? No? It's going to be Spoit, which is
Wow,
not
who
going to
would've
be
thought?
a surprise to absolutely everybody. He was the rookie of the stage. He's also the MVP of the stage. And we also do have a couple of top plays to show you of Spoit as well.
Ball on one more. Sprayed close, sprayed further away. Lems. First off the board, Hibana's gone. The next fight is about to come screaming around the corner. They're going to swing a little bit wider now, and they've got him into a position where he gets the plant and the cover. BDS are trying to make a mess of this. The drive all the way through. They took out 2 bodies in the meantime, but there's still the pressure. Rafal.
Now, Spoit's going to be our MVP of the stage. And I do want to just say, for me, Spoit came into this stage with so much pressure because he'd been a content creator before he turned 18. He'd been well known, you know, since he was a child inside of this game, to playing the game, to creating content in it, and his skill, #1 ranked champion and all of that. That creates a lot of pressure. So to come out on the stage and be the top-rated player out of everybody, that's absolutely huge.
I mean, I question him personally. I knew that he haven't had a lot of experience previously. I can't even remember 2 years ago since he played in the team before that. So he had a lot of pressure on his shoulders, as well as he haven't played that much comp lately. It's difficult for him, but Rogue have obviously made everything that they can to make him feel comfortable. I mean, they've built an entire team around him, and they also have this new modern way of playing Siege, where everyone can play aggressive, and they're really smart with their information, and they're playing aggressive at the same time, not always with each other, but just how they're playing just fits the ranked play style in a bit, because that's what you kind of do in ranked. You peak a lot, and you're aggressive. Well, they made an entire team play like that.
And that suits him.
And it suits him perfectly.
I'm very excited for Rogue at Berlin because they are qualified, the second team qualified here in Europe. But also, I really hope that they make it to the main stage because I know there's a lot of fans that are going. There's over 2,000 people that are going there between player, staff, and fans to the major. And getting to meet Spoit, like, yeah, this is it. This is our guy, the future of Europe. By the way, also shout out to the guy who 2 hours ago posted on the R6 Pro League subreddit something about Spoit fanboys.
I'm a Spoit fanboy. Hi.
Here's the numbers. They literally don't lie. The guy is incredible for what he's doing.
Yep.
It's now the challenge is, can he keep it up for the rest of the year and beyond?
So that's our MVP of the stage awards done. Now to the
more?
fun stuff. We've got
fun.
I would say funny plays, but also funny moments of the stage. Outrageous stuff that's gone on during the stage.
Do we get to make fun of someone?
Yeah, we're going to get
Yeah.
fun. And you know what? G2 fans, look away now because our third, actually,
Every
it's
G2 fan out there like this.
Yeah, it's going to be on Fabian and Milos again to decide the funniest.
You know what? This is the most important award of the
This is the
season.
most
That's
important
true.
award.
What do they get?
Oh, I don't know.
A hug?
A hug if they go to Berlin, but they've got to get there first, so we'll see.
Okay.
Right,
Roll
we'll roll the clip for number 3, which is going to be Doki with that team kill.
Kills off this jump out, but Alamau has kept himself grounded this time. So, Leon, it'd be an idea to keep yourself in that building.
Alamau's just being so careful here. Oh, you must be joking. You must be joking, Doki. Did we all just see the same thing?
Not the not the best nade that we've seen in EUL. Doki going to unfortunately catch himself and Alamau there.
Unfortunately, Tim.
I'm trying to be positive.
We're going to win a major, by the way.
I've got to say, I asked for Doki's permission before I could even put this up as the funniest play. But I do think, you know, it's stuff that happens in Siege. It's not a representation
you
of skill.
just feel so bad because
did
he
feel
called
so-
you out on the interview.
No, I asked for all of the players' permission, you know, just to be nice to say, look, we're going to have a little bit of fun with you. So that was Doki and the team kill onto Alamau. I think he did use the excuse that the grenade stuck to him, but we could see clearly it didn't. And I want to say Dez's casting of that was just...
It's just perfect timing as well. They've been crushed the first 3 rounds of the game, and then that's what happens in the first second of the 4th.
Right, moving through to number 2. And again, if you're a G2 fan, you might want to look away here because it's another clip of another G2 player.
Going to be the first ADS cleared out. Emission knows now that it's time to go. It is. It's perfectly timed. The smoke canisters continue to go in, given the opportunity there. Virtue, that's not ideal. Going to take himself down with a nade. The bad bounce as well for Doki. Sees Exodus able to find the kill, and this is all going again.
This one's a little bit better because we went into the replay files to see what Virtue did to go and nade himself. So hopefully we can pull this clip up whilst I talk over it.
Okay.
But basically, Virtue had a drone on the window. And as he went to pull the pin on the grenade, the grenade hit the drone and bounced back into his face. So we're going to have a look at it from top-down POV. You can see the drone there, right on the windowsill, and he sees the guy and he thinks, I'm going to go and nade him. He unfortunately crouches to get height on the nade. It bounces off the drone and blows him up. Now, this is it from his point of view. And this is the bit where, obviously, G2 are...
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
G2 are 6-0 up, so it's fine. They won the game. But that is one of them siege timing moments where it just does that to you
He
sometimes.
basically killed himself with his own drone.
Yep.
Sometimes the drone isn't always good.
Sure.
So our last clip or series of clips that we've got to show you are some player cam moments, because we have some amazing player cam footage.
It does include Benja.
It does include Benja. It also includes Leon and a moment from Heroic. So let's play them and we'll see.
Well played by Rogue there. I'm not quite sure why he stayed in that same position, because we're just going to get pre-fired there. But well done by Rogue. Some incredible attacks that we've seen from them here. They were able to outdo what Heroic was capable of here. And Leon, he's just shouting at the camera. I've no clue what he just said. I'm sure Milos will. Ones that you cannot really prepare for. You need to snap onto them to make sure that you find those gunfights. And he did that in the very first one. Piano cleared, continues to go on for that ace. But that
Benja Monster!
He clutches it. 1-5.
I love that.
So just in terms of the award, we're counting all three of them as one entrant to the award, but we had Leon shouting "humble me" down his cam towards Mr. Officer. We had Grizzly taking a sip and giving it to Gorgona, obviously between
On
the
the
cams.
other side of the...
And then Benja just swiping his webcam away on that win.
Okay, I'll tell you which one I would pick, because you got to pick last time. Doki grenade double kill.
I want to cut the player cams off and say just Leon, just standing there screaming at the camera. That's my favorite. So it's up to you, Jack. Pick
Can
between
we
them.
change the MVP to Bruce?
No.
No.
I like cats. Give me something.
Yeah, enough is enough.
No.
Funny moments.
Yeah, I'm going to have to give it to Doki. I think,
Hey, there you go.
It's just some...
Hey, but you don't have a choice in this. We get to pick.
Yeah, but you was at a stalemate.
Yeah, we had one on each.
You went
Okay,
for the
then
cams,
you're the
you
tie
went
break?
for Doki, and I tie breaked it to Doki. So, what?
Because we
Do you want me to
agreed.
shake my hand?
Why is your
I don't know what you're trying to do here, Milos.
We,
I was just shaking your hand. What?
That was the
agreed that
lamest
it's jokey.
handshake.
Come on,
Jokey?
jokey.
Jokey.
There you go.
Doki is joking.
Funny.
Oh, that was terrible. Anyway,
This desk is
You
fantastic.
guys know that I actually, Doki is so small that when we were in Sweden at the DreamHack, I bought a family ticket with him as my child.
is that true?
Yeah, he passed as under 14.
On that note, now he's grown something on his face. I don't know what you could call that. But
Glued.
finishing up our ceremony, Jack, hope we're going to do this in stage 3 and to
Yes.
run up the entire year.
We'll do a full yearly awards.
So watch out for that. Plus, if you have any clips of things that happened in stage 1 and also in 2 that we might not have featured yet, let us know. Tweet them at us. We want to see what you got. So
Show
There
us
it
what
is.
you got.
show us what you got. Exactly. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. This was the great ceremony of the...
I can't remember what it's
Fresh
called.
daddy.
Yeah, Fresh's
Leather
Leather
Daddy Fresh
Daddy.
Awards.
Yeah, there we go. That's what we're going with for now. If you have a better name, which is highly
There's gotta be
unlikely, let us know about it. But with that said, it's time for us to start our chat about the Playdays, talking about Playday number 8 and what happens in 9 in just a moment.
Get your squad back together in Rainbow Six Siege to earn free operators and an exotic weapon skin with the Squad Up reactivation program. If you've played Siege in Year 7, find up to 4 teammates who haven't. Play 5 matches of any PvP mode with them to earn your rewards. Your teammates will earn a free operator as well. Then they can bring back 4 more players to earn even more rewards.
Welcome back, friends. And that was a quick ad, as you saw. People are coming back, playing, enjoying their time. Jack has taken off his jacket, which means
I was sweating.
it is really getting
very warm.
serious here in the studio. Not only are we going to talk about Playday number 8, prep you for Playday 9, but also I'd like to tell you right now, if you haven't seen yet, that by the end of today, we'll be doing the group drawings live here in the studio. Our beautiful observers will be joining us as well. So stick around. There's going to be a long night. We're all sitting down here together and probably going really wild by the end of it. So make sure you're sticking around for it. let's have a chat about Playday number 8 and what happened there. First up with the matches, as always, 5 best-of-1 series, and here were our results. First up, Outsiders taking down M&M. They only needed 1 point, M&M, but they still failed to close it out. They might be able to do it today. 8-7 Pwns versus Rogue. Rogue needed the 1 point, and they got it. They qualified to Berlin. 7-4 BDS versus the Wolves. That was their match of the day, and BDS remain in the running. Thank you, Wolf, for sticking with our Stage 2 script, just to keep it exciting. G2 versus Team Secret. At 7-3, G2 continued their run, and finally 7-3 Heroic versus Na'Vi. And before we come back and talk about how this all affects the rankings, let's have a look at all the action that went down. EU League Playday number 8 came and went and gave us some incredible surprises. First up, M&M, 1 point away from making it to the Berlin Major, the hot topic for this play week. Unfortunately, they fell to Outsiders, the Russian squad that went to Cafe Dostoevsky and racked up 5 rounds on the defense. M&M, unfortunately, unable to mount a successful half of their own. They'll still have a shot at making it to Berlin, but that'll be up to the final day of EU League. Second up, Rogue, in a similar position to M&M in the first game, only needing 1 singular point to qualify to the Major. They needed to hit the 6-6 at minimum in Pwns. They gained the advantage very early on, starting off on the attacking side of Clubhouse, but through the power of Spoit and the squad around Rogue, they were able to take it to overtime, and the 1 point that they needed, despite the loss to Pwns, who scrape away 2 points at the end of it, they will be qualified as the second team from the European League. On to our match of the day, BDS versus the Wolves, the French derby between the 2 biggest squads, and this time it's BDS to strike, starting on Clubhouse. 3 rounds to 3, an equilibrium up the half, but Renshiro doing his best, pulling the rest of BDS together on the defense. Come the second half, it was all done and dusted, 7-4 for BDS. G2 continue their rise and their win streak. They are 1 victory away from the Berlin Major. That'll be for Playday 9 against Heroic, but here against Secret, they start on Oregon through Alamau's power. A 3-3 half gave them at least something to work with, but getting on the attacking side, G2 bashing through the Secret, taking all 3 points. Victory they're very happy with. And finally, to wrap up the day, Heroic went up against Na'Vi, and unfortunately for Na'Vi, their hopes for the Major being crushed by Heroic, a 7-3 victory for a mixed EU team. 4 rounds on the starting side of attack at Cafe Dostoevsky. Benjamaster smacking his camera come the end of this matchup of 3 rounds on the defense. Na'Vi just splitting at the seams. And that was our day, all coming down to that last matchup. But more on Playday 9. 2 spots left for the Major. There's many teams fighting for it. 4 in total. Stick around for all the action. And that was it. Thank you very much, Milos, for voicing that over on Saturday night.
You're welcome.
Wonderful narration. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. It definitely feels less energetic than what I am here when, you know, cameras are running and it's all live, but that's how it is. Sometimes 4 p.m., sometimes it's 4 a.m., isn't it, Jack?
Who would do it at 4 a.m.? Certainly not me.
Crazy. Let's take a look at the schedule for this upcoming day and set you up, because like I said, there are 4 teams fighting for 2 spots. This is going to be a hell of a day. Wolves versus Outsiders, their first matchup. Wolves already qualified. Outsiders, no way to make it to the Major. Done. M&M versus Pwns. M&M need 1 singular point, and they are through to the Major. How easy is that? But we've seen how things have gone for both Pwns and Outsiders over the past couple play days. G2 versus Heroic. When this says match of the day, this is not just that. This is the match of the stage. Whoever wins this game makes it to the Major. Of course, there's details and all, but that's basically
Most likely.
Huh?
Most likely.
Most likely, that's how it goes. Rogue versus Na'Vi. There's still a shot, but Rogue want to keep their advantage through. They're already qualified. It's just, what can Na'Vi do at the end of this? And finally, we'll see how all of the other games go And maybe BDS versus Secret will be the game that BDS will have to win in order to qualify to the Berlin Major. And if they don't, that'll be the first event that BDS do not qualify for since they actually formed.
I was about to say, you're going into
Since Shaiko came back from
territory.
the ban, and they played at DreamHack, and that was it DreamHack Montreal when they played,
Yes.
and then they went to
Against you?
DreamHack
I don't remember.
later in
now.
the winter.
Did they not knock you out of that event?
I don't remember, to be honest.
They definitely played against
I
you.
was in Montreal.
Yeah, because you were trying to qualify for for Invitational before you got the easy invite.
Or, you know.
Anyways, from that, you were there too. Let's move on then to this topic of the major and who goes there. And I want to put away all the other regions. We'll talk about it at the end because we're limited on time and there's a lot of things to talk about, specifically here for Europe. So what are the rankings and who can make it where, Jack?
Oh, well, like we say, mainly, it's in the hands of M&M and Heroic. Is that if they win their games, or in M&M's case, get 1 point, or I think in both teams, if they get 1 point, they cannot be overtaken. So it's in their hands, but G2 and BDS are right down their throats if neither of them win.
It's yeah, it's just simple. 50-50, as Pengu always said. You either win or you don't.
Sparbuni has, as always, made us some wonderful graphics to make it all easy for us. And there's how it all looks. Jack, please.
So, yeah, M&M play first. They're up against Pones. It's completely in their hands if they win or get any overtime. It's the same situation as Rogue were in last week, same situation as M&M were in last week. 1 point does it for M&M. Now, the big game of the day is Heroic against G2. If Heroic get a single point out of it, Heroic will go and G2 and BDS will not go to the major. However, should G2 win, in most scenarios, they would go to the major against Heroic. However, BDS can kind of overtake them on round difference. BDS essentially are relying on G2 winning against Heroic by a low round difference and BDS getting anywhere like 7-0, 7-1, 7-2 against Secret, and they have a chance on round difference of going. For every team below M&M, it would be good if M&M lost to Pones as well.
I think they almost need a 7-5 win from G2 for BDS to be able to go through, because it's a 2-round difference in between BDS and G2. So BDS needs to grab the win plus catch up on the 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Plus catch up on the 2. Yeah, it's very tight.
I'm glad you said about rounds, Fabian, because we will be going through the round scenario before Heroic and G2, depending on what M&M's result is, and we'll have a graphic for that.
Yeah, that'll be in the pregame for every single one of them. Very quickly about all of our regions. Start off with NA, just in case you don't know the teams that are qualified. Here's how it all looked like at the end of it. Astralis, Sonics, OXG, and XSET at the end. Very, very tight. 16 at the top with 12 at 9th for Space Station. Only 4 points in between, as close as it gets. And Mirage, they're there. Moving on from NAL to APAC North, our, I guess, sister region, our own region, really. Demon, Kia, and Sandbox, the top 2 qualified. Before, in the past, it was the top 4 that make it to a playoffs bracket. Is not the case anymore. Top 2 from North and top 2 from South. What are the top 2 from South? Elevate and Gaming Gladiators. That happened only a few days ago. I guess that's Thursday. So in the morning, it was confirmed Gaming Gladiators and Elevate make it through. From Europe, it's still not decided yet. We'll talk about that, of course, in our day. But Copa Elite 6 also happened and finished up. FaZe Clan were victorious, 2-1 versus W7M. And I know, big surprise, 4 out of the 8 teams were coming from Brazil. And the 4 teams actually qualified were from there. FaZe Clan, of course, the winners. W7M, the runners-up. Ninjas in Pajamas, that were the upper bracket semifinalists. And, of course, Furia, who were there also, knocked out by W7M in the lower bracket semis. Those are the top 4 teams from the region. Now, we'll probably talk about that more in detail when we finish up the show, but we have a chat about our match of the day. Gentlemen, G2 versus Heroic. Jack, why is this game so important?
Well, if you've not been here for the last 10 minutes, it's important because it is effectively a straight shootout for the major position between a team that we said 2-3 weeks ago in Heroic is definitely going to be there, and a team that we said 2-3 weeks ago in G2 was definitely not going to be there. They've both had similar results or differentiating results recently. It's now a straight shootout.
It is a straight shootout, and it's going to be a very tight game. I think the thing with Heroic is they're a very mentally driven team. So today, when a lot of pressure gets on them, I hope they can overcome it and just play their own game, because I think it will be a very clear thing today if Heroic are present or if they're not. if G2 can just play the team game that they've been playing the last few days, everything will be fine for them too.
This is a big one here because, like you said, nobody would have expected we would get to a situation like this, especially with how Heroic started the stage, with how G2 started the stage. I mean, look, 2 out of the 3, I guess, meme moments of the stage were literally of G2 making massive mistakes, and yet somehow they recovered from it, fixed it up, despite having these issues, despite Shas announcing that he would be departing from the team by the end of the stage, literally by the end of today, and they still have a shot to make it to Berlin. It would surprise everybody if they were to do it. And that'd be a hell of a story going into it. And G2 are known for going to events off the back of Heroic.
Yeah, it would be that fairy tale story. I think it was Nip inside of BR6 that had that 5% chance of going through. G2 had the same thing. I don't know if it's a bit of a curse, but, you know, they've played the weaker teams in the region. There's no denying that. They played Pones, they played Outsiders, they played Secret. They've looked very good. It's a massive test for them today because this is a step up in opposition and a high-pressure game.
It's a step up and high pressure, as you say, but also winning games, even if it's against weaker opponents, it gives you a sense of security, a sense of confidence, and just overall powering through. And then Heroic have been struggling, and again, every team is a mental team. It's just more or less. Heroic is more of one. I think G2 is less of one. But they're going to come in with the boost of, well, we've won the last few games. Heroic is coming in with the pressure. Are we going to lose this now?
Yeah, and I guess the mental stability has been the biggest thing for a young team like Heroic. Maybe G2 with the superstar power can actually make it happen. Very excited for that match of the day, and we'll be digging into it more in detail once Game 3 rolls around. But just a reminder, all of our VODs, including desks and interviews, which we'll have hopefully 5 of today at the end of our final play day, are uploaded on our VODs YouTube channel, R6 Esports VODs. You'll find all the matches on there, desks, interviews, the beautiful cast, of course, from our wonderful colleagues, and check them out. Make sure you're there. But also R6 Esports on the YouTube channel, where you see all the content, all the, I guess, new podcast stuff that are coming out very, very soon. I know we've been filming a few of those episodes, and I guess one will be filmed tomorrow in preparation for the major. That's all you need to know, but we're going to take a quick break. It's mute protocol for a moment, and when we come back, it'll be the start of our final Playday Outsiders versus Wolves. Welcome back, friends, to EU League Outsiders versus Wolves. Esports is about to begin. Outsiders, it's a fight for relegations. For the Wolves, it's a fight for extra points to...
Sorry. Sometimes I lean on the desk, and I was stood a bit far back, and I went to lean on the desk and went like that as we was getting brought onto camera.
What did you... I always say welcome back, friends. What did you want me to say?
Just something different.
Welcome back, foes!
No, enemies is what I said.
Enemies.
Yeah, because not everyone can be your friend. Sometimes you have to be nice to the people you don't like.
Fabian, if you're nice to people, you don't get enemies, but you're not nice to people.
I'm nice to Jack sometimes, and I don't like him.
Oh.
I got him a gift when he came to the studio.
Yeah, we can't mention that. Anyways, let's move on. First up with Wolves. Fabian, the squad has made it through, but they can gather up more points today. Maybe the pressure's off.
I don't know. They're obviously going to take this game seriously because in the end, they also want to win the basic all 3 stages combined, right? But in the end, they're not going to show anything off for the majors. I think that they're going to play it safe. They're going to kind of allow a map that they've already played and a map they've played recently to go through, to show off that, oh yeah, we haven't changed anything on this specific map, so they don't give anything up on the new ones, and then they will probably change that map for the major coming forward anyways.
I've coined it not saving strats. I've coined it banning defensively with the maps. You don't want to show a map that you've not played, so you'll tuck them away, get them away, don't actually show them. And like Fabian said, you just play the default. You know, I wouldn't expect to see a bad map out of Wolves today, but I would expect to see one that we've already seen.
You have the ego to win and the will to win. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in this league. But at the same time, is it worth it to show it now, or is it better to show it at the major?
And of course, since now for the drawings, and since we were just mentioning Wolves, they are currently number 1 in the stage. But by the end of today, we'll see it'll be one team from each region that can be in each one of the 4 groups. Of course, 16 teams in total that are qualifying, and it all depends on also the seeding. But there's going to be one team from each region in each group. It's going to be a lot of intermixing, and that means a lot of strategies that these teams have never played against or even seen. That's something for Wolves to think about. But Outsiders, on the other hand, they don't need to worry about Berlin, but they have also a big fight to go for.
They don't, and I have this team in my mind as a team that has top 4 hopes, but does not put in top 4 performances consistently enough. They do it sporadically, sure. They look good in individual games, but the trend, and you can see particularly with that graph down the bottom right of your screen, win a game, lose 2 games massively. Win a game, lose 2 games massively. And I think that's the thing for Outsiders is strategically they just can't find their kind of where they want to be. They can't find themselves. They can't find their strategy. They seem a little bit lost strategically. They've got a team that is full of great individually talented players. All of these players, in my opinion, deserve to play inside of EUL. They are great players, but they're just not quite clicking, and I can't quite put my finger on the pulse as to what it is.
And I can.
Go on.
Because Pasha said it in the last interview. He said that they've been thinking so much about the team and the opposition that they've stopped thinking about themselves as individuals. And if they can activate themselves as the individuals, we know the fragging power they have within that team. I mean, you were the one who called them the Russian super team, right? They have those players that can do it. They just need to activate the team part, the opposition part, and also themselves. Can't just focus on 2 out of 3.
That interview from Pasha last week was actually very telling on a lot of things. So there we go. Among even operators, preferences, yada, yada, we got a lot to talk about in that one. But now moving on to our map for this series. Always best of 1 series, which is here in the EUL and all of our leagues. Bank will be the one we go to. Outsiders will have the last say. They take out Oregon, and they start off on defense for Bank as Wolves are on the attack.
There's that defensive banning again from Wolves. Ban the 4 maps you've not played all stage. Border, Sky, Cafe, and Theme. Leaving Outsiders the choice of Chalet, Bank, Oregon, Club, and Villa. The highest preference map for Outsiders on those lists is Bank, so I'm not surprised to see Outsiders go to a Bank that they like. We saw them being quite good on it during stage 1.
I think it's just smart by Wolves, honestly. They go to a map that they've been playing.
Wolves are great on Bank, by the way.
Yeah, they are great on Bank. They are still hiding 4 maps, and I guarantee you, Wolves plays those 4 maps. There's no way they don't, because I know how their coaching staff works, and I know how the 2 leadership personalities in the team work. They play all of those maps. So
what can Outsiders do?
I mean, they can shoot heads.
We actually saw them be quite, what's the word, ingenuity. They showed some innovation when they played it last stage. We saw them actually marrow it up through hatches and all sorts of stuff. They really took the fight to, I can't remember who they were playing that day, I think it was Pones. And I think maybe a little bit of that, but I don't know. It's going to be very difficult against Wolves, who are such a good team unit. It's hard to find individual picks with that type of play.
I just think that Wolves are a better team, and I think that they have better fraggers at the same time. So I don't know what Outsiders can do, really. I mean, they need to hit their shots. They need to play the individual part as well.
All right, no two ways around it. A lot of pressure on Outsiders, but not in the same way as it is on Wolves, but you can say the same about Wolves on the other side. Fresh, Fabian, thank you very much. Let's toss it to our casters. Probably at least one of them is the best in the world. Fresh, can you please toss it to the casters?
Yeah, we're going to toss it to the casters. We have got Hap and Milos. Yay.
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Oh,
Goedendag. I'm getting a bit, I'm getting bald.
You getting bald? Let me show. A little bit, yeah. That's fine, yeah.
Yeah, it's the Middle Eastern testosterone thing. Anyways, you get old. Anyways.
I'm getting grey, so, I mean, we'll complement each other. Here we go.
Let's go.
Milos, have some bad news for this game.
Up.
You know, there's about 6 players that can reach 100 kills over the stage today. All 6 today, but they're not in this game. Realistically, only Mowgli has a shot. Do you have a guess at how many kills Mowgli needs to make if he wants to touch 100 this stage?
Like 10?
What?
10?
No, more than 10.
More? 14?
It's still more than 14.
24.
It's less than 24. 17.
17. I was going to say.
17.
Tip of my tongue.
Yeah, it was the next guess. The very next best guess. So he's the one that's closest currently. Mowgli, 17 kills. So we'll be doing a bit of counting as we go on, as we continue throughout this game. Currently dealing with the bans here. The Banagon, of course, for the hatch play that we have on bank. The Nook to make sure no chems are being circumvented.
Man. Nook bans on bank are always, I guess, they pull a bit of the excitement away from it, I want to say, because I love those flanks. We used to see aces doing it in the past also. But yeah, Qa'id is a pretty common ban. Also a left for the fence at the end. It could be a Mira, it could be a Valkyrie. Honestly, there's so many options at this point. It's going to be the Valkyrie. There you go. Outsiders taking it away, and personally, I completely understand why you give the flexibility to, for example, someone like Rise or Bibu to play the Valk and giving information to Mowgli. You're not going to have a good time. And as you see, Wolves on the attack. It's a good spot to start off on when it comes to bank. What's the win rate on bank currently for
let me just pull it up quickly.
Please, you're my expert.
We're going for the maps and the sites tab. There we go. We are on bank. Overall, defensive win rate is a whopping 43% on the UI.
It's terrible.
Yes, that's
Thank you, Fabian,
terrible.
for the water, by the way.
What a boy, professional.
That's what Fresh used to do on G2.
Oh. He's not very happy with me calling him a water boy. Either way,
he's a hot water boy.
43%. Is he coming back for that? No, he's not. 43% win rate on the defense. The best site overall is going to be CEO and Launch.
Okay.
6 times 1 out of 12 rounds played. So 50%. It's not the first side we're going for. We're going for the open area. And we start to see this side quite a bit more. We used to always see archives and tellers, but ever since the current operator changes came through, Bank re-entered the competitive map pool, suddenly teams start to feel this side a lot more.
Honestly, there was a time way back in the day where nobody touched open area because for most teams, if not almost all of them, it genuinely sucked. They didn't know how to deal with it and then understood, oh, we can use castle, oh, we can use these barricade and all this stuff, and it will help us quite a bit. Now you also have Zami, an operator that Outsiders themselves, Pasha in the interview last week, said, oh, we actually kind of like banning her because we don't like to play against her. But, oh, there's the entry, and there's the Azami. P4 will get the first kill. No need to reload, of course, with the LMG in hand. A big kill to open it up with Rask down. It could get the second. Finds it. P4. What an opener to the round.
No Akiba barriers to be put onto the board. Also, no jumping the hatches. Milan's still inside the Janitors. Not going to get flashed. Gets a free kill with a hipfire MP5. Tries to go for the second, but will be shut down. Rise will find him. FMX still up above, but it's important to note the side is actually not up on the top floor. Only Smash currently out there, and as soon as they do realize someone is out here, Wolves could quickly just call it a day and decide to go downstairs, but instead they continue hunting. And FMX will be allowed to pick up yet another kill, pushing it back towards a 2-on-3. Suddenly, this is quite even. It's quite doable for the side of Outsiders, and with FMX trying to come back, the on and only hurdle he had to go through is Bibu through the window, and of course B4 sitting still on the tellers.
P4 this entire time has not been moved from this power position where the main thing is cut off rotations. And when you're in the spot, you can do it quite easily, especially with the LMG, but even more when your opponents are presenting themselves to you one by one. With Smash alone, yes, he can do a lot of work. The Maestro is probably the best operator to have in this position on the defense just because of the Alda that Smash has in hand. But there's so much time left. By the time that he's in 1v3, there's over. There it is. It's done. It's done. It's over. There it is, walking right into B4. But the time, the last kill comes in, it's a 1v3. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
Yeah.
There's so much time for the attackers to play around and do their deeds, really. All the Maestro can do here is either sit tight or say, you know what, I'm just going to attempt something, and there's no shame in that in this spot.
I mean, he grew a bit impatient, right, and decided, you know what, I can walk around because I don't know exactly where they are, but they're not putting any pressure on the side. It might put me in a position to get onto a flank, cut someone off at the right moment when they are about to execute, turn us back into a 1v2, and then on the back of my evil eyes that might still be on the side, clutch this one out and win that first round. So he started moving, but he didn't quite expect Wolves, and especially P4, to still be in the exact same corner where he managed to get 3 kills from. So, yeah, P4, massive round from him.
They change down to the basement now.
They do change down to the basement now, which also not great. It's slightly better with a 2% extra win rate. But if we start looking down to it, we're seeing a bit of an extension coming through. So the middle floor, the open area that we just saw being taken out quite early on, not due to the frags happening onto the side, but all around it, is going to be their setup now. They are willing to bank onto a bit of verticality here, hoping to keep these hatches soft so they can drop down later. But at the same time, waste some time and utility of the attackers that now need to clear out this area.
And why is that reaction coming in? Because of the Clyde ban from Wolves. You can choose to just reinforce the hatches and say, all right, we're going to lose them very quickly, but it's okay. But honestly, those hatches wouldn't be providing much to you at that point, specifically with that Clyde ban. So whatever, open everything up, use that to your advantage, and be a bit more maneuverable, a bit more flexible around the side. Even more, the fact that Bibu is bringing the fuse, he could have been able to take down anybody that's under it, but also all the utility that might be set under those hatches, plus the canoper meta that we're playing in now. You'll see 0 sometimes, but also the fuse of Bibu can do quite a bit of work with it. So everything lines up to make the strategy work, but this is a very complicated one to pull off, especially against a coordinated team like Wolves that know exactly how to jump properly.
Bit of an eyeing up on the hatch jump up here, but he gets caught off by Bibu.
Oh,
we'll
man.
find Milan and sends him back down to the hatch as his corpse will just drop down. Not going to be able to have any impact onto that round. He went for an attempt, but he failed, unfortunately. Second player to be caught off as the skeleton key opens up from above, but not before Smash was able to find Mowgli. Only 1 kill on the board so far. It doesn't seem to be on course to be hitting his 100th throughout this stage. And as there it goes, the cluster charges are about to pop off. Those are definitely going to be clearing out massive areas of the open area.
Yep, and there's got more of these, of course, 3 of those charges to use. There's the hatches being opened up. This is, again, the power of Fuse. I know there was a time where you would have never heard anybody say that, but he's just an actually very flexible operator. Currently, FMX taking a lot of damage from the drop there, the hockey puck all the way down, and maybe trying to find an angle here, Bibu. There's somebody trying to peek through the hatch, but everybody's fallen back, and this is the moment for Wolves to sit up for the strike.
The impact's actually coming through there to destroy the cluster charges and protect Rask a little bit, who's still hiding in the open area right above the hatch. He's about to be receiving some pressure. Flashbangs are about to be dropping in here. He's not being flashed as of yet, but also not receiving too much pressure. There is an LMG on the other side of this. A jump in comes through as well to know exactly where he is, and his head gets taken clean off as he drops through the hatch. 2 men up against 4, 25 seconds on the clock. Wolves, they need to make this happen, and with doing so, need to go for a drop.
There's Shinka coming up to the wall, trying to breach on in. 15 seconds in. Wolves have been known to function properly under pressure. There are 2 smokes left, but you can go for an off plan, and P4 can be the one to pressure. In the meantime, the double LMG, there's P4 with 1, Rise with the second, and a round is over as soon as the assault had begun. Look at the back flank from the Buck. Rise with perfect timing. 10 seconds on the offense is very little, but the offense was played so perfectly, and there is the timeout.
I don't actually think it's a timeout.
No. I don't believe so either.
I think someone might have done...
Usually I blame Hap.
Well, I'm here, and you see that my keys are currently not on the keyboard.
That's true. Your keys are not on them, Mr. Boop. Beep Boop. On open area again!
We are going to open area again. Let's see if there's a bit of a change coming up, because last time we saw P4 pick up 2 kills quite early on. What do you say?
Thunderbird.
Yeah, so the opportunity for healing. However, kind of thing, last round no one really got an opportunity to fall back for healing because they all got confirmed before they even got close. So, with also the lack of overhealing being there now, as in you cannot just overheal anymore if you are already on full HP, you have to go for a bit of team damage if you want to go for an overheal first. Hope to get set by Twitchtron, maybe even get shot up by one of the attackers, and otherwise it will just function as a get back to a full HP kind of card, because it's locked into a corner, and grenades will start to punch through the side. Pasha, of course, is playing the Orcs, will be running through walls, taking small amounts of damage, and can heal himself up, as he does right now.
There he is.
Back on full HP, with a bit of overheal temporarily.
I'm sorry to say this, but Oryx is a juicer. That's all you need to know. There it is. Pasha back up to full HP and even more. Wolves setting up for their take here. Makes a lot of sense. Go in, take the top floor. But one thing I love watching Wolves do is droning all over. I know it's usually a very boring thing to watch people do or even do yourself. But the way that Wolves drone and give that information onto one another and then capitalize on top of that information, that evolution over the stage has been beautiful to watch, especially if you compare it to stage 1. It's great to see. There's a Thunderbird. Rask will be getting the first kill. P4 on his own, and this time he will not be able to sit into tellers at the start of the round.
Good start there from the side of Outsiders, getting that very first. Mowgli now, though, looking to find one. Will find the smoke. Another kill coming through on the desk side. No, FMX will live for now, but still keeps up the pressure until he falls. Rise gets that kill. Pasha quickly needs to Remadash out of harm's way down the staircase, hoping to find some of these Thunderbird salvation stations as done by medics to make sure he gets back to full HP.
Yep. And is there a way for him to fall back down? At least one of the hatches is open. Not sure about the second one. No, it is closed. Smash will take a bit of damage here. All of these angles being utilized so well by Mowgli, and even Rise was making some positions of his own. Shinka coming in on the fuse, trying to take down the one player that's now sitting on the site. Pasha is not on it, so if you're able to find Smash in the spot, the site, it will be open for you. That got too close for comfort, and he's just sitting waiting for the healing, but Mowgli will get the kill. The site is wide open. Pasha and Rask are just catching off or trying to catch off people on the flank, but Wolves can just drop in whenever they want to at this point.
Just sending out some extra cluster charges. Drones now going through. Know exactly where Pasha is instantly picked up. And this is the droning you talked about before. They find out where one of these players is. They instantly reply to it. And as Rask opens up, the double door right now is about to be swung. Mowgli, unable to get the hip fire, breach fire with the LMG there, will at least keep Outsiders into the round. The punt's going through. Soon, 45 seconds will be on the clock unless he manages to hit this wall bang. He does get quite close, but Shinka moves out just in time. And as Rask is on about 5 HP, he desperately needs to get back to one of his salvation stations, but fails to do so before the plank goes down. 2 people he aims in the middle, doesn't manage to connect to either as he trade kills eventually. And that is another round to come in for Wolves. 3-0. Absolutely dominant so far.
This was the hairiest round we've had so far, but, well, at some point you gotta decide to go somewhere else. Well, we got a timeout. It seems like it'll be the case. Outsiders have actually gone for it. And honestly, I'm happy with the timing of this timeout. A lot of teams will go through the entire game, not realize, hey, we didn't use our attack timeout. Maybe it would have been something great to do in the right moment. good to call it early than to not call it at all and maybe fix the issue, because it seems like Outsiders have what it takes gunplay-wise. I don't think that's something we ever really criticized them for. But Wolves, the fact that they're so coordinated and you see how effective they've been at droning and capitalizing on it, is something that even tough teams, ones with way more experience and pedigree, would struggle against, not just Outsiders.
I mean, it's just Wolves outclassing them right now.
Sure.
Not in a way of gunfights, as you say, but just being in his positions, catching everybody off. We've seen little gunfights, actually. They've mostly been one way, so no shooting back from any of the players that have died so far.
Yeah, and that's gotta hurt, especially, for example, that
and
Maestro spot. Yeah, all of those holes that you can open up with your buck, it hurts.
I mean, they're on 6 kills in 3 rounds. It's not the worst we've seen, but it's definitely not the greatest either for a team that's currently 0-3 behind. Now, just all these angles, I believe Fresh said it before, Wolves are good on this map. They know exactly how it works, and you see them abuse every single angle they know is in the book here to get rid of these players of Outsiders. A drone comes in, boom, 2 angles set up. That player is now isolated, no way out without dying, and that just happens time and time again. Now, a bit of a spawn peek attempt is here, though, from the side of Outsiders. An opening from the stock side of Smash, hoping to find anybody up. Milan preparing a jump out, hoping to find gold as he goes for a jump out, but there's going to be a bit of a pre-fire coming through. They might be aware, and Milan will be rotating downstairs.
Close, not sure. There we go.
Drone.
All confirmed before getting the information. You saw him on the sledge, on the spawn, just waiting. It's always good to go into your settings and make sure that you basically have the proper setting on, so even if the round starts, it doesn't pull you out of active droning and just keeps you in it. Sometimes you need that intel, and your opponents on the defense will be relying on every single second there to bounce on you and maybe get an early kill that, you know, it's you could call a bit cheeky or a bit cheesy. Also in that manner, Rask and the rest of the boys are sitting up here, but at least one thing you don't have to worry about in the same way is verticality, unless Rise is able to take control from the bottom floor up. I'd be very surprised if that happened.
I mean, yes, it's definitely an opportunity, but I think mostly so to use those grenades because verticality often favors the ones that are on top of it.
3 sets of nades, my dude. That's a lot to work with.
I think there's also some impacts. Yeah, they just use the concussions to get rid of some utility. Grenades will shortly start to follow. 3 people up onto the rappel here. Castle barricades are being taken out. But if you look at this setup, really only Smash is the worry here for the side of Wolves, because they can plant right behind the desk, and only Smash is in a position to really stop that from happening.
Rise already entered in, and there's the 1-to-1 trade. Shinka will get another, but Pasha finds a second of his own. Milan to turn it into a 3v2 advantage for Outsiders, but the post-line position might be exactly the one that Wolves are looking for. Down in the hallway, Shinka has already found one of Milan sitting up on the rappel. Rise for 1, but it's left in a 1v1 with Shinka. Again, in the power position. Very difficult to pull anybody out of here, especially Zofia with an LMG with seemingly unlimited ammunition. It's going to happen at some point, and Wolves get a 4th round on the board.
I said it before, Smash is in that crucial position in Janitors. He could stop that plant. The cover needed to be there, and Shinka did exactly that. He swings out, head instantly, cleanly taken off. Not a single chance for him to actually try and find Rise, who already took some damage before. And now an 0-4. Wolves currently on track to make this a very quick first game. And remember, by the way, how I said that Mowgli was the only player really in a position to go for 100 kills. He needed 17 in total. He's currently on 4. The way it's currently going, he's not going to be making it, and that means that we might have to wait for other players that play later tonight to
He can still ace 3 times in a row.
Yes, that definitely put him in the
4K
right.
3 times in a row.
No,
you want to tell me that you've never seen him get 4Ks 2 rounds in a row?
I mean, 2 rounds, sure, but he needs 3 rounds.
But 3, that's what I draw the line, Milosh. Keep it down.
That's where I draw the line. It's, no, but, I mean, it was a long shot. It was an 83 kill starting. You have people like Spoit on 93, for example. And if we scroll further down, Shaiko, 94. Eminem, they have users in Solotov on 91 and 93.
All those kills, and Shaiko still couldn't get more points for his
No,
team.
definitely.
Crazy.
Like, he's 93 and 94 kills, still not confirmed. But it could still come, as Rask will get the very first. Hidden inside of the ATMs will be shutting down Bibu. That's one of the heart breachers gone. And normally I would say, luckily, you know, you have the redundancy, you have those can openers, but that will just rely on Shinka now, as FMX picks up P4 as well. It seems like Wolves have gone a bit...
Oh, they know.
Do they know, though? Mowgli definitely knows someone is on the other side, but doesn't seem like they are aware of his position on the side of outsiders.
Are they actually going to do this? There's the nade to try to destroy that Legion Gubine that had just been set up, as we saw by Rask. The site could be open here. Wolves just say, okay, you know what? We're 3v5. Let's just try to push it for site. The hatches are mostly closed. Not all of them are open. The server one is open, as you just saw. But the entry into garage is definitely a potentially proper way in. Shinka and Rise flanking in with their own drones, getting the information that they need, and Shinka confirming some intel on that red hallway. Could be able to walk up. There's Rise right in front, and if you could take down Rask, that would be a huge opener to set themselves on the site for a plant. There's the peek around, there's the check, but oh, mistimed here. Still a minute and a half left, but Wolves are stalling.
There's 2 players above, and they're trying to get these drones into the positions to find out where exactly they're flanking from. Rask looking to go aggressive down the main stairs. Pasha drops as Mowgli's first kill opens up the site slightly. Rice now needs to find a one onto these main stairs here, but it seems like Rask has fallen off on top of the hatch now, which Rice is trying to chase.
Are they chasing one another?
They're chasing one another, and if this one goes in favor of Wolves, it's only a lot more doable. A 3-on-2 situation, 3v2, 1 above on either side. Mowgli above on one of these hatches. FMX deep inside of the vault. They're all over the place here, and Mowgli needs to try and find an isolate one. The same for Shinka, and suddenly a plan can start to appear.
So what happens now for Wolves? They're going in for the flash. Milan pushed back for just a moment. Double flash in. Shinka has a lot of angles to watch for, but it doesn't matter because Mowgli's coming in hot on his tail and in support. 2v2 smash. But he knows where he's at, but he loses the gunfight. Mowgli can actually turn this around. FMX, the last one alive, has got 2 impacts. The diffuser is in the hands of the Wolves. All they got to do is just hold on to the one angle, the one spot FMX can peek through. He gets one, but not the second. Wolves actually do it. They pull it off at the last second. The Thermite to get it done from a 5v3 to a 2v1. And the Wolves, my God, Hab.
I mean,
I'm sorry, dude. Just end the game right there. It's over.
I wanted to say when I saw Mowgli in the servers and I saw 2 in garage, I'm like, this is quite winnable, you know? Because all they need to do is find the one inside of red, they find the one inside of the site on the main stairs, and suddenly you have isolated it. Because the ways that they were attacking from, you had pretty isolated angles that you needed to win the gunfights from. And that's exactly what Wolves did.
Look.
And I know I said Mowgli, you know, triple kills, quad kills 3 times in a row. Might be hard, but he just dropped the first 3K.
10 more?
10 more. It's doable. 2 aces. Come on. Possibly.
Stein? Don't call it too early. This man,
It
honestly,
isn't over until it's over.
That round, if I could, by executive order, just end the game right there,
You would have?
I would have. 100%.
Luckily, we have
We
a
would
rule
go
book.
back to year 2, where you would win by hitting 5.
Yeah.
For those that remember.
But,
that are
you know,
old
it
enough.
wouldn't be fair now because we haven't seen outsiders on the attack yet. Clearly an attack
Fair
side of baptism.
schmear. Where do you think we are? Come on. Anyways.
We're in a competition, Milos. We need to follow the
What?
rules.
I don't know. I just talk on the desk. I don't know what's going on here. There it is.
Talking in 2 desks today.
Say again?
You're talking in 2 desks
Yeah, that's
today.
true. We have a rotation. Fresh is going to be coming in and casting later. It's going to be fun. Fresh on desk, fresh on whichever desk you want him to be on, to be
Yes, I
honest.
might even put Fabian onto a cast at some point.
Might as well set the studio on fire.
Either way, outsiders desperately looking to still find a round. I mean, they did find 2 entries in that last one. Definitely looked to be going the right way, but Wolves, they kept their composure. And now drones start to roll in. Again, this is how they managed to make a difference so many times. That's a spot
even though Milan thinks he might have been misdroned. So he's starting to reposition himself a little bit there. Also has 3 magnets to play with, so he's definitely not going to be naded out of that position. C4s are coming in as well, so they want to play some verticality here. Rice will be caught off if he doesn't move. And that is going to be an entry yet again. Rask helping his teammate, and this grenade coming around the corner will definitely be caught. It might actually get all 3 discs.
There's a disc out, and
it's all 3.
Yes, it did. Oh my god, that was perfect. The second nade is out. Milan on literally a lick of health. Mowgli still gets the kill with Bibu at the same time. A 4 versus 3 situation now for the Wolves. They get the entry, but they lose 2 right after. And those are powerful power positions that are out for the squad here. And Outsiders, open area, as I said again, in case you haven't noticed. Mowgli has full reign on this top floor. You have the fuse also on Shinka. There's going in with the advantage, and the LMG can do a lot of work. Can he swing around the other side? Check it. No, there it is. Pasha will get the kill, but P4 has already taken down Rask in the meantime, still using those tiny angles to his advantage. And this is written Wolves all over it.
It definitely does. But Pasha still on the roam. Could be quite detrimental to the Wolves. Drones are hunting. He doesn't know someone is on the other side of that wall here soon. Might actually receive a bit of a wall bang from Bibu as he's about to swing around the corner. Here's some movement there. Here's the T5 SMG. Is not going to be able to lock at the kill quite yet though, but does eventually get the injure. Pasha drops. It's only up to Smash now in a 1v2 effective situation here, hoping he can go for a recover onto Pasha, and he will be able to do so as well because no one is currently watching it. No, there's a small angle there, and Bibu will find yet another kill. A flawless half from them with an 0-6. And now they need only 1 more round to lock this up with another 0-7. And that will be the 3rd that Outsiders receive this stage. That is definitely not something they will be happy with.
Bibu locking it in here, at least for match point. And like we talked about earlier, on the desk for Outsiders today, it's all about getting points to stay out of the relegations fight. There's an article by CGG that came out only a few days ago. Of course, the struggles that a lot of our Russian players are, of course, going through in these times and trying to compete at their best. I'm sure that does not help the situation at all, but that's the difficulty that you got to go through here. And Wolves are looking to capitalize with potentially 1 round on defense to end it all.
If they manage to win this, Wolves, either overtime or full regulation, they will be confirmed first place as well inside of the European League. So
not bad.
They will be the official champions of Stage 2 for the European League, joining Astralis and FaZe as the current champions. And of course, Demon Kia as well on APEC North.
Elevate and
Elevate and APEC South. They have actually gotten their visa, so they've beaten that final boss.
Honestly, I will not believe that Elevate qualified to the major until I literally see them.
I want to see Onigiri again. Just you know, drop some kills onto the MK14, drop another kill record possibly.
I'm just gonna go to Berlin, sneak my way into the event, just to see if they're there.
Sneak into their practice rooms, see if it's actually filled.
Yeah, holograms. They did it with Tupac. They'll do it with Elevate.
But it's 0-6, and it's Outsiders currently on the attack. They have 6 rounds they need to win in a row if they want to have an opportunity of winning this. 6 rounds in a row if they want to pick up a single point. Now Wolves, they are roaming and running about, just making sure they're not being caught off. Talked about Mowgli before, currently on 91 kills, 9 more. It's not going to be doable in 1 round, so they need to lose some if he wants to be able to make it. But he's definitely stepped up big this stage, like we expected from him. It's always going to be that question, can he keep that up as well?
Look at those tight angles being created here by Mowgli, and still has 1 more blade to use up before the rest recharges, and he can just fall back and use all these angles to his advantage. Pasha has taken even more damage himself. He's going to be forced to boost up here, put the rest of the team up as much as possible. He's still just around half HP. Drone in from Smash. He finds the angle and takes down Mowgli, who, unfortunately for him, walked in and got too greedy for his own good. Finally, the skeleton key being used on the other side and perfectly timed. The yokai drone giving the info. Rise, Bop, and FMX. And like you said, the fuse. Oh no, it's dropped right in there.
Yeah,
oh my god, it's perfect! That is perfect for defense.
the Ying wanted to use the hard breach gadget there, so drop down, and now they have no clue whether or not the first floor is going to be completely alcazad. So with that, they need to drone that out, they need to recover it, then they need to hit the site. Yokai drone still in place here for Wolves, and as these RC materials are starting to come around the corner, surely some utility will be taken out. But every second that passes, these Yokai drones become more and more powerful. So at some point, they definitely need to hunt the Echo that is deep inside the gold vault here, and they're definitely not reaching them with those RC materials.
That Rataro is not able to do much except for zone out for just a moment, but still it allows Pasha to cook a nade down into Rise. You saw that there is one explosive canister that had been set up by Rise and the Goyo right in the default position for the plant that could be triggered quite easily by Shinka and P4 in their spots. The smoke of Shinka is getting set to chuck his canisters out, and there's one in to try to slow down this assault from outsiders. Util being thrown out into sight, maybe pushing back the smoke, but Pasha will find one. Gonna drop right into sight here in the back, into lockers. He finds one, but Bibu and Shika have gotten one each. Milan goes through red, all the way through the smoke, and gets the final kill, keeping the team alive. Outsiders put one on the board.
They avoid their third 7-0 of the stage here, Milosh. After Rogue and G2 have been able to 7-0 them, it is not Wolves that will join them. A 1-6 so far. Outsiders, they need 5 more rounds if they want to be able to start fighting for some of these points. Now, they have just managed to win their very first. It's definitely possible to get some more, but it did get quite close. There's just a lot of opportunities for Wolves here. They could even go for an aggressive jump out in one of these rounds. Just play it a bit more offensive than they usually would on the defense. Just throw off whatever outsiders things they have on you, because you have that luxury. You have those rounds, and more importantly, you have the qualification for Berlin already.
Yeah.
So literally, Wolves can do whatever they want. They can play in whatever style of siege they prefer. And maybe one of those rounds will stick on outsiders and actually win the round for them.
I mean, would it matter at the end?
I mean, they're on 19 points now, so...
They beat Rogue before.
Head-to-head doesn't matter, Milos.
Yes, true.
It's going to be round differential. And they're currently, I mean, plus 15.
Yeah,
so Rogue could overtake if they win.
All right, so Wolf can still take it to OT and, you know, win with 2 points there, and they would still be confirmed no matter what happens with Rogue as number 1.
It's a rush.
Yeah, you want to take it all.
This is a rush.
Outsiders are setting up. They have an IQ, though, which is an oddity, but we saw the Echo before. There it is, and it failed. They all run right into Bibu, finally dying to Pasha. But Bibu just keeps on spraying. Took down 3 of them. There's still one left. It's FMX. He's smoked out. He's taken down. Bibu pulling back, happy with the performance. There it is.
What happened?
Yeah, he just can't believe it.
You're 1-6, and you decide to go for a rush. I mean...
Hey, they're flying away!
They're flying over to Berlin. That's what they're going to be doing. They have qualified. They're happy with it. Mowgli not able to drop and break the 100, but still an MVP performance from him there. As Wolves, well, they could have treated this as a bit of a warm-up for Berlin, because they are now done with EUL. They get to kick back and relax. Watch for the rest of this day, because they, well, they're already qualified to begin with, and they can watch those last 4 teams struggle.
Yeah, they can sit back, relax. They didn't have to show any weird map today, any off-brand one that they didn't play earlier. It's just Bank. They know how to play it. Fresh said it on the desk in Fabian. This is their bread and butter. They're all good for it. Might as well have been a cheese platter day for them as it was for us today. So very well done by the Wolves. Outsiders, unfortunately, end the stage on a big L, but it's not 7-0. Always look on the bright side of life, as the song goes. You know what?
I know it. Yeah.
Tutu.
And with that,
I'm trying to be Emmy,
no,
but she's so much better than I am. Oh my God. I can't believe
you're
it.
both great in your own personal ways.
Man, you're really sweet talking me. Go ahead.
It's time to toss it over to a break. And after that, the analyst desk with someone who was also just on the desk just now. It's quite confusing today, but don't worry, it's getting even worse.
Welcome back, everybody. We have our victors with us. It's Wolves. Hello, hello, Rise. Congratulations. That was a quick one.
Hello.
Thanks.
Well, you're welcome, I guess.
I mean, what can I say? I always get the least exciting games to get to cast. I blame that on Fresh. But let's talk about you in this game because you got banged.
You were casting.
Yeah.
My bad. I mean, at least it wasn't a 7-0. That's a wise man who once told me that in Rayleigh on stage, it's actually Corey. At least no 7-0 pug, right?
Wait.
So sorry about that.
You just said wise man and Corey in the same sentence.
Yeah, I know.
You
I'm
realize what
insane.
you're just doing.
That's because I'm too old, so I'm turning insane. That's it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, there was specifically a great moment where we saw the 3v5 comeback and the retake. We'll talk about that in just a moment and ask you about it. But first,
Sure.
You're already qualified for Berlin. There's nothing to worry about in here. You get Bank, which is a map you're very familiar with. You didn't have to pick any other crazy maps that you haven't played in this stage. How do you feel at the end of all of this?
Well, very good, because the seed one was actually our main priority. Since we are already qualified to the major, as you said, so we pulled out a very good performance with the boys, and couldn't be happier. Because as you said, we could play one of the maps we are very comfortable on. We don't really have to show anything more that we've been working on for the major already. So good for us.
Yeah, definitely good for you. And talk to me about that 5v3 round that you had. You lose 2 players early on, and then you split around between server and garage, and you're able to convert it into a round victory. Can you guide me through some of the information gathering and the communication that was going on in the team?
Sure. Well, the initial plan was to actually rush. We couldn't, because we got picked. We got like two of us got picked early in the round. So I just tried to set up a plan where Shinka and I would maybe try to get some peaks around the garage ramp. It's basically just around duels about that, and having Mowgli playing in reaction in server. Then the round goes on. We are getting a kill on Peepers. I think I'm killing the Legion, and I'm getting refragged by the Oryx, and then we basically know that the key point will be the green stairs, the main stairs. So Axel and Shinka and Mowgli just coordinate very well to set up a plan for that guy, for that Oryx. And once they killed that guy, it was basically just, okay, well, we push on side, we try to plant, and having the best cover possible. So, and they did great, so yeah.
They definitely did. In the end, Bibu was very surprised by the 3K that just kind of jumped in the window. I'm sure that was a big surprise for all of you. But I wanna,
very big surprise.
I'm sure. But it's the final round. It happens sometimes. I want to ask you a question though. There's 2 slots left. It's Heroic, M&M, G2, and BDS that are fighting for those 2 spots. Who do you think is going to make it, and why?
For the memes, it's a G2, right? For the memes only. No, I mean, and honestly, I really would like to see Heroic and I don't know about the last team. I think they all deserve it, and I don't know. Heroic, it's just because I'm biased. I'm an ex-roommate of Funo, so I just want to have him close to me in the major.
Man,
and about the second team, I don't know.
I haven't had Uno close to me in many years, so I definitely feel exactly what you're talking about right now.
You know the feels.
Yeah, it really is something else. Yeah, it's been since, 2019? Oh, man, that was a...
Yeah, very long.
Very long time indeed. Thank you, Jack. But BDS, you don't think they would make it through at the end?
Well, they actually woke up, I would say, in the last play days. It just felt like they were playing with less pressure. So maybe now that they are pretty sure to be qualified. I mean, they are not pretty sure to be qualified if they win, but I mean, the stakes are really high. Maybe the pressure will hit again. So I'm not very sure about it, but I wish them to qualify and join us as the second French team for the major.
And what about you? How do you feel about this? Because you're calling yourself the French team now, Monsieur Belge, Mr. Belgian man. So...
Oh, come on. I've been French my whole life, I guess. I mean,
we're not
that's
going
what
to
you get
open
when
that.
you're Belgian in video games.
We're not going to open that whole Flamand Wallonie discussion now on broadcast. But Rise, you make it to Berlin. You're very happy with that, as I can tell. What's the next step for the team?
Well, I think the mood will be very different for the major compared to Charlotte. I think in Charlotte it was more like a reward that we were having after a rough stage. Now that we've came up with good solutions and game plans for the stage 2, and we were able to show it in our full strength, we are aiming for the more high possible. I mean, we are not like. We want to win, obviously, as everybody would like to. But I think we have that mindset of winner that we didn't really have in Charlotte on purpose, because the situation is different. So we're just going in Berlin with full confidence and determined to at least get out of the groups. That's our first objective, right? And then we'll see how it goes.
All right. Anything you would like to say to the fans out there?
Much kisses. Love you guys. Mwah. One pack.
Honestly, so lucky. Getting kisses at the end of it. Rise, I hope you're going to be sticking around till the end of the show, because we're going to be drawing the groups here live on the broadcast.
I'm so hyped, actually. It didn't happen since a very long time. I remember...
Did it in Sweden.
I remember having our groups... yeah. Oh, okay, actually in Sweden.
But that was in Sweden. It didn't set up the groups themselves, just set up the playoffs.
Oh, that was in Sweden. Yeah, I mean, in a live broadcast, right?
Yep.
Are you like...
What?
Taking out the teams for the groups?
All of us,
you?
actually. I'm just going to be there, but you can, call Fabian, call Fresh. We got Hap and Ace and probably Easy and Medics that are joining in. So it's going to be very diverse here.
We'll give you easy opponents, don't worry.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm a bit worried that Fabian is like pulling out our name for the group. So,
well, you're gonna get official.
Fabian, don't troll us, please.
If you're number 1 seed,
your group is screwed.
Well, Rise, thank you very much for coming on with us and having a chat. Congratulations on it all. You're number 1 confirmed here in the EU League, and hopefully we'll get to see you in Berlin and the rest of the team performing as best as you can. At least this time you don't have to fly to the US. I know it's always a pain in the ass, but whatever. Anyways, take care. Bye-bye. See you, Rise.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a nice cast.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And there it is. Rise giving us a bit of, I guess, reality on it all. They're very happy. Different situation than in stage 1, but they prove that they're worth the purchase, really, the pickup by the Wolverhampton Wanderers. Are you listening, Des? Okay, just to make it clear. But 7-1, that's a hell of a performance.
Yeah, that was a game.
It was indeed. Out of all the games today, this was one of them.
That was a game, and I've got to thank Wolves and Outsiders for letting us get to the games that matter quickly, because that's exactly what happened. And I think, as much as we talk about bans, Wolves were always going to go to a ban and a map that they were happy going to, that they'd already shown. We saw how formidable they were on Bank during the stage. Yeah. This isn't the first time they've played Bank, and they played the same stuff, but fundamentally, their teamwork, their fraggers, every asset they've got in their team is better than Outsiders, and that showed today.
I'm sitting down because I'm so bored.
All right, let's move on with our day then.
No, I'm allowed a few swear words to stage, and I haven't been using them for a while. And honestly, that was a shit show from Outsiders, and it's some of the worst siege I've seen in EUL in a long time. Because there's not one round in defense where they played as a team. They went 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. Even in the round where they were 5 versus 3 up, they still gave them 1 versus 1s. First entry kill, 1 versus 1. Second entry kill was 1 versus 1. And then we're dying 1 by 1 by 1 by 1. There's no team play. They're not a team. They're 5 Russian players.
Go off, Queen!
I don't need to be a queen.
You are.
But
Queen of my heart.
Outsiders, what the hell are you doing? Honestly, it was shit.
This is why it irritates me when teams say about Outsiders, and people say about Outsiders, oh, I think they should be a top 4 team, because they get it right once every 8 games. They got it right last week, but they've got it wrong in literally every game. this stage, apart from when teams have imploded against them.
There was not one good round from Outsiders the entire time. Like,
this is what we're coming to see from Outsiders. This is the norm from them, and that's not necessarily acceptable inside of this professional level of play.
I just look at Milan playing in Janitors. He catches Mowgli off guard. I think it was round 1 or round 2. He catches Mowgli off guard sitting in the corner. And then he does exactly the same 4 rounds later and gets called off because Mowgli nades him to 1 HP. And then he just pre-fires the corner. And I'm like, dude, you just tricked him. Do you think that a smart player like this is going to fall for the same thing twice? And it's just you hiding behind a shelf. They're not. Look into what you're doing, Outsiders. That was pathetic.
Fresh and Friends stack in EUL when?
No, I mean...
Come on.
The thing is you've got higher expectations for every single team in this league. And unfortunately, there's a lot of teams, I don't want to put a negative tint on things, but there's a lot of teams in this league that are putting in similar performances to Outsiders week after week after week, which aren't to the level that anybody wants to see. And that's why we say Europe is weak as a region.
Well, moving on from that... Wolves are in. They're number 1. They cannot be taken away from that spot. Outsiders have to look back at the drawing board in preparation for Stage 3. So, from this first game, we go on to the one that actually matters quite a bit. M&M versus Pones. M&M need 1 more point. Can they finally do it? We'll have to see after the break. He's taken down. Bibu pulling back, happy with the performance. There it is. back foes. Pones versus M&M Gaming is about to begin. All on M&M for this one. A 1 point is all they need to make it through. And Pones fighting for a relegation spot come the end of the year. Welcome back to the desk. I'm El Shemedic. With me are Fresh and Fabian. Let's talk about these two squads, starting off with M&M. You know a thing or two about this UK team?
I know a few things about them, and I know that they should be qualified for the major by now, but unfortunately the pressure did get to them last week. They are in, fortunately for them, exactly the same position. 1 point is all they need from this game, and they will be going to Berlin. And I think this is a team that everyone knows has got a decent amount of substance in them. They've got a great amount of talent. They've got a front three that on their day of Solotov, Tyrant and Usus are absolutely scary as anything. They've got clutch potential in Neo and Nello, and they've got a really well-rounded team, I'd like to say. They had a really nice run, beating Secret, G2, Na'Vi, BDS, and then that shock loss last week to Outsiders, which I put more onto M&M than I do put onto Outsiders from that. So what they're looking for today is 1 point first and foremost, but a better performance and I think better team play overall.
That's definitely what they're expecting from, and kind of what I'm expecting from them as well. It's just, you cannot afford yourself to lose out on the mentality now and kind of crumble under the pressure, because I remember back in Playday 3, I said M&M is probably the number 4 team that I will see go through the intermediate, even though they only had 3 points at that time. But we knew the quality of them, and they just can't afford now to just... I mean, we lost to Outsiders. Are they going to lose to Pones now? I don't think they will. It's just that they need to show that they don't.
Pull it together for one more game, and we'll get to see that'll be M&M's first ever major they go to. They qualified to 6 Invitational 2022, and some of you watched them earlier on in the year. They always sucked in the games that started at 10 a.m., but always did well in the afternoon. But hey, they're going to have to deal with all of it. This is the afternoon, no excuses, or early evening, I guess. No excuses for this one. Pones, though, on the other side. Fabian, I know you have a thing or two to say about the squad. Tough times, but could get some points.
I mean, I think that they look better this stage than they did last one, even though it hasn't been that much of a difference in the results, right? They are playing a little bit better as a team, but then again, we also have a mission really stepping up, and I think that the reason why they look better as a team is probably because he's performing so well at the individual level that those problems that they have deeper down don't get seen because a mission is just hitting his shots.
They've got a map issue as well, and I will always talk about it. They've got a very small map pool they play. Their 2 wins this stage were on Cafe and Clubhouse and maps that they play. So I think they look all right when they play on those maps. And when they force themselves onto Chalet 4 maps in a row, 4 play days in a row, they don't look particularly great.
Yeah, it's a lot of problems, and I think that they need quite a lot of time to fix these issues. And I think that the break that they have now, if they don't change players and they kind of just work on their map pool, I think we'll see something better, but no, I'm not expecting wonders. We do have a head-to-head prepared as well, and it's just basically to showcase 2 of the players that have been standing out very much. And I mean, here it says that a mission is above uses on everything. They play very different roles. That's what you need to look at. A mission is actually playing hard breacher and more supportive operators in defense, while uses is basically just fragging out. So we're looking at 2 players that have been really standing out for their teams. 2 completely different roles, 2 teams that play completely different games, but I'm just impressed with how consistent these 2 players have been throughout the entire stage.
We spoke about Mission in the pre-show in the awards because he's like the 2nd-rated player, 3rd-rated player in the entire stage, right? On a team that's bottom of the league. One player that we didn't talk about at all is Usus. And I think Usus, for me, the bit that I like most about Usus is how smart he is, how he plays situations exactly how they should be played in, I would say, 95% of situations that he gets himself in, particularly when he's covering plants or certain angles and anticipation when he's covering multiple angles. Really impresses me. He is a top player.
He for sure is. Just before we move on, we need to see Tyrant wake up a little bit. He has had a quiet stage, and I think that when he wakes up, I think we could have seen M&M at even much higher than been fighting for these 2 spots. I think they could have been a top 1 contender if he hadn't been so quiet, but it's very unlike him. We've seen so much more from him. We know what he got.
We know he's got the quality.
Hopefully next stage, they can really show off that.
Well, let's see which map this will play on. Reminder, M&M need 1 point. The moment they hit 6 match point, it's done. They'll make it to Berlin. Simple as that, much like Rogue and last Playday. Villa will be our decider. Pones starting off on the attacking side with M&M on defense.
So against Pones, what a lot of teams do is ban Villa, Oregon Club, Cafe. The reason for that is because they're the 4 maps that Pones plays. Now, Villa's going to be the decider. The reason being is that Eminem's permaban is bank, which means Eminem could not ban the 4 good maps for Pones and their permaban. They had to choose one map. So whichever Eminem didn't ban is the one we were going to. Realistically, that was going to be Oregon or Villa because they also don't like club. So Oregon or Villa for me. I think Villa, Eminem had some impressive results on it, but also some less than impressive results on it as well. They looked very good against Secret. And for Pone's point of view, it's one of their better maps, but it's like their 4th in their better maps.
Yeah, I think the Villa is a good pick for both teams to a certain degree. It's just to show off which team can show up. Because if Eminem comes up and they have stress on their shoulders today, which they obviously will because of the weight of the game, anything could happen. But I do think Eminem is strong enough to push through Pones.
I think the map pick makes it a little bit more 50-50 and a little less clear-cut than you might expect, though.
Well, good. Then we'll have excitement all the way through it. Again, Eminem need 1 point, and Pones are fighting for more points in preparation for Stage 3 and the eventual end of this competitive year with how things would go down in it, though. Fabian Fresh, thank you very much. Eminem versus Pones, starting off on Villa. Hap and Ace, enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. And indeed, it is me and it is Ace together here today because Emi's at the Commonwealth Games.
Cheers.
And Des is on a cruise. He decided to just dip out early, miss out on the best day of European League that you'll probably ever get.
It certainly is looking that way, isn't it? And I mean, above all, I forgot my glasses as well, so...
Want to borrow mine?
It's all right. I think
don't know how much you see with those.
behind the scenes, I don't usually wear them for casting, so there you go. Little tidbit of information for you.
Is it just a cosmetic item for you?
It's just the aesthetics, ass. I like the way they look. To be fair, I do need glasses, but I need them for distance. I don't need them for short.
Luckily, we have a monitor right in front of us.
Exactly that.
So we don't need the distance here. Unlike some of these players that will be looking for some quite long angles through the game. I would definitely be missing out on those without my glasses. Just little pixels.
I miss out on those anyway, Ham.
I do want to say it, but either way, Eminem needs 6 rounds. Pones have an opportunity here to pick up points, though, as they're also still in a heavy relegation fight. Any points they gain here today will be a bonus for Stage 3. Points that they do not need to pick up next stage. And Eminem, well, I mean, a point would qualify them, but not picking up any could also still keep them into that good spot, depending on how heroic and Secret will perform later today.
We're going to have Thatcher and Knock taken away as our first 2. Knock bans are on the rise a little bit, not just kept to bank anymore. We do see them creeping in elsewhere. A lot of utility available with the nades, and obviously the silence of that operator can be oppressive in itself. Azami will go by the wayside and joined, unsurprisingly, by Valkyrie. So Azami, I mean, particularly when I think of Azami and I think of Villa, I think of Alamau. Playing from Master Bedroom, really able to shut that area down fantastically well, and since we've seen those sorts of players, Azami ban rate on Villa going up.
Azami definitely a very oppressive operator, using those keeper barriers to truly change whatever angle you might have trained yourself to pre-fire over the past couple years, because suddenly a barrier pops up, suddenly there is a different kind of head, like angle height that you need to watch for, and suddenly that is your life gone if you don't drone it out properly. I think that's the one thing that keeps it a bit balanced, though, is the drones that are, of course, in the game, because you have the opportunity to check it out. And there you have it. Eliminated for Pones. Any point will confirm Eminem. So that means 6 rounds. So that is something we'll be counting for here today, Tim. But there's also 3 other things we can be counting for here in this game. You want to know what it is?
I do.
Okay, so we always
I know what you're going to say, huh?
We always make that big deal out of the 100. Now, in BR6, we had 3 players that reached 100. In NAL, we had 3 players that reached 100. In the European League, there is still going to be 6 players that could reach it today, and 3 of them are currently in this game. We have a Mission that will need 11. We have Users that will need 9, and Solotov with just a mere 7. So those are also things we can look out for. See if all these 3 players are going to be able to reach the 100 mark.
A Mission's coming into the building like he wants it. He's got a drone at his feet. He's on the thinker. He is not messing about here. Straight away into dining and kitchen. Wants to get himself underneath. Going to be attacking on Strike. trophy statuary. Tyrant is actually going to open things up. I know he was picked up on previously in the pre-show. He's going to be finding that opening kill onto Exodus, so that is a great start for M&M, who, of course, will keep banging on about it. They just need 6 rounds to get themselves to the Berlin Major. These are the most 6 important rounds of the stage for them. It is as simple as that, and they've got themselves the early advantage. Iana gone, and more importantly, especially on Villa, 2 nades gone.
These are also going to be the last 6 rounds they can try it in, or last match, actually. They can try and get these 6 rounds in. Now, Emission still below, having a grenade available. Managed to connect a little bit to users, but of course wants to connect bigger than that. Needs to get a kill. And still has that 1 grenade in pocket. He's looking for the Electro Claw, seeing if he can take it off the wall so the breach can come through, but it's quite difficult to eventually reach it. Doesn't seem like he's going to be able to find it as of yet. Definitely making some noise. It could be flanked here if he doesn't pay attention.
I think he was just waiting for that yellow ping that we saw come in there, maybe just looking to try and identify the position, but needs to be careful here because he got Nello on a lurk down in the basement. There was a drone down there, so there is a potential for them knowing, sorry, not Nello, it's Neo. They just like to confuse us with things like that. Yes. We'll have usernames with 1 letter different, but it's going to be Neo on the roam with the Jaeger moving upstairs. I'm not sure if Emission is aware or not. WTG does manage to shut down Solotov. That's not going to help him for the 7 kills that he's going to be looking for that century inside of this. Either just moving in through bathroom. A little bit of control gained by Pawns here, but this one is still very much on the edge in terms of rounds and who is going to win it. Emission hasn't managed to push upstairs yet. He's aware of Neo's position, I think, because he's moving very carefully in that direction, but Neo is able to get himself up to the top of Astro stairs. He takes Scyther down, drops him to the floor. Unlikely to be collected at this point. 40 seconds left to go. He's crawling to safety. Can they manage it? That's a bit of a steal in the shower from Nico there.
Emission doesn't know Neo is this close. He's still looking to get a grenade or some verticality up there. Might lose his life to Neo if he doesn't actually check the corner, which he doesn't, but Neo missed the shot. Neo. He now knows he's in there, but Emission, he needs to go. He needs to push in. They cannot wait. Someone's right behind the boxes, and it's a shotgun that's about to be swinging around the corner, but actually Nello will drop. It's a 2-on-4. Neo goes for a bit of a team fire damage there, but it doesn't matter in the end. Users will be able to lock off that final kill, and M&M still will win that first round, even though Pawns J just needed to push at that moment in time.
Big start for M&M, getting 1 of 6 required, and that will start pushing them towards. Now, even if M&M lose here, it's always important to... I love the chaos of the last day, especially when a few teams are just left still fighting for those all-important major spots. M&M can lose here, and they can still go to the major, but what needs to happen if they lose, you ask? Well, let me tell you, if M&M don't pick up any points here, they basically need G2 and BDS to lose as well. They don't want them catching up. 2 points would do, but basically they don't want regulation wins for both G2 and BDS. They really are looking towards a heroic win particularly, but they could still be in danger then because their round count is pretty low. So if, for example, heroic win and BDS win, BDS could well steal that spot. So M&M, they are on the edge, teetering if they don't get any points here. So they need to continue that momentum, keep winning these rounds. They're on defense. We'd expect them to be picking them up here on Villa. They need at least 4 for me.
Yeah, that is definitely a benchmark he'll be looking to at least give them a good fighting chance. But yeah, as you said, +3 currently onto the round differential.
Not great in the grand scheme.
It's not great. Team BDS currently on +4, G2 on +6. If they both win their games...
If M&M lose, their round differential will get worse as well.
Exactly, and if G2 and BDS win, who already have both a higher round differential, it is over. That means M&M wouldn't be making it, so the 6 rounds is literally what they need. Otherwise, they need to hope that it is BDS and G2 both losing their game.
Pawns, of course, a team that have struggled throughout the stage, so M&M, they are going to know that they've got an opportunity. Nico, however, has got himself into study. He is going to be using that air jab to prevent any flank up the main stairs. That allows him to push on through from the south side towards the north. They want to get the vertical control over the top of dining and kitchen, which is the site that they're attacking onto here, so that they can start that sledgehammer of Scyther swinging to take out that destructible floor, get those vertical angles, rain down the explosives on top of the defenders. But look at this, M&M absolutely stacked on the top floor. They've got tons of guns in there.
Solotov looking to go a bit aggressive, sees a drone coming, knows he might be chased, so quickly dispatches of it, then falls back. Tyrant close onto the trophy door as well, is going to receive a mission.
Actually does a little bit of damage to him, doesn't take too much. Flashbangs to be tossed down, trying to get rid of Tyrant in this position, but he digs in even closer. Could be going aggressive with the MP5 here, but he misses his shots multiple times now.
Nearly catches the head as one peeks onto the doorway, but Tyrant decides enough is enough, drops himself over the balcony. Neo with a disgusting little angle from underneath there. He's going to show them that verticality works both ways. WTG manages to take down Solotov. Not a great start for him so far, struggling to get himself on the board. Neo gets dealt with before he can have that impact vertically. A mission manager to find the kill. That's 1 of 11 that he's looking for 100 on the stage, and leaves us now at the 1 minute mark. Pawns with a serious advantage here. 5 versus 3 and vertical control.
Still a line on the board as well. Nello, yeah, we'll be able to find that headshot. Confused by the names there for a second again. Exodus will be dropped. And with that, a 4 and 3. Slowly starting to creep back in favor of M&M. It is still possible for them to come back because with 40 seconds on the clock, every second will start to count, especially towards the defender's favor. And you also have 2 players offside currently. Some verticality can be regained by users. You also have Tyrant currently offside, able to strike in from the back once a mission decides to enter Memorial. And with that, M&M are in a good position right here, and Tyrant will find him as well.
Levels it up, 3 versus 3. User's going to take a ton of damage there at the top of Astro Stairs, but his presence is going to slow Pawns down because they know they need to be wary of that flank now. WTG has managed to get himself into Memorial. I'm not sure if Tyrant is aware. User is in position to potentially stop this diffuser going down. They're not looking the right way, but that is unfortunate. Nello manages to make amends for the team kill with the Nitro, gets himself 1. Tyrant finishes things off, and M&M going to be thanking their lucky stars that Nitro wasn't more impactful.
That could have been detrimental. The team kill coming through. So the Hibana swapping around 180 as well, aiming towards the kitchen, but looking to go for a plant rather than the kill, because then it could have been a 2-on-1 situation. But for now, M&M hold on. 4 more rounds, Tim, and they will make themselves over to Berlin to fight amongst the very best that the world of Siege has to offer. Now, they kind of escaped with this one, because Pawns, they had a massive advantage, a 2-minute advantage to be exact, before it started to be brought back by M&M. Well done by them, but you cannot help but think that round could have just gone the other way as well, especially with a team kill like that.
That's it. That's something Pawns have got to be looking at. You know, realistically, they were 5 versus 3 there. They had the man advantage. They had the vertical control. I don't think they really did enough with the vertical control for me. They sort of fought over it tooth and nail. Got it. Were in control of Master. They were in control of Bathroom, in control of Statuary. But they just didn't really do too much with it. We didn't see a lot of impact. And that was maybe a smart play from M&M, because you commented on it at the time, Hap. They basically abandoned sight. They had 2 players that just ran off site, and it left Pawns looking for a little bit of a needle in a haystack, essentially, just trying to find that one man who was left. There was no option then with time ticking by but to push direct to site, and that is when M&M were able to spring the trap. But there was still a little bit of luck sprinkled in there for M&M. There is no question about it. Nello sighing a breath of relief after that Nitro found his teammate, but he was able to still clutch things out. So we head into round number 3. We're 30 seconds in. It's Aviator Games is the attack, and Pawns are moving swiftly from the north side.
Now, we heard Fabian say it on the desk. We really need Tyrant to step up a little bit for M&M to make it through. So far, he's doing that. 4 on 0, definitely carrying his weight here, trying to get M&M across the finish line. And that finish line, that doesn't even need to be 3 points. It just needs to be 6 rounds. Anything after that doesn't matter anymore, because they would be confirmed for Berlin. Now, Nico trying to get some good information now, hoping to find out where the Electroclaw was located, but failed to do so eventually, and that means they need to go for a bit of a guess. EMP darts are coming in, stopping these drones from gathering too much information, and as the rest of Pawns is slowly starting to assemble themselves on that top floor, a flank is starting to loom from Tyrant onto the actual astronomy stairs.
Now we're watching on the bulletproof cam there, going to be feeding that information in. The mission is pushing into 90 corridor, but Pawns have got themselves set up quite nicely here. They are very aware of the potential for an Astro flank, but they've got themselves the north side of the map. They're taking out utility. That is going to be the bulletproof camera gone as well. We can see the Banshee taking down. So this is all good from Pawns. Do they know about Tyrant? He's just taken out a drone, so they absolutely should. It looks like Tyrant might just be moving himself towards those main stairs, which is going to be the safer route to get himself back up to the top floor.
He knows he's being chased though by those Roteros. Solotov will be taken out by Nico. Not having the best of games so far. Was very close, but still onto 0 kills so far. Being shut down every single time before an impact truly comes in. And of course, he's placed his mute jammers down. There will be an impact indirectly by those utility pieces, but he of course wants to have an impact with his gun as well, as the rest of Pwn slowly starting to circle themselves around the site. WTG, the only one close to the actual study, has Neo close, means he's not able to cross, and thus will be on a bit of a long angle watch.
Tyrant is still trying to get on the flank, try as he might. Pawns have been able to repeatedly spot him out so far, but he is still keeping himself just ratting away in that mid-floor there and making their lives difficult. You can see it's actually taking Cider and Nico at the minute off the board, but it doesn't matter because it's WTG whose name is lighting up the kill feed. Manages to get himself to Tyrant is underneath as Exodus tries to plant. A mission might go in to recover. He does. He gets down. This is huge from Tyrant, but the 2 final kills come in. One was down. Nico finishes Tyrant, and that's going to close out the round. Pawns managing a successful attack on Aviator Games.
Tyrant able to continue sneaking around there. Almost managed to, well, let him win that round for M&M. Put them up to 0-3. But luckily, Pwns, they had that redundancy. They had some extra manpower available to make sure that that would not happen. And they win that first round. M&M denied from the 0-3 so far. But still only 4 rounds needed to make it to Berlin. That is the story every single round. Will they make it? Will they not? Are they putting that one leg towards the other and make sure that they slowly step into the airplane that will be heading for Germany in just a couple weeks' time?
Solotov having a little bit, I don't want to put all this onto one player, it's a team effort as always, but Solotov just struggling by his own standards. Coming into this, we named 3 players who could hit 100 kills to the stage, and that is a serious benchmark to be reaching, and Solotov is actually leading that race. And it is still the case. Users has tied it up. Users has tied it up. Both of them need 7 kills. They both sat on 93 at the minute, you know, but Solotov came into this leading that. He hasn't picked up a kill yet, and it's something that M&M don't rely on as such. You've got, you know, Users and Tyrant backing him up in that line, but they need that little bit more. They need everybody to be giving everything here. You can't come away from a game like this having left anything on the field, and right now you just know that Solotov has got more to give, and right now over these next couple of rounds is the time to do it. Guarantee a couple of rounds, get yourself onto 4, really give your team every opportunity to find those rounds that you need. Amision has impressed me with his speed so far. Inside of the map once again, aggressive drone in at his feet, looking for those entry kills. It's surely a matter of time until he starts finding them.
He just has a general knowledge of what is going to be clear, where he can enter from quickly and see if he can put up the pressure that way. But they could also come back to bite them at some point. Once M&M finds out where he's entering from every single time, that could just as well be an entry death. An early one of that, which is not going to be contested. At least for now, he lives. And that is going to be a grenade kill. Finds Users, one of those players, into that top race. Solotov will find Saiter, so finds his very first. But Exodus instantly comes in with a trait themselves. Pwns come off flying in this round.
Certainly do once again. Pwns looked good at the beginning of the last round as well, but we have seen them throw away a 5 versus 3 back in round 2, so it's certainly not beyond M&M to be winning this round, but it is a big question of how M&M are going to do when they are put under pressure by Pwns, when they know what the prize is in their mind. It's 4 versus 3. Neo playing on the Astro stairs where we saw him previously. Pwns have got themselves comfortable control of the south side. A mission is underneath. If he can get himself into dining and kitchen, there could be a real opportunity for vertical nades. That one's not going to find anybody, I'm afraid. A mission as Solotov has dipped himself deeper back now. The information was just a little bit late on that one. Further explosives raining in. Solotov, he's gone even further now. He's dipped himself back into Astro and holding a deep line. Neo and a mission might just come together again here. Neo managed to miss his shots last time. This time he's going to scurry away, but not before a mission finds the kill. 4v2.
Mission currently onto 93 as well, so he's definitely catching up to the 2 M&M players here, having a, well, okay game so far. 5, that is actually overtakes them as he's trying to make sure that Pwns is going to be able to get a second round in. WTG wanted to go for a plan, but the smoke canister will stop him temporarily. 30 seconds onto the clock here, we'll find the final one. Nello gets taken out, and it's Pwns that will equalize the score so far, 2-2.
Well, what started out looking like maybe a little bit of a walk in the park for M&M to qualify here has just turned into something altogether different right now. Pawns able to get 2 rounds in a row, level things up to 2, and M&M know that they are in a game here. Pawns looking to spoil the party, not wanting to let M&M have it all their own way in the qualification battle. M&M now going to be going down to dining and kitchen. They've got 2 defensive rounds remaining, and boy oh boy, do they want to be winning both of them.
We now have Emission on 94, Solotov on 94, Yuzus on 93. So it is getting quite close here. Emission definitely having the better game of the 3, but look at WTG, for example, also stepping up onto 5 kills. Now, he is the 2nd best rated player onto Pwns, but he's never really been like the positive kind, right? As in like positive KD. He's always been slightly negative, and now he's definitely in a good shape here. Even swapping off of the Heartbreach here, going for a Twitch. And if you look at the lineup, Amaru, Finka, Lion, Twitch, Sledge, there's only one word that comes to mind, and that is going to be a rush.
Question is, are M&M going to be ready? Hap, here we go. Pawns have gone straight in. Is Exodus going to trigger? No, nobody's going to trigger anything because Nello's on the trigger with a headshot and a kill onto WTG and Nico. That puts pay to the rush, but Nello is out of things. Neo is down as well. Solotov comes fighting his way back onto site. It's now 4v1. It's all up to Exodus, super low health. 35 seconds into the round. We don't often see things of the like, but M&M, they have just stood up tall and they have said, we are ready. We're having absolutely none of this. And Neo, he can surely be collected now, and that's going to leave them in a 4 versus 1.
Definitely can give some credit to Nello there. Stopped out the initial push. Shut down 2 out of 3 players and put Exodus down quite low as well. Before a response came in, users will find that very final one. Shuts down Exodus. And with that, M&M is going to be able to put themselves onto 3-2. So they take that lead again after just shortly losing it to an equalizer.
I think M&M are going to be very grateful to Nello there.
Very helpful, yeah, grateful.
His reactions on the pantry door when faced with, and how often do we see this happen? Suddenly you're faced with 3 people and you've got too many options, and we so often see players take 20 damage off that player, 50 damage off that player, but don't find any kills because they're like a child in a sweet shop. They're just grabbing for everything in front of them and they don't get any of them. But this time, Nello, he managed to find 2 out of 3. And it really did just break the back of that rush, slowed it right down, and just kept M&M in the round. They managed to get the win downstairs. It's the final defense now. It's Aviator Games. They lost this one back in round 3. Can they do any better this time?
It's actually the 2nd time we've seen that today. We could just take a look back at the previous game where Bibu was ready to shut down the rush that came in on their side from outsiders through the copy window. Also shut down 2 out of 3 players that jumped through before he died, unfortunately. But Pwns, are they going to be able to put a 3rd on the board? They might have been content with their 2nd round and decided, you know what, let's just go for that rush. Let's see what we can bring. If we can put something up on the table here. Now back towards their more default lineup. You see Emission back onto the Finka. Was shortly on the Amaru. Actually managed to get the injure, but not the confirm. Didn't really matter that much in the end, of course, because we were completely shut down before that rush even properly started. They got into the room. That's about it. That's how far they came. And at the top floor, needing to be taken first. Tyrant being the blockade that M&M have tossed up.
Here we go then. Pawns are droning through, and once again, Emission is not far behind that drone. It's something that I've discussed before. Basically, the distance from your entry player to the drone determines the level of aggression that you're playing with. And Emission, about 10 feet behind that drone, is playing super aggressive here. He's going in. He wants those kills. He wants to give his team every opportunity. 6 kills away from the 100 he is, and he has now managed to push his way into 90 corridor. M&M have been forced away. Neo's dipped back all the way to the top of main. main stairs. They need to be careful of Solotov, who I think is lurking underneath with the mute at the minute. Nitro in hand. No, he's in vault. It was just difficult to see exactly where his silhouette was. So M&M, it's Tyrant once again downstairs. Doesn't have a Nitro, of course. Does have impact. Can open up the floor beneath. But I'm sure pawns are going to be ready for that this time.
Electroclaws on the outside of the vault door there, so they're not going to be able to quite reach that unless they get a Rotero around the corner. But it's currently being watched by users, so it's going to be quite difficult to get that into the right place, unless, of course, he watches the wrong decision, the wrong angle. Now, I believe that they detonated the Rotero a bit early there, so the wall hasn't been opened up, and a Solotov takes, so they had a Nico quite cleanly. It's going to be another man advantage here for M&M.
Great start for M&M, exactly what they needed. As I said, back in round 4, they needed to win those next 2 rounds, 5 and 6, to put themselves 4-2 at the half, and it certainly looked like they've put the best foot forward towards doing exactly that. Solotov just dips out of the challenge there, almost goes in on Map's door, but might be thankful that he didn't. He was stacking up against a number of guns there. A Mission trying to hold a long angle through sight, just can't see the man in behind because he's the other side of the wall. Don't get over excited by those silhouettes. A Mission just pushing in now. Solotov inside of vault, needs to be careful here, being challenged from him behind the bar as well. Manages to get one. That's a good start for pawns here in the attack. A Mission can continue his push through. If he has a look at the top of main stairs, there might be another for him, but no. User steps into vault and just replaces that position. 30 seconds left to go, and it's 4 versus 3. M&M have the advantage.
Tyrant still below as well, could be playing a huge role here if a plant eventually does decide to go down in favor of pawns. But I believe that they have left the diffuser. No, just have caught it. Tyrant though still below, could be in that crucial role because now he can start rotating right beyond the vault as the plant is going down, and Nitro comes in as well, will actually stop the planter from going through. It's Users that picks up the kill. WTG will respond, but the time will run out. Scyther just started it, but Tyrant from below will get the headshot and stop Scyther from putting that diffuser onto the ground permanently and counting down from 45 seconds. And with that, M&M, 4-2, 2 more rounds to go.
Little bit of a mistake from pawns there, I think. Not dealing with Tyrant underneath. They saw the impact that he had last time they attacked that site. Granted, it didn't cost them the round that time, but he was able to put down 2 people who were trying to find that diffuser and put it on the ground, and they just didn't account for that this time. They didn't really get anybody in underneath to clear. It all came through 90 corridor. They allowed Tyrant to play down there, and he is their undoing ultimately. So certainly something that pawns need to be picking up on quicker in future, not allowing those players to just rinse and repeat on the defense what has worked previously for them. So that's going to be a 4-2 half for M&M. Let's give you a little update on the numerous milestones that we're looking at inside of this game. Don't worry, you're not going to miss a one. M&M, they're looking for 6 rounds. That gets them to Berlin. 2 more will do them, and they're going to be feeling confident now that they've got themselves the 4 on defense. We've got Emission wanting 11 kills. He's on 6. Users needs 9. He's on 4. And then we've got Solotov who needs 7, and he is on 4. So closest yet to the 100 is Solotov. It's going to be 3 kills left for him to go, and he will get there. I think we're going to see a couple of these players make it, if I'm honest.
We could even see all 3 of them make it if pawns manage to drag out this game long enough, if they manage to fight this all the way towards overtime, possibly even. And remember, all M&M needs is overtime. So after that, no need to perform anymore, but at the same time, all the pressure will glide off your shoulders to some extent, which might free them up, which might let them play in an even better state than we've seen all season so far, because you've achieved your goal. Those last rounds don't matter anymore. Just play out of your minds.
The 7th round is honestly going to be the easiest round that M&M probably win in their lives.
This time it will be. Normally it's not, but this time it will be.
It's job done at that point. And like you say, the pressure just immediately lifts. Users, he's going to be getting in with the drone underneath. M&M looking for a strong attack to start things off. They're attacking onto Aviator Games here, which is going to be Pawns' first site of choice. They've got a fairly standard setup there, nothing too wild. They've got the Goyo brought along by Nico. That's just going to look to slow down any pushes that are coming in. They don't have the electricals of Kaid that were played against them by M&M, and did the job fantastically. Managed to keep the vault wall shut, and that was where we saw Users able to play into and find those final kills. So definitely something that Pawns could potentially pick up on from that defense. But Solotov right now looking for that tight angle. Needs to be careful though, because he's going to be challenged by Exodus as soon as he tries to walk in.
Some spots came through from that drone. Solotov not wanting to go for the pre-fire yet, though, as he doesn't know how, well, extensive that door is being held currently. He knows Exodus is quite close, but still, no response. No one truly pushing in. There is some of these Vulcan canisters blown up just to make sure that they will not be working against them later on in the round, because 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock here. Pones still holding on. Scyther onto those main stairs is here to stop users from truly moving up and potentially using these grenades. And M&M, well, they need to find an entry, but for now they're all stuck up near those main stairs.
Going to have the vertical nade attempt there. Not going to have any success. Tyrant manages to take down Scyther. What a big start for M&M, but that's not ideal. As Exodus, WTG and Amision manage to find 3-4v2 now, as Pawns have got themselves well and truly on top. Nello, he knows that there's one underneath. He's thinking of going, looking for them with the Flores, but with that diffuser in hand, it is a risky little game to play because it could put it down in no man's land. He sees him. Can he find? Yes! Gets the shots, but shut down from above in a beautiful show of vertical teamwork from Pawns there, as WTG manages to pick up that final kill with the shotgun. 20 seconds left to go, and it's all up to Neo. He's on the Nomad. He's trying to work his way in. The likelihood is here that kills are going to be required in this 1 versus 3. He checks the vertical angle. He sees his man, but all he does is take damage. 8 seconds left to go, and this round is all but run. It's all but over, and WTG comes down the stairs to finish off the last man, and that is going to be 3-4 on the scoreboard now, as once again Pawns start fighting back.
Managed to get that first defensive round on the board here. Crucial for Pawns, who are, if I am correct, all the way at the bottom of the overall standings. And quite understandably that M&M currently calls this timeout. 2 rounds all they need. You cannot afford to let it slip now. You cannot afford to lose against Pawns, who... And I mean this, it's not disrespectful or something like that, right? But they're currently in 10th place overall, 11 points over 2 stages. They're looking to be auto-relegated back towards the Challenge League at the end of the year if nothing changes quickly enough. So M&M, who are currently finding themselves in 5th, in a prime position to make it to the major, they need to be able to pick up 6 rounds here. And that's why they call it this timeout now. Better do it now than once it's suddenly 5-4 Pawns, because then it might be too late.
It really could be. They've had their 60 seconds. We all know about the strength of M&M tactical timeouts. We've seen them turn rounds, turn games on their head before. So they're going to be hoping for that now. 4-3, Pawns keeping them on a tight leash at the minute, and certainly not giving them an easy time here when it comes to getting themselves qualified for that major. It's going to be trophy and statuary from Pawns this time around for their secondary defence. To be honest, M&M are probably looking particularly towards round 9. They want to win these rounds as soon as they can, don't get me wrong, but they are going to know that even if they lose here, there's a third choice site coming along for Pawns, and that's all that M&M really need to win. If they can win that third choice site twice over, it's job done, and that is going to be the big focus. But right now, what a bonus it would be to get trophy and statuary 1. It didn't go fantastically well for M&M last time. There was a real flurry of kills from some mid-round aggression from Pawns, and M&M need to make sure that they are staying focused throughout the entire round and are ready for moments just like that.
Do you really want to wait for round 9 and 12, though, to confirm your major spot, especially that round 12?
I do.
Yes, of course.
That's the most exciting.
But I mean, if you're M&M, it's like you're really letting it come down to a round where you either lose it all or potentially qualify yourself for the major, depending on whether or not you win that one single round. So M&M will definitely be looking to win trophy here and then just get another round instantly locked up right after it. So their job is done. Their pressure is off and they can start preparing for Berlin. But Pawns, they want these points, maybe more than anybody else, because they want to keep their spot in the European League. And fair is fair, they won't keep it if they don't start picking up points anytime soon. That's a good spot.
Nello is just going to spot out the ADS being repositioned there next to the bomb chassis. Amision putting a second one down as well in what is a very late setup from the Jaeger. I'll let him off. Jaeger does have an awful lot to do. Bulletproof camera, reinforcements, ADSs. I'm pretty sure he will be looking now. He's got everything settled. He's going to be playing inside of there. Nico with a huge kill to kick things off. He's going to find users on the side of M&M, and that leaves us now 5v4, and I'm just a little bit worried about M&M here. I don't know if the pressure is just starting to tell a little bit.
It might start to tell here. I mean, they are a team with some experience aboard, but also a team that got in from Challenger League, but made it to the 6th Invitational before they even qualified for the European League, which is quite a strange thing to see. Now, Tyrant is trying to find a very tight angle here, hoping to bring back that body balance just ever so slightly towards M&M, but sides are hiding right behind the cabinet right there. Could definitely be putting some dirt into the stories of M&M here.
Solotov, he knows that he's likely to be spotted out by the bulletproof camera. No light on it at the minute, so not likely being watched. We're going to have a Banshee taken out by a nade there by Solotov, but he may well have to do something about the bulletproof camera as well. There's another Banshee just being marked out, so obviously concerned about the impact that the Malusi could have here. 5 versus 4 in favour of Pawns. 45 seconds left to go. Exodus finds Neo. 5 versus 3, and Pawns are standing tall. Hap Scyther manages to find Neo. Solotov's trying to push in, trying to get anything going, but they can't, as it's a flawless round at the worst possible time for M&M. Pawns, they managed to level things up. It's 4-4, and we've got a game on our hands.
Emission will be going for a quick leave, though, unfortunately, which will most likely result into us having a bit of a pause. But yes, that was the tactical timeout. That was supposed to be the tide turner, or the shifting of the tides, if you want to bring it back to some operation names. And now it's 4-4. 2 more rounds for opponents to pick up points, but 2 more rounds as well for M&M to start their qualification to Berlin. Now, Nello is talking quite a lot during this time. He's trying to get the troops back together. He is the experience that is on this team. He has been to events. He's won events. And now he wants to qualify for a major again to see what M&M can do over there. But 4-4, it's starting to slip away slightly. And where it might have been a bit of a worry before, it's starting to turn into a bit of a bad dream. Wondering if there's still a good ending at the end of it.
Pawns, I don't know about this. Pawns they just feel like they've hit the stride the last couple of rounds. You know, they've been completely on top of things. M&M have just not found any sort of foundation or footing inside of these attacks yet. They've not been getting onto site. They've not really been pressuring Pawns as a defensive side. You know, now is their opportunity. We talked about round 9 and 12 particularly. It's going to be the off-sites for Pawns, and that's where they are, dining and kitchen. I tell you now, Hap, 100%, if Pawns win this round,
it's over.
There will be some panic in the M&M camp.
It could even be over at that point, because that's suddenly that 5-4, the full rotation completed, and then it will truly come down to aviator games for M&M, because that's when they need to stop that bleeding. And that might have been a disconnect. No, okay, Solotov's back for a second. I was afraid there he might have been disconnected because he started moonwalking. Nico is holding it though. Could be finding him on his way in. Otherwise, it's going to be Exodus. It might be that they play on contact here. There's also some Capcan traps around, so Solotov definitely needs to be careful in his entry here.
This is it. Pawns can sort of play this now to frustrate M&M. Like you say, play off each other's contacts, just guarantee the trades and just basically grind M&M down with constant trades and trouble. Now then, nade goes in through the window, does it? No, it seems to have been put back in pocket by Tyrant. He's not going to launch it. If he had, he might have just found himself a little bit of joy inside round 9, but no, they still need to get control of top floor yet, do M&M. Just seem like there's a few ideas going on here, Harp. They need to get cohesive. They need to start working together. That's a good step. They've got the master wall breached, so that is going to force the defenders out of statuary at least. We see WTG heading back down Astro stairs.
There's still 3 more C4s in pocket and 1 pre-place though, and Mission has that pulse. They're trying to find them from below without even having to take any of these gunfights. And of course, they used one of these C4 earlier on to destroy that opening, to slow Solotov down. And that pre-place, well, there's a Mission. Actually, with the C4, doesn't catch a Solotov. He just lives, but he might be receiving a second C4 soon just to finish the job.
Solotov looks like he's going to head down the red stairs, wanting to take a challenge, but super low health, needs to be careful. It's only going to take a tickle from a bullet, and he's going to find himself down. Tyrant as well, struggling to even get inside of the building here. Scyther does take a lot of damage along the way. 1 minute left to go, and my big concern here for M&M is map control, really. They've now got themselves established above, but they're not really inside of the map yet. A Mission is going to take down Solotov. That's going to be the first kill, and it's another on his way to 100, leaving him on 9 now. 2 more will do it for a Mission as he continues to lead his team towards a potential upset here, as Pawns are 4-4 on the scoreboard, 5 versus 4 in the round, and they look like they might just be holding on to Dining and Kitchen.
Needs to be careful here. Another C4 could soon be coming underway. Yuzus has been spotted out by the Poles. Of course, one C4 left into the pockets of Exodus. A 1-man advantage as well for Pawns. 20 seconds, they need to go for a plant, and it seems like Nella might be the very first one in. That's not how you want to lead in, not with your diffuser carrier. If this goes wrong as WTG picks up yet another round, it might be the end of M&M. Nico finds Tyrant with the Capcan trap. Neo is there on the cover, but there's going to be 5 members of Pawns left. The cover is dead. It's only up to Nello, and he will fall as well. Nico shuts him down, and it's Pawns that will be leading this game with 5-4. And M&M definitely finding themselves into a bad dream now. They need to win Aviator games in this very next round.
This is it. The problem for M&M that they face now is they are going up against primary and secondary site for Pawns. They have done a full defensive rotation, so M&M are now coming up to sites that they have already lost and that are preferential towards the defenders. Pawns, 2 more rounds will spoil the party. It will seal the deal on 3 points for them. It will give them a huge boost in that year-long battle to stay away from the bottom spots, and Pawns are fighting hard for it. They're fighting harder than M&M right now, who are within a hair's breadth of making the Berlin Major, but they need to find 2 rounds. As you can see at the bottom of your screen there, regulation loss puts them down to 36% because they are just really disadvantaged in terms of the round differential. If BDS and G2 both win, M&M are almost certainly out of the Major at that point.
If G2 even wins 7-5 against Heroic, it's end of story for M&M as well. And that might even be able to get worse, because if M&M lose it here, 7-4, that's -3, puts them down onto 0. Heroic cannot lose 8-0. It's impossible.
And I mean, if Heroic win, then if BDS win, they will knock M&M out on round. Like, this becomes really problematic for M&M. They don't just need one result, they need multiple results to go in their favour. Oh dear!
Oh, this is definitely not the game they sign up for against the bottom-rated team in the European League. They might have expected themselves an easy ride through to Berlin, but it's starting to be the complete opposite. It's starting to become that nightmare we spoke about. It's starting to become Pawns that is suddenly starting to step up and put up upsets left, right, and center.
Now is the time, M&M. This is the round that you need to really step up and grab a hold of. Coming into Aviator game, Solotov is going to push himself forward into study. There's still the man on main stairs. Solotov's going super aggro here and super shut down by WTG. Users, he manages to find Nico. Neo, Users, they get in and find more kills. M&M 4 versus 2 in a mid-round flurry. They managed to come out on top. WTG, Amision, both trying to hold on at the minute, but the pressure is going to mount. WTG, he takes damage inside a site. They're trying to just buckle down here and let M&M push forward, but vertical nade from Users. He's 1 kill away from 100 hap, and Neo manages to find the final one that will put M&M 1 round away. Just 1 more round, M&M, and you are in the Berlin Major.
We said that they needed to win Aviator games, Tim. They managed to take that one. Now they have 2 more opportunities, and as Aviator games seems to be brought out again by the side of Pawns, M&M know what they did well. M&M knows what they can repeat to potentially find some success. However, the danger is as well, Pawns might adapt. They might change their setup, might play a little bit different, might go for a bit of a disruption in that early round to make sure that Users is not allowed to have these early frags.
Oh boy, I've said it once or twice before, Hap. And I'm sure everybody at home, I'm on the edge of my seat right now with this one. 5-5, M&M managed to stop a 3-round roll from Pawns as they had managed the back-to-back-to-back. They've stopped that momentum, they've sent the train off the track, and they are now looking to double down and find themselves that all-important 6th round. Users, 1 more kill will get him 100. Solotov, 3 more kills. A mission, he is 2 away. It is all to be fought for over the next couple of rounds. Round 11, it's going to see us in Aviator games again. Pawns on the defense, M&M looking for glory.
Definitely will be looking to find their 6th round. Something they failed to do the last time around. Emission though quite close. Go for the jump out. Gets the kill to Solotov. Shuts him down. He now as well is on 99 kills. And as he's starting to fall back, it is going to be MNM that needs to be rotating around. A bit of annoyance from Solotov coming into the chat right there shows that there might be a bit more of a mental game going on as well that might hinder MNM from winning this.
Probably a bit of that. Exodus, he's looking to get aggressive out into Astro here and take his peek onto Master as well. He's just going to hold himself inside the trophy, I would imagine, for as long as he can. No, he's going to dip away. Chooses to get over the balcony there, back to safety. Pawns, they're happy with what they've got, and they are going to let MNM have that north side of the map now as they start to move in towards the second phase of this defense, which is trying to get themselves back to site. Probably a little bit of gentle probing from main stairs into 90 corridor, trying to hold MNM at bay.
1 minute 45 on the clock. Pawns holding tight. They have the advantage. There is a mission still onto the flank. Now slightly rotating up the red stairs here. I mean, Tyron is quite close. He could be caught off, but of course he needs to hold tight. A mission you don't need to swing now. You can just hold. And as more air jabs are being set up around the backstairs of the Solarium, that means there's one less air jab he will have to deal with on these red stairs as the round progresses. And don't forget, he still has the opportunity to rotate back up on main as well and fight with the majority of Pawns onto the direct side.
We spoke about the potential of this coming all the way down to round 12, and it is certainly a possibility at this moment in time. Pawns have got the advantage, 5 versus 4. They've managed to burn 2 minutes of the round. MNM have been struggling so far to get themselves inside a sight, Hap, and that struggle continues as WTG swings at the perfect moment, manages to find one. Users does get his 100th kill of the stage onto Exodus to keep MNM in this.
Emission is starting to rotate up, though. The plans of Nello is attempted. Emission, he's going from below. That is going to be kill 100. No, he misses the shot with the shotgun there. He needs to go for a re-swing. Scyther goes down. Yuzus has been dropped. Neo has an opportunity to dig himself in deep again. The same goes for Nello, but the cover isn't there. It's only up to Nello now in a 1-on-3 situation. 25 seconds left on the clock, slowly ticking down. Who is going to be able to shut down Nello? Or will he go for one of those historic clutches again? He will find one. He will not find a second. Nico will shut him down, and it is 6-5 for Pawns. And one more round, one more opportunity for MNM to lock themselves in for the major. Otherwise, they need to wait for the rest of the games tonight.
This is drama and excitement of the very highest order here in the final Playday of EUL, and this is exactly why we love this game. Pawns have got themselves onto 6 before MNM could make it. It's round 12, Hap. It is the last throw of the dice for MNM here. They need to get this done, otherwise it is completely out of their hands. And as we saw on the graphic earlier, only a 36% chance of that happening, and that is taken into account. Rabuni does all the numbers for us. It takes into account every possible other outcome in the other games. How many scenarios do MNM go through? And it's about 1 in 3. It's not good for them, and they are going to be wanting to get this done. They don't want to go to 36%. They're looking for any of those hundreds. But right now, Pawns, they are poised, they are ready, Hap, and they are here to spoil their party.
If it's still done the same way as it was back when I requested it the very first time, it's about 50,000 scenarios that are being run, 50,000 simulations, and if MNM lose it here, only in 36% of those, they would make it. And that is, of course, still doable. But if you look at the game still ahead, BDS up against Secret does look very likely like BDS might be able to win that one. G2 against Heroic could honestly go either way. And only one of them needs to be not in their favor for them to not make it. So MNM, they can lock it off here. They need to win this round. Also, Solotov, 3 more kills. Emission, 1 more kill, and both of them will be reaching the 100 as well. As Users was the first one to beat the Centurion into the European League this stage.
The excitement is absolutely palpable here as the attack begins for M&M. The drone-in is there. They're playing cautiously. They don't want to give away an entry death. They have to find that first kill here and really put their best foot forward. Scyther just applying that alibi decoy to the window there, just looking to prevent easy entry coming in through that wolf window. Tyrant is pushing up 19. He knows there's a man there. He manages to find him. That is the first of 5 that they're going to need. Headshot onto Scyther, takes down the alibi, and that could be a great opener from Tyrant there. He needed a big game today, and he has delivered. 9th kill so far. M&M have the advantage.
Now, this is the round where it either becomes a nightmare for M&M or the start of an incredible story where they will head to Berlin. They have the very first kill. They need to find 4 more in the next 1 minute and 22 seconds. However, the favor is definitely still with the defense in terms of time. It starts to tick down slowly. M&M, they need to find more entries than just the one they found, especially with a mission that's still alive. We know how much of an incredible player he is, and as long as he's still standing, that round is not one for M&M.
Pawns have played well so far tonight. They've had great timing on their aggression. They've been willing to take gunfights, and they've won plenty of them as well. As you say, Exodus, he is going to have the natural right, but no joy. Solitov looking to get that inside. Nico taken down as users, pushes with a double kill towards Berlin, and in comes the nade, and that is going to be the guarantee that M&M were looking for. They needed round 12. They got it. And they catapult themselves into the Berlin Major.
It almost feels like it was over, but it's not yet. We are going to overtime, Tim, but it doesn't matter anymore for M&M. Pawns still have these points to fight for, where they find themselves in a position where they could potentially find themselves out of the relegation spot at the end of Stage 3. There's still these kill records to be played for, the Centurions to be given out. Only one of them has reached it so far, it's Users, but he managed to have an incredible round there as well as soon as he broke through it, really catapulting M&M through that round, allowing them to tie it all up. And with that, that's one of the spots given away. That is one more name into the draw that will be happening later tonight to find out who plays in what group. But there's still a game to be played. There's still points to be given away, or rather a point to be given away between these two teams. And potentially still 2 more Centurions to be made.
Oh boy, that is M&M through. That is 3 teams confirmed from EUL now. We've got Wolves, we've got Rogue, and we have got M&M, which makes the rest of the games even tastier. It makes them even spicier. We've got 3 teams now fighting over just 1 spot. And if I'd have said at the beginning of this stage, at the beginning of this year, that BDS and G2 would be 2 of the names fighting over a final spot for the Major, and at least one of them not going, I don't think many people would have believed that, but that is the position that we are in. There's going to be a lot more action to come for tonight, but we need to finish this game off first. We're in overtime, best of 3 rounds now, as M&M start out on the attack again. It has been a 4-2 half in both directions, so you would give a slight advantage to Pawns here, being that they are on the defence to kick things off. They're going to start with aviator games, and as we've seen every round so far, Solitov is looking to push himself into study to begin with.
Now the pressure is off though from M&M, and that is going to be the massive change. Saito not really aware, or might have been aware of the RC Retiro popping off right next to him, taking out some of that utility. Has some cover up on the bar. It's going to be receiving another RC Retiro. Does blow up, but doesn't get any utility. 3 discs still up. However, just a single grenade will be burning all 3 of them. That's something they need to be careful of.
It's something that I picked up on and complained about previously. Those were my magnets. You got to think about their location, because the detonation, the explosion still happens. And like you say, you lose the utility that it's too close to. Tyrant, he manages to take down Nico. That is a great opener for M&M. Solitov, he manages to get kill 98, taking Exodus down. 2 more for him to go. Leaves us now in a 5 versus 3, and as you said, Hap, it's like the seal has been broken for M&M. The pressure is off, and they're starting to play with a new freedom, but Solitov, he's going to be taken down by a combination of bullets and gas as WTG manages to find his man. 1 minute 15 left to go.
Oh, the pings are coming through. A mission jumped up from the hedge, but he's not going to be able to lock it out. And indeed, the seal has been broken. Tyrant locks it off with a triple kill to come through, and that is going to be M&M onto match point. They have the opportunity here to find their 2 points, but they've already qualified, and the pressure is off. They don't need to perform anymore. Now they can just play for the win. They can relax. They can play like they can. Like they can play with the best of their abilities now without any of the pressure being present.
We're going to be heading into round number 14 then of a potential 15 here. We're going to see M&M move on to the defence. They're actually going to take Dining and Kitchen. Interesting site choice. We saw them play it in round 2. We saw them win it in round 2. We saw them play it in round 5. And guess what? We saw them win it in round 5. So 100% record on the day for M&M defending Dining and Kitchen. They're going to try again. From memory, Pawns struggled to get top floor control and really use it. You know, when they did get in there, they were a little bit limited on time. They didn't really find anything from the verticality, and they'd spent a lot of time and utility and indeed manpower and effort trying to get in there. So it was well managed by M&M. We also had the potential rush onto the door where Nello was able to shut that down on pantry door. I don't think we're going to see that again from Pawns. It's going to be more of a round 2 strategy where they try to get that top floor control, but I'm pretty sure M&M are going to be feeling quite confident of this one.
Yeah, finding themselves in the kitchen. However, we have to realise that one of the rounds that Pawns went for on this exact side was the rush, which was very quickly shut down by Nello on that Cade, which was, if you look at the grand scheme of things right now, one of the most important stops of a rush that we have seen, because if Nello wasn't there, that wouldn't have been M&M currently going to the major. That would have been a Pawns round, and that would have been, well, potentially the game over.
Sadler is going to stick that long angle for probably a little while. He's moving off it now, but the reason that he was holding on to that was that he saw the animation, the interaction with the laser gate that was on that window. It just told him that there was somebody around that area, so he was holding on just to see if they came back and had another little look, but there will be no joy for him. Pawns once again into the map quite quickly here, 45 seconds, and already inside they are, moving from the south to the north, looking to get that pressure on to the site nice and early. Look to get the kills above and then start working down. If they can be looking at verticality at a minute 30, a minute on the clock, they're doing pretty well.
Solotov against the mission right here. Solotov needing to. A mission just one. If this ends here for a mission, he's not going to be a Centurion, but he will find it. And that is going to be his 100th. Solotov shut down, hoping that we might see around 15 so he can get it as well. Or is it going to be M&M that clutches us out? Nope. The mission so far, another kill on the board right here. Uses Ghost for a jump out, doesn't check behind him, gets shut down by WTG. And Pawns are looking to bring this all the way to 15.
The Thinker Boost will come in as well, just to boost those players back up who had lost a little bit of health in those exchanges. Neo, he's going to be on site. Nello could be in a big position to play spoiler here, as he can get himself up onto the flank, but with the EU1D scan coming in, Nello has no choice but to move, and his position will be known. We see the pressure mounting through the hatch as he tries to turn tail and run. Does manage to get himself back into sight, but with 58 seconds left to go, there is an awful lot of pressure for M&M to absorb here. Neo, he's going to help things as he manages to take down a mission, managing to find him with the shotgun and leave us now in a 4v2, but still heavy advantage to Pawns.
Still a heavy advantage indeed, but they have some people upstairs looking through some verticals. But with 35 seconds on the clock, the true fight is coming down onto the actual site. When the plant comes through, is there any utility left? Yes, a nitro in the hands of Nello. It's flying over, but it won't detonate as WTG is there with the cover. And with that, a reply comes in. Neo finds one, but the plant is on the board. 45 seconds are counting down. Neo taking a lot of damage, rotating around over towards the China area. Is he going to be able to clutch this out for his team? Is he going to be able to bring 2 points home to M&M? Or will he be shut down? The smoke canister gets tossed in. They know exactly where he is. A second one tossed as well to try and dislocate the player close onto the bomb chassis, onto the door, but it's Nico that locks it out, and it's 15 rounds that we will go to.
We're going all the way up, and this game deserves absolutely no less. What an absolute brawl this has been between the two of them, and M&M find themselves in a position where they might actually just do the bare minimum here, but they won't care one way or another, because the result is the same. 1.3 points, 2 points, it's all irrelevant to M&M now. We're going to be heading into our final round. Pawns will take the defence, and they're going to head down to Dining and Kitchen as well.
The last round of this game. M&M qualified. They'll be more than happy with that. Even if they lose it now, you can see it in the qualifier probability. In overtime loss or overtime win, both 100%. And with that, they'll be playing as they wish. Pwns, of course, they have a lot more to play for. They have the relegation in mind. They have their careers in mind. And that's how you have to see it. And of course, Solotov still chasing his 100th. It's going to be the only achievement that M&M can still go for in this game. All the other boxes have been ticked so far. Qualification, 2 hitting the 100. Just Solotov left.
Just Solotov to go. He needs 2 more kills, and he's going to need them inside of this round, but it's been kind of a slow day for him. And after the stage that he's had, let me tell you something, it will be irrelevant to Solotov largely that he hasn't hit 100. He isn't going to care one bit. The point is M&M have got themselves through to a major. They've finished top 4 in their second stage of EUL. That is massive for this team, and that's all they're going to care about. That's a big shot coming out of the Twitch drone there, able to take out that mirror window that Exodus has brought along. That is going to be a big part of unpicking this defense, so that's a great start for M&M. But Solotov, as I say, he's not going to care one bit. It'd be a nice cherry on the cake if he can manage to find his 2 kills, but a quiet game overall for him isn't going to matter when M&M have got what they needed. We're going to have the second Twitch drone going in here, just looking to take out the default cam and maybe heading towards site for any further utility burning.
Still been averaging about 11, 12 kills every game so far. So Solotov definitely has been having a huge impact on M&M, and their success story of making it to the major is just a cherry on top of the cake, as you managed to say before. But with the opening onto that mirror window, Solotov now getting grenades down below. Mission aware of the fact he might be hunted. Of course, playing on that pulse. The drone coming around the corner will indeed confirm that a mission is out there, so a hunt might be on by both Nello and Solotov combined. And that grenade around the corner from above might actually displace WTG. Barely did any damage somehow.
WTG indeed able to hold on. He's going to look for the shotgun peak. He's going to find the shotgun peak. Takes down Nello with a beautiful blast. WTG taking a lot of damage along the way, but he's not going to mind. That's the Maverick gone. And that is... no nades gone. He'd already been able to use them, so the utility not lost. Tyrant has still got 2 in pocket and will be able to continue raining some explosives down from above potentially if they choose to go for the vertical option. 1 minute 10 left to go. Tyrant currently down in the basement on the sledge, so there's not going to be much verticality unless M&M get a serious move on.
Neo and Solotov both being spotted out by Emission here. Some good information on the side of Pwns. However, Users is coming on a bit of a flank, and they don't seem to be fully aware of that. C4 being tossed out, but sniped out. Won't be able to detonate here. Neo picked up, and that's a diffuser drop. Tyrant is going to be able to come in from the back with that sledgehammer. Emission will be shutting down Solotov. He will not be reaching the 100 this time around, but Tyrant is still on a bit of a clutch here. Finds 3, suddenly it's all up to Exodus now in a 1-on-2 situation. If they want these 2 points, they will have to fight for it. Exodus will need to go for a massive clutch, and with 30 seconds left, he finds the very first. Does he know where the last one is? That's the big question. No, it's the Capca trap that will end it here for Pwns, and it's going to be GG, and it will be Pwns that pick up the 2 points, and M&M that will go to the Berlin Major.
I think Nico's quite happy with that final Capcan trap. We've got a big celebration from Nico on the Capcan. Big brain indeed. M&M doing as much as they needed to. Picking up the point in overtime is going to put them through to the Berlin Major. Only just. It is the minimum that they needed. And Pwns, didn't they just make their life hard? They weren't allowing them to have any easy success there tonight.
And we haven't talked about him enough. WTG, 17 kills. He wasn't one of the big storylines of making it to 100, qualifying to the major, needing to step up like Tyrant, who also 16 kills, stepped up massively for M&M, and definitely a big factor as of why they've made it to the major here today. Overall, impressive game. 15 rounds, everything we could have wished for. And with that said, let's just quickly toss it to a break with the analysts to break it down right after.
It has happened. Pwns victorious on Villa. Let's have a chat with the winners. Здравствуйте, Amishin and the Real Russian, of course, our translator for this interview. Amishin, congratulations on a win for the final game of the stage. How are you feeling?
Игорек?
Паш, привет. Поздравляю тебя с победой на стейдже. Чё, как вообще себя чувствуешь?
Ну, чувствую себя замечательно. Последний раунд просто был филигранный. Много эмоций.
I feel myself great. The last round was absolutely incredible. I have so many emotions.
Fair enough. And what happened here? Did you expect Villa to be the map that you end up playing on?
Что случилось? Ожидали, что именно на Вилле будете катать, или как получилось?
Нет, мы рассчитывали совершенно другие карты. Ну, меня на банах не было. Ну, вот как-то так.
No, we were thinking about the other maps, and also I actually lost the map battle, so yeah, but we still managed to win.
Now, at the half, it stood at 4-2, advantage for M&M. How did you kind of rally everybody together to get that advantage and then take it to 5-round advantage even over them?
После первой половины счет был 2-4, МНМ увели. Как вообще собрались командой, то чтобы вернуть преимущество и потом на целых 5 раундов их обогнать?
Ну, Вилла — это все-таки карта дефа. То есть взять на Вилле 2 раунда — это довольно хорошо. Ну, в защите мы были просто более уверены, чем в атаке. Вот, откамбэчили нормально так.
Villa is actually defender-sided map, and we are actually way better in defense. So we just focused on the game and managed to do it.
Do you feel the Azami ban helped you out in the beginning?
Бан на Зами помог в начале вообще?
Да, мы как-то, на праках постоянно мешало нам как-то, и мы решили банить теперь ее.
Yeah, Zami was actually very known on Scream, so we tried to ban her here.
Something with the rest of the teams and having Azami in play. There you go. That's all you need to hear. And, well, with this stage being done for you now, what's stage 3 looking like? Do you stay as you are as Pwns? Do you feel that there's changes? Do you feel that you just need to pull back, get some rest, and then come back as a team with new strategies and with a different map pool? What do you think?
Ну вот сейчас, когда второй стейдж для нас закончился, какие вообще планы на третий стейдж? Остаемся такой же командой или что-то жестко меняем? Может, немножко передохнуть и к третьему стейджу с новыми стратами, с новыми картами ворваться? Какой вообще план?
Ну, я думаю, что мы сейчас немножко просто отдохнем пару недель. Будем мапу пополнять, так сказать, потому что времени было довольно мало у нас. Насчет состава я не знаю, мы, скорее всего, все так же оставим. Так что просто потренируемся еще раз, коммуникацию наладим и подровняем свои ошибки, которые мы допускаем.
So we'll have a little break, maybe a week. He actually said 2 weeks, but I know that it's going to be only 1 week. Yeah,
don't tell.
Yeah, and after that, we're gonna work on our communication because this is the part that we liking the most, and maybe improve our map pool because we actually had not so many time to work on a map pool, especially because we brought Nico to second stage.
Okay, well, Amishin, thank you very much. Anything you want to say to the fans out there?
Что-то фанатам
Да,
хочешь сказать,
конечно,
Паш?
скажем сейчас. Ребят, спасибо, кто нас сегодня поддерживал. Спасибо на протяжении этих 2 трудных стейджей для нашего коллектива. Даю вам свое слово, свою статистику, что в третьем стейдже мы покажем гораздо лучшую игру, чем в этих 2. Спасибо.
Okay, guys, thank you for supporting us into very difficult stages for us. And I give you my word, I give you my personal stats that we're going to show the way better level in stage 3.
All right. Amishin, thank you very much. And the Realist Russian, thank you so much. A part of the staff course with Pwns, but also helping us with the translation here on the interview. Enjoy your time off. Is it 2 or 1 недели? Which one is it? Well, that's up to you and your coach to figure out. Doesn't matter 1 or 2. But guys, rest up. We'll see you next stage. Bye-bye. До свидания.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye, Miloš.
Bye-bye. And there it is. Don't tell them that they're taking only 1 week off. That's something for them to iron out. But here it is. At the end of the day, everybody gets what they wanted. M&M gets the 1 point that they needed, make it to Berlin. Pones wants the extra 2 points because of that big fight for relegations in Stage 3, gets the 2 points that they wanted. Best case scenario.
And do you know what? I speak to teams all over the place, and I find out about them. And from what I understand from a lot of pro teams when they scrim Pones are one of the hardest working teams in the league, but they've been dealt a crappy hand, and there's no way to go around that. They have been dealt a crappy hand with the roster being put together, with the time, and they're trying to improve. And you see that, and we see them when they get onto maps that they're comfortable playing and the map pool that they have. They're competitive with some of the top teams in the league. It's just that they're currently limited by a factor that is a map pool that they're going to go away and work on. But I think, last game of the stage, there's good signs there going into Stage 3.
Just keep doing the same recipe on the other maps and they should be totally fine. I mean, we know that they have a coach that has the world's experience, right?
That's true.
Been around forever, and Ridas Russian forcing them to work more by taking one week less of a break. Yeah. But they showed good signs. They played a lot better than what we used. It's just so, as you say, Jack, get them on the map and they play well. Yeah. Like it's that simple. Now they just need to copy that to everything else. There's not much more I can say. Because today they showed up, and I think that they have the extra fragging power with Nico that Andrisi was missing a bit in the last stage. So I think good signs, hope to see more for Stage 3. It's just hopefully they might get themselves out of the relegation fight in the end.
Yeah. Good you got the moment to talk about Andrisi there for just a moment. Your I guess, ex-teammate.
Best English interview we've ever had in EUL.
Honestly,
Benja.
Better than half of the Finnish ones I've had. Shout out to all the Finns that have interviewed over the past, 5.5 years.
Yes, Can I talk about M&M now?
No, it's my turn.
No. M&M are going to the major.
Okay, you have
I messed that up.
Do you know what? It's for me, M&M going to the major, massive congratulations, right? They've done particularly well to get themselves into this point and get themselves to last week to the point of needing 1 point. The performance last week and the performance today was not a top 4 performance, though. So they need to sort it out fast because the major starts 2 weeks today.
Just don't let them play 10 a.m.
Yeah.
But we looked at if you look at what Jack says, the performances. If they put up these performances as bottom-ranked tiers in Europe, or bottom-ranked teams in Europe, it's going to be a much rougher time. And winning or losing in overtime here, well, you'll be losing 7-2 against the teams that are top teams in other regions.
They've got some work to do.
Yeah, you cannot afford these performances on these maps against those sort of teams. You need to play better. These are the teams that they technically should be crushing.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. That was M&M qualifying to the Berlin Major, and Pones getting 2 points that'll set them up well for Stage 3. This means that we're 2 games in, there's 1 spot left for the Major. And it will be decided in our next game, G2 versus Heroic. Match of the day. Winner goes to the Major. Simple as that. Take a few minutes to freshen up. Come back, because this next one is going to be a doozy. See you in a moment.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
Welcome back, friends. G2 Esports versus Heroic, our match of the day, about to begin. And it's a good thing you're joining us here on the analyst desk because I lied. The winner of this game doesn't actually go to Berlin. Only if Heroic win, no matter the situation, will they qualify. But G2 and how they win impacts how maybe BDS can make it through. It's our last game of the day. But those are details we'll discuss in just a second. Welcome back. I'm Mouse the Medic. It's Fresh and Fabian. And Fresh, how about you explain to the viewers exactly how it goes?
I don't just have to explain it, Milosh. I have a graphic. And if production are ready, that graphic's getting pulled up right now. And there it is.
Every time he says that, I feel he's just going to give me a little slap like that. Oh.
Exactly. So, this graphic basically shows along the top G2 and Heroic's results, and along down the bottom, or down the left-hand side, BDS and Team Secret's results. Now, I want to draw your eyes to the full left-hand column. If G2 win 7-0 or 7-1, they will 100% be confirmed for the major. I want to take your eyes to the right-hand side. If there is overtime or Heroic win in regulation, Heroic will be confirmed. If G2 therefore win by a scoreline of 7-2 to 7-5, we will have to wait until Game 5 to determine whether it will be G2 or BDS to the major. It's a little bit complicated, but I'm sure the casters will keep you informed during the game as well.
Oh, yeah.
Essentially, it's still G2 or Heroic in most scenarios in terms of this being a straight shootout.
Now, if this game decides the final spot for the major, our last game of the day will be a 7-man cast, so wait up for that.
Yeah, including the observers.
Mm-hmm. Why not? We'll have fun. Nobody will be observing. We'll just put somebody. Bertrand, are you listening? You can observe at this point. It's been a few years. Fabian, let's talk about this game. First up, Heroic. Your thoughts on the team?
I mean, we've been speaking about them, and they've currently kind of hit a little bit of a slump and been struggling a little bit, but they kind of have the total package. When we're looking at them as a team, they did struggle quite heavily against Rogue. I don't know what was the exact reason for it, but it looked like it was a bit of nerves there. But when we're looking at Heroic, they kind of have just good anti-fraggers, great shot callers in both Uno and Gorgona, and then they have a really solid player that can really do everything in Grizzly. So for me, Heroic is a total package that just has very good basics. That's where I think that they stand out the absolute most in Europe. They're just better than every other team in this league on the basics. They might be a little bit slow mid-round, and they might not have the best adaptations all the time, but I think they look like a solid team.
The one thing that I like about Heroic is they've got these kind of like, they work in teams of 2. So it's usually something like Benjaruno, Sloth and Grizzly, and Gorgona on his own. So there's 2 teams of 2 and a single person, but they all achieve the same objective together all of the time, and it's usually effective.
On G2, the other side, Fresh. This team has come back game after game. They can make it. They can get through.
They can, and 2-3 weeks ago, it was a 5% chance, and they've just kept winning. They won 7-0. They won 7-2, was it, against Pones? Like, they've just kept winning. 7-3 against Secret. They've put themselves in a position that nobody expected G2 to be in.
Jack,
5%, that means that there's a chance.
Yes.
do you think that G2 is the best team in the world?
No.
No.
I think so. No.
You think so?
No.
I mean, what they have exhibited is they exhibited a change where Ben, i.e. Citizen, took much more of a leadership role, a talking role, a vocal role within the team, and there's been a very clear difference in their performance after that happened, and the performance has increased.
You can clearly see it on the face cams as well, that there's a change in responsibility taking and, well, who's in charge. They're just playing much better as a group. They're actually doing things together, which the first, 5 Playdays, it didn't look like they knew that they had teammates in their team.
That's actually a very good way to put it. Our map then for this series. One will be left to decide it all, and that'll be Chalet in this one. Bank taken away by Heroic. The start on defense with the attack for G2. Our lobby's pretty much said, gentlemen, keep it quick.
I felt that G2 had the better map pool overall, i.e. G2's better maps are ones that Heroic didn't like. I felt like Chalet was going to be a good middle map for both teams. G2 have won 7-0, 7-2 the last 2 times they've played it. They've been comfortable playing it, and they've looked good on it.
I've actually spoken to some of the players here a bit on G2, and they have said that Chalet is their absolute best map.
Oh.
And that says a lot. G2 have it all in their hands now, really. Like, there's no excuse for them not to win.
All right, let's see how this goes. It cannot get any more exciting than this is my, there you go, Prage kind of moment. Thank you very much, Fabian and Fresh. Let's toss it to our casters. Ace and Hap, enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. We are ready to go. Oh, it's another exciting game. We've just been left on the edge of our seats by M&M. We might just be pushed right off them by G2 and Heroic now.
It is definitely going to be the match of the stage, potentially, question mark. I mean, 3 teams are fighting for a major spot. It is G2, Heroic, and BDS. Now, if you said that at the start of the stage, no one would have believed you. People would have been like, no way, BDS would be in, Heroic would be in by now. But no, none of them are currently confirmed. Heroic definitely has the best papers because they can count down, just like M&M did, 6 rounds. However, if G2 are able to win, I think that's the end of it for Heroic. I'm just quickly gonna find a round differential.
Yes,
to make sure.
it will be because they'll go ahead of him on round differential.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
There's 2 rounds in it at the minute, but they have to.
+6.
If it's 7-5, they have to.
Yeah, and then overtime win is not allowed. So 7-5 will push Heroic down by 2 and G2 up by 2. So an a win, no matter what, is going to push Heroic out of that current top 4 position and will eliminate them from the major. And then we wait until BDS's game to see whether or not they can, well, kick G2 out after that. Either way, the Nuck, again, banned for the 3rd time today. They're not allowed to see any sunlight today, so we'll continue that trend. No matter what miles are gone.
Not being kept under lock and key at the minute, or should I say knock and key?
Hey,
Here he is. Valkyrie's going to be our final ban. That's the 2nd defender taken out, and that will round things out for us. You know what, Hap? There's only one thing left to do, and that's to watch G2 and Heroic battle it out for a spot of the major. Heroic, as you've said, they sit in the same position that M&M did. 6 rounds is all they need. That'll guarantee them. That will sew things up for a UL, and we will have our 4 teams. We will be done and dusted. But if EUL is anything like I've come to know it, I've got a feeling there could be a twist in the tail.
It could definitely be, and I know we just said it's just like M&M, except for it's not. If G2 win this, they will be the ones potentially taking that spot away, right?
It's where M&M could wait and look at other results, G2 get the win here, and Heroic, they are potentially done for.
And as G2 sitting into that 4th position, waiting for BDS's game against Secret, seeing if the round differential will be the differentiator, or if Secret are pulling a win out of the hat. Now, I'm going to say again, Tim, because Milos said I was very excited for it. There's another Centurion in the making in this game.
We love them.
You can take a guess. And of any of these players.
I'd say Citizen or Gorgona.
No, it's actually neither of those. It's Benja indeed. 94 kills.
Too many good players.
There is definitely a lot of good players.
6 kills for Benja. We'll keep an eye on that then. It's interesting for G2. You know, this season, there was a point in this season, you know, believe it or not, that G2 had, I think, less than a 5% chance of making it to the major. And they now find themselves sat on, I think it's about 40%. You know, that has been, we can't undervalue the comeback of G2 over the last couple of weeks and what they've managed to achieve in just being in a position to fight on the last day.
I mean, I still remember the 0-3 came through and the famous quote of Fabian Halston, I think it is. He's flipping me off again.
I'm pretty sure I remember that.
Yeah, it's I dye my hair pink if G2 qualify for the major.
Well,
don't worry, Bartosz has it, so it's been
already
solidified.
This is it. You can't say anything like that on broadcast without it coming back to bite you. I think it was at that point that G2 was secured to qualify.
Yeah,
for
definitely.
The major.
So, Brado gets the first. That's Sloth picked up on the flank punch there through that main door. Benja waiting heavily into the pantry here, hoping to go for a bit of a pickup. He's being challenged from above, from the window. The jump in came through. He has no clue. He might lose his life right here if he's not patient enough. Pings are coming through from Gorgona, but Doki finds him. And that is a double entry for G2.
G2 managed to get themselves 5 versus 3. Good advantage here. Doki knows that there's one on the library stairs, going to ping him out and then look to continue pushing forward. I think he hears the footsteps, just giving him the telltale sign that the player had moved away. I believe it was the pulse of Gorgona. Doki is going to be able to head up towards the top floor now. They're attacking onto Master and Office, of course. G2 are going well here. They've got control of library and mezzanine. They can start thinking about breaching the wall at their leisure. Prano's going to need to get himself up there in order to do that. But with a minute left to go, Gorgona could be the big problem here. They know that he's downstairs somewhere. Doki chased him off down there. He's going to go for the challenge potentially. Nitro goes out. It's too far away. Doesn't do the job, and Doki's been juiced back up to full here. Gorgona needs to get himself moving and get himself somewhere safe.
Not quite sure what happened there. Virtue able to find another kill. Prano now going down for that plant. 45 seconds soon to be on the board, but Grizzly's coming in for a bit of a flank. Is it too late? No, yes it is. Gets that plant denied, and with that, it's going to be Heroic that will stop that from happening now. A trade comes in though. Virtue will find him. Gorgona, the last man standing, has the opportunity to rotate back up again, but the plant could be coming down. A man on the main stairs. Doki will find that kill. G2 with the first round, with just a quick denial of that plant from Trudy coming down, but nothing to worry about as of yet.
G2 are on the road then. G2, of course, looking for as good a win as they can get is the best way that I can put it for this one. G2 just want to get the best round differential possible at this point in time. 7-0 or 7-1. And I'm not saying that's how it's going to be. Don't worry, I'm not getting carried. Oh, look! Oh,
look at that!
Production absolutely looking after me here. 7-0 or 7-1 will 100% qualify them. There is at that point nothing that BDS can do. Anything above that, and you see the scaling percentages there. No chance if they don't get a win. So the M&M things really shifting things for G2. Like I said, coming into today, I think they were about 40% when M&M was still in the consideration. Now they've locked down that spot. That's sorted, and it's all up to the situation we find inside of the match here. Then we can see just how it looks for G2. They're going to be going up to the top floor, but not for the site. This time they're just trying to hold on to map control as they are this time. Heroic defending dining and kitchen. It's going to be much the same as last time around. They're going to try and prevent that library-sided push coming in from G2, who are once again moving quickly in that direction.
Citizen and Doki quite close, both looking to take some pressure down onto the library side. Benja is quite close though, looking through some of these windows that are being opened up. He's quite close to a hatch and he can drop, and will do so exactly. As the E1D pops off, will be spotted by the drone, and thus as well by the E1D as he rotates around, takes out two of these drones on his way down towards that basement floor, but G2 seem to be aware. Grenades are being pulled though, won't be able to reach anything as he's long gone. Now it's just going to be a matter of locking down these staircases, making sure he has no way back up.
That's exactly it. It should be fairly easy now for G2 to really prevent Benja from getting back into the mix of things. Benja is taking his only safe option, really, which is West Main Stairs, get himself back to site and at least try to have an impact from there. Citizen now established downstairs in bar. G2 looking reasonably good at the minute. They've still got piano to clear out, and they need to get themselves into office and master. They're going to want to at least prevent Heroic being able to use those vertical angles, if not be able to control them themselves. They get the breach off. So good progress so far from G2.
E1D pops a keeper barrier tossed in as well as Flashbang's coming around the corner. That means Gorgona needs to be careful. He goes aggressive, gets the kill to Elamaus. He's fully blind, finds himself back inside as well. An entry frag as he's almost losing his life. I believe that is from below, but lives for now. Holding aggressive onto that breach. They should be aware of Citizen trying to go for a bit of a pre-fire with the LMG. It's Doki eventually that will find a kill, hoping to find more up on that top floor because there's still two players out there from Heroic, and we find ourselves in a 4-on-4. Citizen drops as Benja comes in for a bit of a flank, possibly. We'll be shutting him down as Doki responds as well.
Doki's going big on the top floor. We saw him have some impactful kills in the last round, and that looks like G2 have all but scared Heroic away from the top floor now. They've got the Azami of Grizzly just dropping deep. He will try to hold on from Solarium more than likely, but G2 have got everything that they need now to take top floor control. The problem that they don't really have solved is time. 50 seconds off to go. They need to get access into site. They need to think about the potential of putting that diffuser down. Doki is looking to get aggressive here. I don't think he knows that Grizzly is just on the other side of the soft wall. They know that he's somewhere inside a bathroom. He's going to be chased out here, but he's aware of Doki's presence. Over the balcony he goes, and that is top floor control for G2. Still work to be done though.
Benja retaking that top floor will be shut down. 25 seconds. One is hiding inside of Trophy. It's Grizzly in that spot where we saw Kendra have some great trigger discipline earlier, and it doesn't get spotted out, but the Gemini replicated this time. A move is on, and Grizzly will be repositioning himself. Uno is up on the West Main Stairs as well. They can play this on contact. 9 seconds left. A breach will be coming through. Oh, that smoke is actually going to be hurting his teammate there. Doki is going to be able to shut it down for now. At least the cover might be there. The plant is on. 45 seconds, but the injury is there. Brano, you need to clutch this. There is the frag eventually, though. Uno locks it off, but after he basically killed his own teammate.
A little bit of a missed opportunity for Dorky, you got to feel there. Gets the more difficult of the 2 kills onto Grizzly, who he wasn't sure of his location, and then just loses the straight gunfight with the man that he knows is on West Main Stairs. But Dorky, of course, having taken a little bit of damage along the way, and it just wasn't to be the round for G2. Heroic leveled things up 1-1, and I get the feeling this is going to be a close contest throughout.
We have to say, though, the only reason why Heroic was into that round was Benja being able to pick up 2 kills on that flank. 2 impactful players as well, Virtue and Citizen, both taken out. Him being able to sneak away from that first initial spot, going down towards the basement and having the patience to wait for, you know, coming back up and strike the way he did, is what allowed Heroic to be in that round. Is what allowed Heroic to eventually let it come down to a 2-on-2 situation. But you cannot rely on that. You cannot rely on that one player being able to make that strike time and time again. So they need to make sure that other members are starting to step up in that early round as well. Of course, great round from Uno, able to pick up those 2 kills eventually just in time as well before Prano came off that diffuser. But we cannot forget about that smoke canister that also could have almost cost them the round that was tossed earlier.
It certainly could have done. 5 versus 5. Action phase is underway. 15 seconds left to go. Sorry, not left to go. 15 seconds has gone, and we still see the setup is coming in from Heroic. They're looking to lock down Mezzanine here. They are defending all the way down in the basement this time, and they're going to have a presence all the way up on the top floor. So this defense really screams time wasting to me. You want to burn as much time as possible and prevent G2 from getting things locked down. Historically, we've seen the push be the bottom of West Main Stairs, trench, get the walls open, get in and get the diffuser down. Defenses have had to get creative to prevent that being possible and to stop that happening, and this is what we're seeing. We're seeing extensions into the map. We're seeing players play on trench wall sometimes with a rotation there, extending out behind a shield. We're seeing the West Main wall opened up to give an angle out there onto Big Garage, and that is a lot of the ways that Heroic are looking to try and deal with this.
Currently 2 players inside, 1 behind the dining table, which doesn't get picked up. Sloth with a very important first kill, drops down towards the site. They have the man advantage here on Heroic and will be trying to utilize that. But you cannot forget, still 2 players on top floor, and Sloth trying to rotate back up on the blue stairs as well, is leaving Uno and Gorgona basically in an effective 2-on-4 if G2 would decide to just completely rotate around and strike this site directly.
The thing that G2, I was just going to say, the thing that G2 had particularly got going for them was the fact that Virtue was inside of Office on the book and able to hold down Dining from above, able to use the hatch, but as soon as he was killed, the attack really started to lose its teeth. Sloth manages to find Alamo. 4v2 now for Heroic, and their job is done out in the map, and this is what I was saying about that basement defense. Really stretch teams, get out in the map and make them chase you, make them lose lives and burn utility. Right now, G2 are down to 2 attackers. It's still possible, absolutely, but it's not going to be easy in this 2v4.
I have to say, good use of the Kiba barrier there, basically forming as a bit of a distraction, allowing a second player to come up on those blue stairs, find that kill to the player down in the hallway. Now Citizen, all he can do is just try and face clear it to get away with Prano with 35 seconds left on that clock. See if anybody is still out here, and they will find out. No one is, and that means time has been wasted. Now needing to descend down these blue stairs, hope that they can form a bit of an impact. They will be quite limited in what they can do, especially with the Kiba barrier out there. Destroying that will give away their position where they want to come from, as C4 will take out Prano as well. And it's just going to be a 1-on-4 situation for Citizen, which will not last. Heroic pick up yet another round. They are in the lead now in a 1-on-2, and that means 4 more rounds, and they will be going to Berlin.
Good round from Heroic there. I like that defense of Wine. Just really holding it down, holding down the entire map, really, Heroic there, and just winning gunfights ultimately. You know, all the way from Sloth with his entry onto Doki, and then just down the line, one after another. G2 really struggling to get themselves established. They're going to be looking for at least another 2 rounds here on the attack, and time is ticking away for them to do it. You know, we're on round 4 now. Heroic, they're going to Bar and Gaming. They're happy to try every site on this map, and this is going to be another one of those hard fights over Library. I expect to see somebody at the top of Library stairs, somebody mezzanine, potentially somebody in Library or Library box itself, and they are going to try to hold on to this.
No Heartbreacher currently on the board for G2. And Heartbreacher we often see here is the Maverick, especially for this site. You just make that small line aside into the pantry wall that goes towards the main stairs, and suddenly it's unplayable. Suddenly there is that little bit of a pixel that renders the supply line useless and forces the players to be a bit more aggressive. Usually they do that behind the bomb chassis. Then a grenade comes through, you secure yourself a kill, and you don't really have to deal with that player out there anymore. That shotgun shell almost took care of some of the ADSs that were out there onto the fireplace balcony. Benja looking to go aggressive, and that is a repel noise he hears.
Benja's just going to be, he's certainly thinking about it, isn't he? He's going to hold on to this office door aggressively. We can see the twitch on the rappel just out ahead of us. Alamau is going to come onto the balcony. There's an opportunity for Benji here. He goes to have a look around the corner. Doesn't quite extend far enough. Just playing it cautiously there, but Alamau decides if somebody's going to be peeking that door, I'm not going to be pushing that door. Gets himself out of dodge. Doki is chasing, manages to almost catch Benja there, but with the skin of his teeth, he manages to escape and survive.
Also not able to chase due to the Surya laser gate out there, so needs to burn that first before they can start pushing utility down again. Hatches are being opened up as well to put a little bit of pressure down onto defenders that are taking place onto that first floor. I like these ankle holes though, made by the side of Heroic, will allow them to challenge those inside of the office if they do decide to play for some verticality here, which is exactly what Virtue is tasked to do. Now, G2. They missed the first opportunity to get the kill onto Benja, now need to regroup, need to reformulate the attack. They could either go for a direct clear up onto that top floor, which is currently occupied by 3 of these members, or see if they can do something else, more aggressively, as Doki finds Uno.
Good start for Doki there, managing to find himself not a freebie with the nade, but I often refer to that as sort of a danger-free kill. You're getting the explosives in there. It's not a direct gunfight, not a direct challenge, and that's exactly what G2 needed just to get themselves going. And it's Uno taken down, which might not be ideal for G2. We know that he's been IGLing, you know, acting as that leader for Heroic. So by his hands being off the keyboard, it's not always the end of the world, because he can focus on what is happening in and around the map and just guide his players as to exactly where they need to be. We've still got 2 trying to hold on to Library here for Heroic, and they're doing a great job of it. 54 seconds left to go, and G2 still not with everybody inside of the map.
Gonna try and go for a long toss and a grenade here. Virtue, they know one is on top of the mezzanines there, so they need to try and get rid of Sloth. 2 ADSs, however, in his position. I believe Benja has gone unspotted so far, so he could be the big difference maker here for Heroic if they do manage to clear out Sloth eventually. Some verticality coming through. The Shadow giving it away there for Sloth. Might receive a bit of a push through the backside now. Indeed, he does. Citizen comes in, just cleans up, finds Benja as well, and now it's going to be a 2-on-5 situation with 20 seconds left on the clock, and only Grizzly still standing.
Big play from Citizen there, perfectly timed, manages to get himself a triple in the round. Doki with the final kill, and that is going to level things up at 2-2 as G2 managed to take a successful attack onto Bar and Gaming. And I just love the teamwork that we saw there between Alamau and Citizen. Alamau knew that he was going into a losing battle with Sloth, but just the trust and confidence that he had that Citizen would be in the right position to deal with that threat before he died. Absolutely wonderful. G2 take round 4, 2-2.
I was going to say Benja really needed to take care of the Library there at that given moment in time, but pressure coming out from different angles as well basically made it impossible for him to divide his attention. And we find ourselves at that 2-2. You just said it. 4 rounds for Heroic, 5 for G2 to find himself secured. Heroic secured, G2 not really, but in a good position to be secured, to put it up like that. Because BDS is still playing Secret. That game could still matter, depending on the amount of rounds we have. And I just heard Milos say that if this game confirms whoever goes to the Major, we have a 7-way cast, which I don't know how we're going to do it, but Bruto said, yes, we'll observe for you guys. So I think
who knows what that's going to look like. I'm sure Bruno will do a stellar job. It's more the cast that concerns me. But looking at the situation here, 2-2. So the best that G2 can win here is 7-2. If G2 wins 7-2, BDS would need a 7-0 victory. That's as it stands at the minute. Yeah. Obviously, we will keep you updated as things develop, as this one continues. But right now, G2 need to just be getting some rounds under the belt. Don't worry about Berlin. Don't worry about, you know, everything that's going to happen in the future. It's just got to be round 5. It's got to be dining and kitchen. It's got to be, how do we win this?
Still funny though, at some point they had signed themselves off of making it to the major, and yeah, here they find themselves in an important game, maybe the most important game of the entire stage. A Citizen here jumping over the ledge is going to be going on a bit of a drone tour again, I'd say. Smashes that face, he's done so before. Benja's still out down below, though. They need to get some drones out. I'm not quite sure if Doki just spotted them. A pre-fire comes in, and there it is. Citizen will find him. An entry kill for G2. Heals himself up by 20 HP instantly. But that's a very important kill, because remember what I said after Heroic won that round? It was because Benja went on a massive flank, managed to get 2 kills, and allowed the rest of Heroic to continue fighting. Taking out Benja, the one person that continues to flank every single game this early on, really allows G2 to focus purely on the site, which is something they're quite good at.
Next step for G2 is clearing Office and Piano. They've got Sloth, they've got Gorgona. Gorgona is done for. A Citizen gets a beautiful nade up through the wall there, just finding his man's feet, taking them off his legs, and giving G2 a serious advantage. 5 versus 3 now. Grizzly and Sloth on the top floor trying to hold on. The push is coming and the pressure is mounting.
Grenade comes through, but will be caught off by the ADS, but that doesn't catch any bullets. Doki will confirm him on an absolute screamer so far. 8 kills. He's definitely stepping up. Prana now going for a plant. The cover is out here from above, but Doki does not know someone was still out there. The hatch will be retaken, but the plant does go down. 40 seconds and counting at this moment in time. Sloth will be able to find one. So back to a 3-on-1 standing. Uno has been injured, so Sloth, he needs to go for a bit of a retake here, and will be on the back of that side. Instantly swung on, though, by Citizen. Finds that last kill. And with that, G2 leading. Fabian, knowing his hair will go pink at some point if this continues.
The sweat factor is mounting on the other side.
I don't know, like sometimes he's sitting with his hands in his hair. It's like, oh no, my poor hair. And at the other time, it's like, I like what I'm seeing from these two teams.
Imagine Fabian with pink hair.
The roller coaster of emotions.
Fresh with blue hair. What a pair.
That would be so amazing to see, just next to each other.
It really would, wouldn't it? It'd be something special. We go on then. We're going to go to Heroic's final defensive round now. It's round 6 down in the basement. I commented on, how much I liked their defense last time around. I think Heroic are going for something similar here, and that is just spread out all over the map. Prevent G2 from just being able to simply focus on those 2 walls that we've seen attacking teams do time and time and time again. Gorgona opening the trophy hatch there, always another good one, because you've got a situation where if G2 are playing onto West Main Wall, they've got to be careful of that flank behind them potentially. We'll see when the lineup comes along whether they've got any claymores, any utility to deal with the flank like that, but they do not. So again, a nice little play, and as long as Heroic are out in the map, it's something G2 need to consider.
G2 3 rounds on the attack, looking for 4. Bit of a pocket coming through. I mean, to see the Ying out there on Doki, or the Warden on the board for Uno, might be able to cancel that one out completely. So we'll be wondering how that will play into one another. Mirror window set up above, but no one really there to play them currently, so wondering if those stick around. Is that a Nitro pool? Yes, that is a Nitro pool. Won't reach anything. Virtue lucky there, he actually didn't
I feel like
take any
Doki
damage.
just got out of the way there, and it's like, I'm just moving. I don't even have time to say anything here, and Virtue nearly moves into it.
Virtue's like, yeah, let me just get right in front of it.
That's why Doki was moving so quick.
Didn't take any damage, luckily for him, though. Wanted to quickly throw a grenade right after it. Unfortunately, didn't catch any, but that does mean they have this little part of the map confirmed and controlled right now, as the rest of G2 is starting to sweep around towards the actual... Doki.
Yellow ping. Beautiful.
Yeah, yellow ping headshot onto Uno. Still one person behind the dining table, though. That's where they lost alive earlier on. Grizzly will find Virtue. That is going to be the drop, and again, not caught off by Doki this time.
Doesn't matter too much. The fact is that they've got the hatch. That's the important bit, but they need to beware of Grizzly above. He's in a position where he could really play spoiler here. You got Benja up there as well, so just having Doki in and having that hatch isn't quite enough just yet. You've got to deal with the rest of the roamers, and then you can think about potentially getting those walls open and dealt with. Don't forget, I mentioned that trophy-sided hatch that could be dropped by Benja or Grizzly. So just cutting off the staircases won't be enough for G2.
Yes, but at the same time, if only they keep somewhat control of that hatch, make sure no one can really use it on the defenders. A plant could be on the cards right here, especially with these openings that are currently being made. Gorgona digs himself in right behind a pillar with an opportunity of potentially going with a Nitro. Sloth runs out. Is he going to be caught up? That's a big question. Somehow makes it back into the side, but Citizen will find him.
Great play from G2 there. Citizen able to catch the man. Sloth was a little bit unlucky with the time in there. G2 have got what they need really to get a plant down here, but a big play from Gorgono could be a hero moment. Alamau, he's trying to hold on above. He takes the challenge with Grizzly, who takes a lot of damage, but it's not going to be easy for Prano to get the diffuser down. He's actually run deep into an alternative location here. Alamau, he's going to get a drone out to watch those west main stairs just really quickly. Flips it around so they can see what they need. This is big brain from G2. Beautiful movement from Prano to go for the alternative plant spot. And Heroic, they were able to retake the dining hatch, but it just didn't matter because the diffuser wasn't going down there. Heroic, G2 managed to take round 6, 4-2.
A perfect call made there to go for the rotation. Alamau realizing, hey, I got someone on top. Also heard the drop through the Solarium there on the back. Managed to even put a little bit of damage down onto Benja, but called out 2 above. We need to rotate. We cannot stay here. Let's go deep. Let's go behind the bends and make sure we dig it in deep there. And that's exactly what they did. Good call by G2.
Well played, and it puts them onto the defence. They've got themselves up to 4-2. Heroic, as a reminder, if we look at this, obviously a lot of the focus has been what can G2 do to get to the major, but it's super simple for Heroic. 1 point or more, simple as that. They need 4 rounds. They need to match or better what G2 have just done to them on the attack.
I'm just wondering, what is the 1% on that 7-2? Is that 7-0 from BDS?
Yeah. 7-2 from G2 they can still drop the major spot if BDS gets 7-0 against Team Secret.
That's the 1%. It wouldn't be the first time we saw that kind of stuff happen.
Absolutely not.
So G2, they'll be more than happy to lock this up for the 7-2 and hope for the best on the BDS Secret game. Now they're on the defense themselves, and they decided to start off on the top floor. There's going to be 3 ADSs, 2 Surya laser gates here to defend up against the Repel to come out from the side. Now, Sloth playing from below could be trying to get some stuff done with these grenades. Often we do see some players going down into the garage as well to open up a vertical hole above below these stairs so they can at least lock them out, lock those players out from 2 different angles. That's not happening now though. They don't have a buck, so they can't really go for it that way. So instead they need to be getting rid of them with a grenade. They'll do that with some Excaras to get rid of those Surya laser gates. Then the flashbangs come in to waste these ADSs, and after that the grenade should follow. Virtue does kind of have to leave though, because there comes the grenade, somehow makes it out alive and back into the same set of stairs. The ADSs will soon be recharging again, and as Alamau is just playing around right here, hoping to find a head, he could find the entry and does so as well. Grizzly, you should not die to a man walking into the middle of the side like that.
Alamau and Virtue have absolutely no right to do what they have just done to Heroic. Virtue somehow slippery on the trophy stairs, able to just avoid the aggression, use some fancy footwork, some dazzling toes to get himself around the danger, and then Alamau ripping the man off the rappel. Doki with a direct trade onto Gorgona, headshots in both directions, and this one is becoming fiercely fought on Chalet. 4 versus 3 at the halfway point. Virtue, he manages to get Sloth, but Benja, he finds Citizen on a spray down through a soft wall. 3v2, and the trades just keep on coming, Hap.
Definitely do. Benja only 2 kills away from becoming a Centurion as well here in the European League. Hasn't dropped any kills from the first 2 rounds onwards to this one. So he hasn't really been too impactful over the last couple of rounds, last 4 rounds. He's hoping to change that now. Has no grenades left in pocket, just an extra adrenaline surge they can use. And if you look at Uno, also nothing in pocket, just his Type 89 and potential bearing to work with.
3 versus 2. 45 seconds left to go. G2 looking good on their first defense, but Heroic looking to have something to say about it. Benja push it up, clearing utility with the Finker boost himself, ready to go. Going to have the Excaros pellets just opening the wall as well. G2 trying to hold on at this point. What a damage taken. If only the Jaeger would have stood up, it could have been a kill, but it was Alamau anyway. Virtue onto Uno, and that is going to be G2 taking another round. It's 5-2, and the dream is well and truly alive for G2. G2 in week 1, week 2, week 3, even up to week 5. G2 could not have dreamt of being in a position to potentially catch themselves a major spot. That right now is what they are staring down the barrel of. It will not be guaranteed until BDS play, but the quicker G2 can win this, the greater their chances.
I mean, all we can say is G2 was really always the closest team to be in Berlin because they are literally 300 meters away from the venue, Tim.
Oh, they're there. They're ready.
They're there already. It's just written in the stars that they would be taking it. And you know what? What a story it would be from being down 0-3, them themselves not really thinking about that major at that moment in time anymore, realizing that that chance, that ship has potentially sailed, to right now being 2 rounds away from putting yourself into a 99% chance.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, Hap. It is one of
a turnaround.
It is one of the great turnarounds in competitive Siege history for my money. If G2 actually pull this off and get to the major, it is one of the great turnarounds. We've had some big games that have been turned around, you know, none less than Penta versus EG. We all remember that one. But
Alamo had no right here.
Absolutely no right. Absolutely no right up. You know, we all remember we've had those big games that have been turned around, but in terms of an entire stage, G2 making the major is just not something that was even in the playbook or the script after week 3 or 4.
Definitely not. And yet they find themselves here in this position right now.
Dare to dream. Dare to dream.
Dare to dream.
Dare
I mean,
to dream.
everything is possible if you just put your mind to it, except for maybe flying is just a mere human being without any actual support.
And whoever said that, you know, G2 fans, they've been hitting the copium. They've been hitting the copium through the
They
stage.
definitely did.
Who said that it never worked?
You know, actually, I wanted to take a bet with the G2 social media team when they were like, oh, it's just free from here on, when they were 0-3. And I was like, okay, want to make a bet? And they said, no, we don't want to. So they missed an opportunity there. Unfortunate for them. If they make it, that is, of course. Now, G2, 2 more rounds, and you find yourself in a pretty good spot. And that's what we're counting for here. Heroic needing 4 rounds from this moment onwards. Now, they're starting off here with that Twitch, trying to take care of some basic utility. Also doing some scouting. Grenades coming around the corner. Default chems being taken out, but you want more of that. You cannot just be content with taking out 2 default chems with a Twitch drone, because Doki is hunting it. Has he heard it? Don't think he actually has. He's trying to fall back towards a bit of safety because there is pressure definitely rising from the rooftops.
Doki just dropping back there, doesn't want to take too heavy a fight into Library for the time being. They're happy to delay here. The site is dining and kitchen, so they're not trying to keep them out of Master and Office specifically. They're just trying to burn as much time as they can here, G2. That is the big play right now. We saw them able to clear out the top floor pretty well when they last attacked here, so will they be able to hold on any better? They use the vertical nades of Citizen to clear Gorgona out of Office. That's not going to be the case for them this time as Doki gets aggressive and finds himself an opener onto Uno.
The man has found the confidence here a bit too much, Mary, as he went for the fight into Sloth and all be shut down. But Uno taken care of is going to be a great pick, because that is going to be a lack of verticality suddenly on the board here for Heroic. We'll have to make do with other measures there, as Grizzly will find Alamau in a pretty good shot.
I think Alamau was owed that.
Yeah, he definitely did. Virtue will find a return into Benja, though, and that keeps us in that 3v3. Virtue will be finding himself in another spot. The grenade will be falling a bit too short, but the pre-fire comes through. Prano, with the trade, however, keeps it close.
Prano's had a couple of importantly timed kills, particularly so far in this game, and then let's not forget that smart move to plant deep as well. 2v2 here as Prano and Citizen are the last alive, looking to hold on for G2. Grizzly Gorgona face off against them and looking to hunt them down. 5 and 4 kills across those 2 players, so going pretty well so far. I'm going to start opening up those verticals. 30 seconds left to go, and 1 more soft breach in the hands of Gorgona. You can see G2 just scrambling for position here, trying to relocate, trying to find any semblance of safety, and they have found what they think is that in West Main Stairs. Grizzly, he's going to push down. He's actually playing onto the position that he himself hid in, and there's not going to be anybody there. Prano holding a tight angle at this point. They're going to have to pass him. Will there be an opportunity to get the diffuser down? 1v2. I'm not sure if they're aware of Prano's location. This could be his moment. That's 1. Can he find the second? Just stay alive.
Yes,
Prano, he does! And that puts G2 onto 6 and 1 round away. Not quite from qualification, but from a 99% chance.
I have to say that was really smart from G2 there. Normally, Citizen is the one that is baiting his team players. This time, it was Citizen playing the bait him because he was spotted by Zofia opening up in the bathroom from above. They saw him go down. They knew he was down near the main stairs going towards the trench area. So what they did is they waited for him to come back up. In the meantime, G2 moved Prano close into the corner, told him to just sit still. For God's sake, sit still. Do not move at all. Citizen dies. They think it's clear. They move in. Prano gets the kill, and suddenly the time runs out. And now 1 round away from just a 1% failure chance of not making it.
Well, G2, they need 1 more round. Heroic need to start fighting here and now. I can put it as simply as this. Heroic, there is no more mistakes available for you. You've burnt them all. Every lifeline, every chance is now done. You win every round from here on out in regulation and you will go to the major. It is as simple as that. That's what they need to guarantee things. If they don't get it, they will not be qualifying. G2, they're going to be defending Bar and Gaming as what could be their final stand.
Now, if I'm correct at this, if G2 win this, all Secret need to do is win a single round to help G2 qualify for the major. If Heroic win another round now before G2 closes it out, it turns into 2 rounds that Secret need to win. So the pressure on BDS will be intense, and it's looking more and more unlikely that they will be able to make it. Benja, in the meantime, rotating in, still needing to find an impact on this game, truly. Has only had 1 or 2, well, okay moments, which have led to the rounds eventually for Heroic, but you want more than that. Pre-play C4 will be taken out. Definitely should be aware of the fact that this Vinca is currently underway. And as per usual, G2 will be trying to isolate and kill Benja before he has any impact.
It's now or never for Heroic. They need to get things going. They need to find themselves an opening kill. That is going to be an important factor here because you just feel that G2 right now are riding on a wave of confidence and momentum. They know they're on the right tracks and they just need to keep on rolling. Call Citizen the conductor because he has got them moving. It is now 5 versus 4 after a big entry onto Gorgona.
6-2 with G2 being a man up. 80 seconds left to go. Bar and Gaming is up. Heroic need to find his entrance. Now they have a bit of top security here, but it's not much. They haven't got the right part of the top 4. Smoke canisters are being tossed in to even delay more time onto the hands of Heroic. And of course, with these adrenaline surges active, they cannot go for it. Citizen will find another massive kill. Uno taken off the board. Now purely focusing on IGLing his boys towards an extra round, towards the opportunity to fight for overtime. 50 seconds, Tim. Sloth above in an opportunity to drop, but you don't want to go for that. Prano still hiding inside of the library there. Do they know about it? A flank comes through. Sloth will find Prano. The drone has spotted out Virtue as well. He might need to relocate, but at this point, he might just be wasting time.
That's it, 35 seconds left to go, and Heroic need to get moving here. 4 versus 3, and their entire stage comes down to this hap. It's down to these final moments. Can they make it happen? 3 versus 3 as Benja manages to find Citizen, and Virtue's still not in a fantastic position here. He's not vertically above the site. He is on their flank, however, and if they don't do anything about it, it could be a big moment. Shots are not fired there by the smoke of Alamau. He just takes his finger off the trigger. Virtue manages to find Sloth. Grizzly with a team kill. No, Grizzly, not like this. Doki manages to find the final kill, and G2 look like from the depths of defeat, they have almost certainly secured themselves an unlikely spot at the Berlin Major.
And Doki realizes it. Look at that. One round is what they need. Secret needs to win 1 round and G2 go. And Doki has no clue. He's like, what's going on? We're making it. We're making it. He's absolutely mad about this outcome here, but not at the same time because G2 somehow made an incredible story happen.
Didn't they
Almost.
just? Didn't they just? I mean, coming into today, we knew that it was going to be a crazy play day. We knew that it might just be the biggest that EUL has ever seen. And is it shaping up like that? We're going all the way to the final game. It's going to be down to BDS to decide what happens here, Hap. But right now, G2 can at least rest easy knowing that they have done their bit. They have done everything they can, and they've done it with style.
Well, Fabian just stormed off, so I guess we have to go for a quick break before we go back to the analysts. So I hope to see you soon. Do not tune out.
Welcome back, friends, and it has happened. G2, 1 round away from making it to the major. It can happen, but hey, a lot of hope on our final game for today. At least there'll be something played for there. Doki joins us on the interview. Hello, Doki. Congratulations on the win. How you feeling?
I'm good. Wait, have we not qualified for the major yet? I thought we did it.
No, because I'm sorry to say this, but because you messed up 1 round, it could have been 7-1, and in that case, it goes through. But now you have to pray to anything around you that Secret get 1 round, literally.
They just need 1 round. Okay.
You are 99% locked in. If Secret literally win 1 round against BDS, you make it to the major. Do you believe?
I don't know. You ever seen Avengers Endgame? You ever seen Avengers Endgame? You know how when Doctor Strange is sitting there, he's like, and he's doing this one chat. That's what I feel right now.
The one in a 14.5 million different situations where Team Secret wins a round against BDS, and you're able to make it through to the major. Honestly, close one. A great game and great performance from you today. So, in the end, walk me through it. How is the hype happening here at G2? Because I saw Virtue smiling today also. What's going on?
Nah, we're just taking it game by game, really. If we make the major, that's nice. If we don't, then whatever, man. We came into the stage off the back of Charlotte. It was really, really bad. Obviously, you guys don't know the internals in the team, but we had a lot of problems in the team. Like, really, a lot of problems with individuals. Just everything, we had a lot of problems. And after Charlotte happened, we thought like the team wasn't going to continue how it was for the stage. So like it was really bad. And I think the first few games reflected that. Like we played really, really bad. We had a 4% chance or something to qualify for the major. And it's now 99. So I'll take it. But what I do want to say is a shout out, not to fans or anything, but I actually want to shout out to my team. Mm-hmm. I think every single player on this team, I'm talking to you boys now, has improved so much since that beginning loss at Charlotte, and I know it was a really hard time for us. and I'm sorry that we had to go through that, but we're here now. Jake, I said to you earlier in TeamSpeak, you're playing the best Siege I've ever seen you play. Prano as well, he's improved massive over the past week. Literally this week or two alone, he's improved so much. Alamo, he's adapted well to the new region. He's playing his role now. He's doing great. Like, he's just leading the game. And Ben, Citizen, like, I don't know if you guys know, but he took the IGL role from our team. And he is like now primary shot caller, which when you look at previous G2 rosters, you won't think that of Citizen. You think him as just entry fragger, lurk, or whatever. But he is commanding our defenses and our attacks, all the retakes, all this, and he has put like so much effort in outside of the game. And I just want to say like thanks, because it's why we're here and it's why we're G2. So yeah, good job, boys.
Honestly,
that's all I have to say.
I see the improvement. I think all of us have seen some massive improvement just watching it from our point of view. Again, we're not part of your team. We don't really know how things function in the back. But seeing the wins over the past few weeks, the state that the team kind of was in Charlotte, post-Charlotte, and at the early stage, there were questions, and I feel that you guys have found the spot. So this is why I can understand that for you, Doki, even if you don't go to the major, it's okay, because you seem to have solved the major issue.
Yeah, like I even don't think we're playing at our top potential right now. We've had like an insane comeback. Like the past 5 games or whatever have been really good victories, like convincing 7-2, 7-1s, things like that. So I'm really proud of that. But we obviously still have problems. Every team has the problems, and we want to keep grinding on that. So, like today was a win-win in my eyes, because we win, we go to the major, we get to play in front of home crowd in our home, town, Berlin. That would be fantastic. And if we lose, we get more time to prepare for the next stage and make sure this beginning run that we had doesn't happen again. So it's a win-win. I'd obviously love to see the fans and stuff in Berlin, but let's see if Secret can win a round. I hope so. But we did kick Kendrew, and also saves. So, oh shit, yeah. Maybe this is their time. They're twiddling their thumbs right now. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Do we get 7-0'd or not? That's the thumb twiddling position, right? They have a few points to spare in stage 3, don't they? They don't really, because it's a fight for relegation. So Secret would love to have every single point out of it. So there's a lot of pressure on them, and round differentials is important. So it's not like you can afford to just lose. Getting those rounds are going to be important at the end of the stage. So it's all going up for you. We'll see how that goes. But Doki, you talked about your players. You talked about your improvement. You talked about the setup now for stage 3, or at least for the next few weeks. We'll see what happens with the Berlin Major come the end of today. So anything you want to say to the fans to kind of close out our day?
You know what? You doubted us at the start of the stage. I've seen the Twitter comments. I've seen all of it. You doubted us, assholes. But
I feel like that wasn't me.
Oh, it was.
Sorry, Doki.
That was absolutely at you.
Jack, not everything's about you.
I just said it absolutely was about me.
Actually, Fabian, do me a favour. Inform Jack that he's mentally blocked from me from the foreseeable future. I don't want to hear his
mentally blocked for me too. I barely listen to what he says.
There you go.
Anyways, but I also want to say thank you for supporting us, because you did start to bring the hype up and say, like, good job, well done, let's go. And that does mean a lot. I see all of your Twitter DMs. There's a lot of them. But I see all of it, and I appreciate every single one. So thank you for doing it. Keep it up. So yeah, that's that.
Thank you very much, Doki. Thank you.
Hopefully see you in Berlin.
We'll see.
Your energy to Secret.
We'll see how that goes. In the end, if you qualify to Berlin, Doki, then we won't just see Jack in blue hair, but we'll see Fabian in pink hair, which means we'll have a trans flag going.
I don't remember saying any of this.
Going to the major.
Why is he having pink hair? Is that just?
Why not? Because
is there any reason behind it?
Because he said if G2 qualify,
they made up something I've said.
No, you say. Hey, don't give me that.
It's when there was no chance.
Fabian, if you dye your hair pink, it might show your receding hairline a bit more.
Maybe I should take you on another bus trip with the children's ticket.
Yeah, maybe you can. Yeah. Too bad we're not going to Sweden major though, right? We didn't qualify for that one, and neither did you. So there we go.
Anyways, Doki, if you'd ever like to come down to the studio here in EUL, don't worry about it. It's just a plane ride away. So I think we'll all have fun with it here on the desk. Thank you again. Congratulations on the win.
Over it. Come on now.
You get a cheaper ticket.
That was a brilliant one, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That was good, man. Oh god, classic.
I mean, at least we know one of us four is gonna get carded, no matter the bar we end up going to in Berlin. But Doki, congratulations on the win. We'll hope to see you then. But hey, we'll be watching close for game number 5 for today. Bye bye.
Oh, it's 5. Oh, come on.
Yeah, excitement. And then the group draws. Yeah, that's all you need to know.
Yeah. All right, see you later, guys.
Bye bye.
Doki's just made my point for me there. I was going to say they've got to wait. They've got to wait a whole hour, watch Rogue and Na'Vi, which is a pointless game, play before G2 will know their fate based on Team Secret and if they get one round or not. Yep. And I just want to make one very quick point. I don't want to take the mood down whatsoever, but Doki misplayed a 2v1 situation, otherwise this would have been a 7-1 game.
It's all Doki's fault. They could have guaranteed it. Instead, he just dropped 12 and 6 and showed more confidence than I've ever seen.
Oh, they look great.
Have 150 EPS. Jesus Christ, look at him go. It's like someone put him in a catapult and just launched him. That's how fast he went.
One thing I will say is, for me, I'd had a question mark in my mind, and I said I'd got a question mark in my mind that they'd played Pones, they'd played Outsiders, they'd played Secret. Was that just paper over the cracks? Were the cracks still there? Not in this performance today. That was a complete team performance today, and that's the G2. That's just a baseline standard that we expect coming out of G2. Out of these players, the quality of these players, they've finally shown it when they needed to show it.
If you wanted excitement, the result of this match definitely give you exactly what you wanted to see for today. And just like we were saying to Doki, and I would like to remind everybody that we don't just have BDS versus Secret, but we also have, after that game, the end of the show, we'll be drawing the group, since there's one more slot here for EUL and for the entirety of the Berlin Major to make it 16 teams in total. So stick around, make sure that you're here for the group draws at the end. That'll be a fun time. That game was fun. And now we have 2 more left. Rogue versus Na'Vi. It doesn't matter much in the grand scheme of things. Mostly seeding for Rogue. But Na'Vi want to prove that they have the potential for the future. So when we come back, we'll take a look at that game. See you in a moment. Welcome back, friends. Game 4 out of 5 about to begin. Na'Vi versus Rogue. Rogue looking for a better seed even here in the EU League, going into the Berlin Major in only, 2 weeks from now. That'll be the beginning of the group stage. And Na'Vi, whilst their run for Berlin is over and done with, they're looking for more points to kind of save or compensate or whatever you want to call it in preparation for stage 3. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Milos. It's Fresh and Fabian. Rogue, we talked about how great they have been, about how Spoit has been great, how the whole team is built around them, how well they're doing. Do they got it in the bag today?
I mean, yes, for a short answer, if that's what you're looking for. I just think that they're a more complete team. This game, it doesn't really have anything to do for Rogue. Rogue is already locked into 2nd seed. Nobody can climb above them. They can't climb to number 1 seed. So for them, it doesn't matter much. It's more about the 3 points maybe in the end of this for all the stages. But that's probably about it for them. They will most likely beat Na'Vi because they have just that good team play and they're a very solid team. There's not much to this game for them.
I think the one thing that does matter is that they lost against Pones last week. And they said it was because of arguments, disagreements, and they weren't themselves through the first 6 rounds. They'll want to iron that out in an official match today. They'll want to go out and just put out a statement game. Sure, we're not going to see new strats. Sure, we're probably not going to see a new map from them. We'll probably see an old map from them that they've played probably 3 or 4 times, right? But for them, I think the performance is potentially even more important than the result. They just want to go out there, iron away any issues they had last week, and then just go and win. Get their eyes set on Berlin.
Yeah, I just checked the overall standings. Sure, they can climb to 3rd spot from 6th if they win. So I guess that's something. But other than that, as you say, Jack, performance is all they care about.
Yeah, it's like how Wolves made a statement earlier on today with a victory. That's what Rogue's looking for. And Na'Vi on the other side with the extra points that they would be looking for in this game. Jack.
Na'Vi are at danger of being dragged into a relegation dogfight. So whilst this game isn't realistically important in terms of result for Na'Vi, for Rogue, it is important for Na'Vi. They've got to get as many points as they can. They've been a team that's been building on good blocks, but they've let it slip recently and they've put in some pretty utterly bad performances, especially last week on Cafe once again. So I'm hoping for improved things, but they might have an eye on stage 3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're only overall for the relegation fight, they're only 3 points ahead currently of Team Secret. So it's not that big of a gap, actually. They need all the points they can get, and they just need to be able to show off today. Skitty has totally changed around how the team plays. I think for the better. I hope to see that today too.
All right, our map for the series. Which one will it be, and will it have an impact? Rogue, reminder, are qualified to the major, so they could play the back pocket. We go to Clubhouse in this. Yeah. Na'Vi betting out Bank and taking us to the all-time classic. There's a thread going on the past couple days. What is kind of this classic map in Rainbow Six? Clubhouse is definitely the one. It's the Inferno, I guess, as people were kind of mentioning the map itself. A very old school from the old CS 1.5 days. Olden days. But Clubhouse, attack for Na'Vi.
Yeah, so obviously Na'Vi have banned away the last map, so Rogue are choosing the starting side and choose to start on defense. Rogue have played Club a few times. They played against Heroic, they played against Wolves, and they played it against Pones. 2 losses, 1 win. And the defenses have not looked particularly great, I'll be honest. But for, like we said, for Rogue, go to a map that you've played. They've shown it 3 times. They're not going to do anything different, and they'll back themselves to beat Na'Vi on the balance of the map.
They can be very smart. As you said, Jack, before, it's about the statement. Now they're going back to the same map that they lost against Pones on. Yep. But at the same time, you say, just going to repeat what you said. Basically, the way that I look at it is, they're smart picking this map for the 4th time because they might just go for it. If they feel like it's a bad map for them, they might perma-ban it at the major. Yeah. And then they play it now. So people sit there and say, oh yeah, they played 4 times Clubhouse. They'll study how they play Clubhouse. And there's just nothing there to them because Clubhouse will be banned by Rogue.
Some poor analyst from NA sat having to watch Rogue play Clubhouse 4 times. Especially when they went max OT against Pones.
It's not like they rewatch it once. They rewatch it over and over and slow down the round. Rewatching maps can take much longer than the game is played.
In terms of bans, if I was a team against Rogue, there's 2 crutches for them. One is the Valkyrie on defense, particularly when they're doing their roaming. They get rushed against a lot when they do the roam on the Czech Arsenal side. They use the Valkyrie for so much information on Clubhouse. It's not being banned against them. Would be an effective ban. and Fairmite against Leon. We see a lot of hard breaches banned on Clubhouse, but nobody's banned the Fairmite away from Leon, and Rogue crutch on it so much. We saw last week when they get tricked with that Fairmite trick, it really screws them over. So
every single time
away.
they attack Master Bedroom, they breach the single wall into construction.
Yeah.
Every time. And if you just remove the Thermites from that equation, well, he won't breach it.
I mean, if anything, Cryan can keep, winning.
No. Nothing, don't worry about it.
Winning clutches, as we saw.
Clutches is something you can't really rely on, though, because it's a day-on-today thing, you know?
State the obvious,
well, I mean, have you played ranked? Average ranked player says that fragging ability is better than everything else.
I have not played ranked since literally a month after Maestro came out. That's how long it's been. So even back then, it was literally the same thing.
But it's just one of those things. They have the ability to do so. But to go deep in big tournaments, it's the last thing you rely on. It's the ace in the sleeve, you know? You have done everything else that failed. Then you take out the fragging potential.
Hey, Jack.
Hi.
Rogue, easy game?
No, I don't think it'll be easy. Na'Vi looked good when they played this against Outsiders in terms of this map. Na'Vi, I always have as a team that does default things generally quite well. They've been getting better. They're not amazing at it, but they do it quite well. They've played Cafe a couple of times. They've been blown away, like completely blown away the last 2 times they've played Cafe in this league. But Clubhouse is a very default map. Na'Vi have tried new things on Cafe. It's not wiped out. When they played default, Villa, Clubhouse, they've looked pretty good. I think they'll put up good enough opposition today. I don't think they'll be good enough, but good opposition.
Lobby's ready. Gentlemen, let's then get it in the bag. Fabian and Fresh, that's Na'Vi versus Rogue. And we got Ace and Fresh casting.
I'm not allowed to cast.
Maybe at the end.
You can come cast if you want.
They hate me.
Go.
No, I don't want to anymore.
How do you?
Thank you very much, Milosh and Fresh, for joining me. He's going to switch over to his little headset-aroo and we'll get this one underway. I mean, like you say, maybe not the biggest game on paper, given that there's not too much riding on the outcome of it, but plenty for these teams to want to do. Rogue, particularly, keep sharp before the major. Winning is a habit. Na'Vi, of course, plenty to work on. As a squad, they've had new players come in. They want to take every opportunity for competitive games to grow.
And that's the thing that you will talk about with these two teams is that, well, especially Na'Vi, is they've got this new player in terms of Skiddy, who's had limited experience in terms of Tier 3, no Tier 2 experience, will only get 9 games a stage. So you need to use every single round possible to get that experience and try your hardest. I would expect Na'Vi do put up some significant opposition today.
I would agree. I think, like you say, we're going to see Rogue probably playing quite default. They're not going to give too much away. No surprises that we're seeing ourselves on Clubhouse. It's a map that everybody has to know how to play. Everybody needs to be good at it. So you're not really giving too much away. We're going to have an interesting ban coming in. Finka is the first. Ace will be the second.
Yeah, and I said, I just did the pre-show on the analyst desk. I said I would personally have banned Leon on the Thermite. However, a second good ban would be Deepek on the Ace, because both breachers are very effective on this map. Obviously, Leon has to target one side, Deepek has to target the other, right? So get rid of Deepek. I think it would be more effective to ban away Leon. But, Deepek as well, I imagine he's just going to switch on the Hibana, to be honest. But then the Valkyrie ban again. Na'Vi are a team that do a lot of counter bans. They do a lot of counter play. So these bans are not particularly surprising that they would target ban a specific breacher and then also take away the Valkyrie, which we know Rogue crutch on so much.
Well, let's get this underway then, shall we? It's going to be the last game of Stage 2 for both of these. Rogue have already confirmed themselves at the major. They're going to be fighting for... in fact, I think they've already secured second spot as well. I don't think anybody can overtake them now that M&M only picked up 1 point. So it's, as you say, more about just playing for momentum, playing for results at this point, and playing to keep themselves in that winning mentality. We've got Spoit, interestingly, on the Oryx. He's had a fantastic first stage in the pro scene. I think that much we can all agree on. Seeing an operator like the Oryx is always going to be a fascinating one, because he's the sort of player that can make those explosive plays. We've seen that he will do risky manoeuvres to try and retake a vertical area, for example, and that operator is just perfect for it.
On this particular site, we're actually used to seeing Cryan play the Oryx, and Spoit would be on Alibi. However, Cryan's obviously over towards the Izami, which has been banned out against Rogue a lot. So that's just a testament. If you don't ban the Izami away from Rogue, they're going to use it. If you don't ban the Valkyrie away from Rogue, they're going to use it. Both are kind of crutch operators. And we're going to see Blair straight away on this blitz. Now, Rogue are going to be ready for the rush on the first round because they go Church, and people rush from Adam on the first round every single time. Pones did it, Na'Vi are going to do it, and I'm sure as hell, and you can see by the Goyo canister, that Rogue are ready for it.
I tell you what, it hasn't slowed Blur down though, as it is going to take his 40 damage and he's going to go on his way. He's already charging down towards Blue, looking to get himself inside, but the second Goyo canister, that will put the brakes on this rush, and as you say, Rogue completely prepped for that. Nade comes in, it's not going to do sufficient damage to Leon to get him to back off, so he's just waiting for this push to continue in from the blue door, but I get a feeling that Na'Vi have just taken their foot off the gas. They're going to leave it on the brakes. Leon manages to get one, Leon manages to get two. Skiddy able to get in there and get the trade, but still it's advantage Rogue 4v3. Skiddy's trying to go deep here, looking for the man just around the back end of Arsenal, manages to find him. It's actually Thunder who gets the kill onto Deepak, and all of a sudden Na'Vi, with that, I will call it a semi-rush, they didn't quite get in there as quick as they might like, but they find themselves now in a 3v2.
Yeah, Kanto and Spoit, they've got it all to do, but you would back Spoit, the highest rated player in EUL, to do it. Kanto finds a lovely shot onto Blue, prone underneath the chairs. I don't know how you're going to know he's in there. Obviously, they know Thunder's in sight. Yak's location is not fully aware, although he has taken a lot of damage in this 2v2. Does have an idea where Kanto is and will make his push down Blue.
Yak needs to find his man without a challenge here, really, seeing that he's on such low health. There's just a little bit of a rejig of positions inside of the site there. Kanto doesn't see him move past because he is behind the generator at the minute. He sees the head though, and what a flick from Kanto. Absolute beauty of a 2K from him. He's looking to close this down solo as the peak is going to come through from Thunder. He is also not on full health. Nade goes out. Maybe a little bit of information there. Is going to chase his man away, but he still has to keep battling here. Doesn't know exactly where Kanto is, and it's a 3K for Kanto, and what a start for Rogue. Beautiful play from Kanto, barely moved his feet inside a church.
Kanto's been super polarizing on this map in terms of, I think it was the game against Wolves that he went 0-10. And then other games he's had really good games on this map, so for him to get out of the blocks, get that 3K, retake the round and win the round for his team will be absolutely massive for him personally. In terms of the round, I think deja vu, I think that's 4 times that Rogue have started Church Arsenal, in the 4 times they've played it on the defense, and 4 times they've been rushed / semi-rushed, as you called it. And I think at that point they were expecting it. The Goyo use particularly to do the damage onto the Blitz was like super big brain, because the Blitz ended up just in so much fire that when it came to a challenge, he was 1 HP.
Just having a look at those kills for Kanto. Beautiful one from under the table, and then the flick onto the knock as he just gets the little sliver of a pixel on that gap, and he's able to close both of them down. Beautiful play from Kanto. Good round from Rogue. As you said, they were stacked up ready. Normally you wouldn't see the Goyo canisters on those 2 particular barricades like that, but they knew exactly what was likely coming, and after the first, it should have been the clue for Blur that maybe it wasn't going to go all his way. So we're going to have CCTV and Cash. No, sorry, Gym and Bedroom. It is as round number 2. We're going to have a setup in CCTV and Cash as Rogue are extending out to the eastern side. It's going to be Leon and Kanto particularly looking to hold on. I think Spoit is there as well, but I would imagine only 2 out of the 3 will remain.
Yeah, so Rogue sometimes, as we see, Naif does manage to pick up Cryan onto the spawn peak. Rogue sometimes have chose to try and hold on to Garage, and then sometimes have chose to try and hold on to Cash and CCTV. Sometimes they've had difficulty figuring out the pacing, particularly of this site, and when to fall back and when to stay and fight, especially over towards that east side. So that's what I'm looking for them today. Leon's got a great bandit trick out over onto the CCTV wall, though. Naif's obviously with Terror Drone coming in a little bit too late to stop Leon doing that. And that, crucially, is going to take up one of those Thermite charges with no other hard breach other than Yak on the Fuse hard breach charge. So the Jacuzzi side breach is going to be pretty limited for Na'Vi to go through.
That's it. It's not going to be easy for them to work in through there, and even less so for them to try and work the angles that they might need to deal with anybody that's playing inside of Bathroom. Kanto is going to escape himself from Cash. I think they're happy to concede at this point that that area is off limits to them now that CCTV has been breached and Na'Vi have found themselves inside. But that's a minute 10 wasted. Not a bad start. They've got the Goyo on side. Frostmat's on the floor as well. So still, Na'Vi need to be very careful how they tread here.
Yeah, Kanto needs to be careful in his position as well. One shoot through the window and he is gone. However, the shots are a little bit low. However, once again, Rogue, the pacing, the leaving of the construction side and moving back into logistics and site is pretty fast. 1 minute 30 is more than enough time for Na'Vi to work with. They'll go and they'll open up the logistics hatch. Logistics is obviously the next target for Na'Vi. They want to take control, but they do have Goyo canisters, they do have Azami keeper barriers, and a Bandit M870 in hand to work through once they get there.
I mean, it's not an everyday setup. I think that's probably fair to say. As we said, Rogue, not necessarily wanting to give too much away. They can play this in a reasonably default way, try a thing or two, and just see how it works out for them against solid opposition like Na'Vi. Nath, he's going to be getting in there, taking down a keeper barricade that's going to allow a little bit of pressure with the deployable shield gone as well to be able to be maintained from the window. The keeper barrier actually on top of the bomb chassis has stayed in position, so Kanto can keep holding down from his location that he's in. He's got a nice little cutout at the bottom there that's going to allow him to see through onto the door, but he needs to be careful. Nade comes in. It's not going to catch Kanto, but it will take down the barricade. Yak, he manages to double down on the advantage given by Nathan. Get another kill. 5 versus 3 now. 24 seconds left to go. Rogue need to hold on. Kanto looking to challenge onto the window. He knows that somebody has just moved across to Jim, and with 17 seconds left to go, it's going to be Leon who gets taken down next, this time by Blur. Yak is down, and Kanto starts fighting, but not enough to secure the round this time, as Na'Vi, they managed to get a flawless round.
I've been fortunate enough, or painful enough, to have reviewed Rogue on this particular site a million times, it feels like now. Like I say, this is the 4th time in, I think, 5 rounds that they've played this particular map. And one thing that I do think is that they do struggle with the pacing of that site. And then the next 2 sites after they lose Jim are not great choices either, and this is why their defenses struggle, is because they can't find a way to make sure that Jim is completely locked down inside of officials. I think maybe out of the, 7 times they've played it, I think they've only won it once or twice, and those were Cryon's clutches up against Heroic. So they will move out and go towards Bar Stage, choosing to not go to CCTV. Now, when they went to Bar Stage, they do this strip club extension out towards the west, and up on the top floor, and when you do that, because you extend horizontally and vertically, you stretch yourselves very thin as defenders, often having to take liberties with utility, with player positioning, with reinforcements. It all becomes very thin, so if Na'Vi concentrate their intentions onto one side, whether that be strip or vertical, then Rogue could come undone.
I mean, I look at this and I think, like you say, they're trying to hold on to a similar space that they were trying to hold on to last round, but this time Rogue have got even less in terms of manpower, even less in terms of utility to do that. That sort of sounds alarm signals to me. Would you not maybe drop the strip side of the hold and just focus on the vertical?
When they played this against Pones, basically Pones had a drone in strip and just walked somebody in there within about 30 seconds gone. And they caught Deepak and Leon off when that happened. Obviously, Na'Vi aren't looking like they're going to do this, but that was how it undid Rogue last time that they played this. Na'Vi have got an Amaru and a Monty on hand and a Dokkaebi, so I'm wondering if they're going to do something quick and direct maybe, as long as they hold the hatch control off from construction.
30 seconds in and we see the Hardbreaker gadget just being applied to the construction wall. So it signals an attempt from Na'Vi to try and get that top floor held down, but Deepak, he's ready fresh, and he takes the Amaru down as soon as he comes in through the window. But Nath, he's going for the plant here, and I think he's going to get away with it. They've managed to take Rogue's eye off the ball here, and Na'Vi have escaped. They've got the diffuser down. What an absolute steal!
And that's the complete distraction technique and using the Monty as well. Obviously, the hatch control maintained in control of Rogue, but their attention was completely elsewhere. Dokkaebi's, Amaru's, fuse charges going off. They do have the 5v3, but they've only got 20 seconds to retake it and defuse.
And this is it now. Na'Vi have got themselves established in the post plant as well. They can just hold these angles. Skiddy, he's fighting with the man down in bathroom. Ooh, that's a bad move though. Monty tries to get up above, gets cut down. 2v2 though, however, as Skiddy and Thunder manage to find some kills. Kanto shut down, and that is going to be round to Na'Vi. 2-1 now.
I really liked that from Na'Vi. I think a good appreciation of how Rogue played the map, and I do say this often about them, is they're really good with their counter-analytical stuff as a team. They definitely watch the teams they're playing on the maps they're going to go to. And I will say that was absolutely huge. Great idea. The Dokkaebi call comes in. The fuse is making noise upstairs in terms of Yak. The Amaru comes in up the main stairs. How can communications be clear when that's going on? Rogue, no idea that the plant was going down.
Perfectly worked. Love to see it make a lot of noise over there whilst you do what you actually want to do over here. And it worked perfectly for Na'Vi. Rogue are going to be going back down to Church and Arsenal then for round number 4. It is the only site that they've been successful on so far tonight, and they're going to be looking for a little bit more of the same. However, I don't think Na'Vi are going to be playing it the same. They don't have the blitz on side this time, and I think it's going to be a much more sort of orthodox push from them. They're going to look to get top floor control, work their way down. By the halfway mark, they want to be opening up those hatches. They've only got the thermite, so that's not going to leave them too many options, although the fuse is likely to bring the hard breach gadget along as well, so that will extend their capability to deal with the hatches a little bit.
And to be honest, depending on what you're going for, you could even drop the thermite, as long as you've got the 2 hard breach charges, because obviously you want to clear out, if you're going to bring a conventional lineup, you want to clear out the top floor, the middle floor, and then work your way down and have verticality. Now, you're probably going to want to breach a kitchen hatch at all costs. Maybe also the bar hatch. So I think you need at least 2 breaching. Obviously, you're going to start thinking about Dirt Tunnel as well, which is probably what Thunder's first protocol will be as the thermite whenever he gets over there. But for Na'Vi, the round realistically isn't going to be won or lost on the breaching. It's going to be whether they clear out that front free of Rogue. And that's why we see teams rush against them so much. Because that front free of Rogue, by the way, is usually Spoit, Canto and Crying. Now, I wouldn't want to try and go and clear that. So I understand why teams rush and go directly for Leon and Deepak in sight.
It's going to be up to Skiddy to try and push that front 3 lineup as he looks to get himself in through the breach on Jacuzzi wall. Needs to just keep an eye on those hard breach gadgets. That's 1 used, it leaves 1 remaining, but that's going to be 1 on the east wall there. So they're now down to only possibly 2 out of 3 hatches. So that's going to be Moto, Blue and Kitchen. 1 of those will remain closed. So there's going to be at least 1 avenue that Na'Vi aren't able to push from here. Kanto, he's going to take a challenge, but we've seen that more and more teams very smartly using those drones, sending them in at the same time as the push is coming, and as soon as the defender challenges the drone, you move in and you get yourself a free kill. That's what's going to happen as Kanto gets taken down.
A little bit we're not used to seeing that from Rogue, is what I'm trying to say, in terms of how split they were. Spoit had left main stairs, and Kanto had locked himself in a position where he could not leave and needed somebody to fight with him. Spoit was not fighting with him. Crime was therefore very detached and will eventually get away. So not amazing from Rogue, but not bad by any stretch. They've managed to get away, waste 2 minutes of time, and now Na'Vi can start thinking about going about their attacks. But they've only got a minute to do so, as Skiddy takes a bit of team damage and nearly flicks. I think it was Thunder outside that window. Not ideal, as you say, but 1 minute to basically, as Blair gets a lovely little wallbang onto Leon there. That's pretty unfortunate. 1 minute to go about your attack. Now 5v3 because Blair's got that really good wallbang.
It's a bit of information there for Blur to benefit from, I think. We've seen the drones going in and Leon getting spotted out and shut down. 5 versus 3. Na'Vi a good advantage here, not just in terms of man count, but the scoreboard. This is looking good for another potential round win for them, which will give them a little bit of breathing space on the attack of Clubhouse, which is never a bad thing. Crying, he's going to try to hold on to that kitchen hatch, but as I love on Clubhouse, he's starting to be pressured from multiple angles now. Coming down the blue corridor, looking to pressure the kitchen hatch. It is the squeeze that is going to come onto him. 19 seconds left to go though. Na'Vi need to make sure they squeeze in a little harder here. Blur is going to push through the fire. He doesn't have much of a choice. He's going to get aggressive. That's Crying taken down, and there's an opportunity now to get this diffuser down, but it's on the ground and needs to be collected. 4 seconds left to go. Skiddy able to pick it up. He's going to start planting, and that is the timer ticking down. Spike shut down. 1v3. It's all up to Deepak. He gets 1, he gets 2. It's a 1v1 now effectively. That was a team kill in the mids, and it's all up to Nath in the 1v1. Deepak wants to confirm that kill because he doesn't want the information being given out on his location, and Nath, he manages to escape into Dirt Tunnel. Deepak is going to confirm the kill, put out the impact nade, but with such low health it's unlikely that he's going to get this. No, he comes off. He should have stuck it. He might just have been able to make it there, but he's given Nath the opportunity now to get onto the kitchen hatch, and that is all that he needed. Impact nade comes out. 8 seconds left to go. If Deepak wants to have time to disable this diffuser, he's going to have to stick it. It doesn't matter that Nath has lost that because Deepak does not have time to make another challenge here. And Nath, he goes forward, gets that kill, wins the round, and that is going to be 3-1 now for Na'Vi.
How many hearts? How many hearts were beaten so fast?
Just keep it, Deepak. Keep
when
going.
He should have just stuck onto that. That was so unfortunate. I think Deepak did really well to get it back to the 1v1 though. Na'Vi with a really good round there. Really, and I say this all the time from them, really default stuff. Everything they should have done when they practiced their full clears, They did. They got themselves into a 5v3. They got themselves effectively into whatever that was, a 3v1 in the end there. Obviously nearly let it go. But really good, really good in terms of identifying the solo player in Kanto, dealing with him, Blair understanding where a default position for a player on the impact trip would be, dealing with him, and then just going about your business. I think really nice, really default. And Rogue, they've got a real choice now. They've got to go to a new site. They can't win Church, they can't win Gym, they can't win Bar, so they're going to try CCTV. They're going to go to the offsite that is probably the worst out of the lot of them. 3-1 down.
It is at the minute, certainly. You know, we've seen a lot of attacker wins on this site, and as you say, Rogue struggling to find a win anywhere, really. You know, as we've said, you know, probably trying not to reveal too much at the same time, but as I've said, winning is a mentality, it is a habit, and I know that I would rather go into a major event with a win under my belt than with a loss. So Rogue, they're going to be fighting hard to try and get themselves at least a couple of rounds here, level it up at the half and go in 3-3 before that side switch. But the big question, of course, for Na'Vi is going to be if they can maintain this pace when they find themselves on the defence. But on the attack right now, they've looked pretty good. You know, they're a side that you comment quite often, Fresh, do the basics well. You know, they play that checklist siege well, they don't miss steps, they go through and they get done what needs to be done. And they're showing that today.
And I like them when they do that. When they go away from that, that's where they... Spike trying to take a drone.
I don't think that was any utility, Spike.
I think it was a drone, no?
Was it? Was it a drone?
I
thought it was like a bird or something.
No. Have you ever seen it when like streamers do it? Big streamers like Spike throw a drone in the air and then try and one-tap it. That's what Spike was doing, but with the enemy's drone, and he will take Skiddy's head off for good measure. It's not something you see every day, is a defender challenging a drone in the air, but you know, it does happen. Spike gets the first kill, and I think very wisely for Rogue, they do manage to just retreat back to site, knowing that there is a kind of west side approach coming out, a construction take at some point potentially might come out of Na'Vi, and therefore they're not going to lock themselves in any positions.
Good start for Rogue, better than they've had previously. Taking Skiddy down as well, who is 6-3, certainly isn't going to hurt. The fuse charge is going to be used here. For any of you at home thinking, that's a nice idea. It's just a way of clearing utility, but also preventing anything like a bandit trick or anything. You get that on there, and it just allows players to be forced away. The timing wasn't ideal for Na'Vi then. It was a little bit of pause afterwards until that came off. I think the fuse charge was shot off by somebody inside a site because we didn't lose the mute jammer, so that would be my guess, that it didn't deliver all 5 of those pucks.
Yeah, the fuse charge was shot, and I think the thermite charge got EMP'd by the bulletproof camera as well. Obviously, a use that you don't always see inside of pro players. Leon, he peeks the breach, he's staying aggressive. You can see with his Izami barriers, does manage to find a kill. Gets into a 5v3, but gives it straight back to Yak, who's holding the angle of the LMG through that very small hard breach charge breach.
Going to have a nade raining into sight here from Blur. Not going to catch anybody as there's nobody playing inside of Cash right now. There's quite a strong presence underneath here, and Thunder might just catch them out as he comes forward. Crying and Kanto were playing in this position inside a lounge, looking for that vertical denial. We've got the pre-placed Nitro that's going to be taken out, and I think they're now aware, Rogue, but Thunder, he's not going to overcommit to that. 25 seconds left to go, and it's Na'Vi that need to think about getting inside a site. There was an opportunity there, but Yak's missed these shots. He's not going to be able to take down the Jaeger of Crying, who lives to fight another day. Yak able to go in and start getting that diffuser down. Crying gets one spot, he gets another, and that is going to be, just as the diffuser is confirmed, the final kill coming in, and it's going to be a round to Rogue.
I like that from Rogue. With a team that plays default, and you know that they play default very well. Try and take the defaults away. Get aggressive on the melee. Get, you know, basically fight them at any entrance to the map. That's what Rogue did. Got themselves a 5v4. Got themselves a 5v3 with, you know, Leon swinging the breach. That's not something you see out of most defenders on a CCTV, especially inside a pro play. You might see it in ranked, but not inside a pro play. Leon does that, gets a 5v3. And I think that's the one thing that Rogue can kind of hang on to is, sure, if they go and play default at the minute, they'll be getting beat by Na'Vi. But they've got that win condition that ultimately, that's what Rogue rely on, is swinging, and then swinging things together, and being aggressive and relying on their gun skill. When they rely on that and that's their win condition, you saw exactly what happened in that round.
Going to be the final defensive round for Rogue. This time they're going to head down to Church and Arsenal, and we've seen them here twice already. 1 win, 1 loss, so 50-50 output from them. Na'Vi going to be looking to secure a win. It was a rush that got them their win last time around. They were able to get the diffuser down, and to be honest, there's an argument to be made that they probably should have won the last time that they attacked here. It was all down to that final flurry from Deepak where he was able to get 2 of them. It was a little bit fortuitous. They both kind of lined up for him, and you know, in a different world, in a different round, he probably doesn't get both of those kills without the stars aligning. So Na'Vi can probably try more of the same again.
Cryin is spotting out that drone, and I can tell you as I used to work with Cryin in terms of also I've been on 2 teams with Cryin actually. He's probably the player I've worked with the most in my career. He loves putting that drone there himself on the attack, so he always checks for that particular drone spot, so you're never going to get a drone like that against Cryin. In terms of the rush again, Rogue are double ready. They've got the Goyo and the Capcan this time, but I think it's going to be what looks to be like a full clear again. Now, Rogue needs to be careful. They need to not lock, Kanto in particular needs to not lock himself in position. And I think if Rogue stay and fight more for the top floor, they will have much more success. Obviously, Spoit made a decision to go down the main stairs in the last time, and that probably ultimately was what lost them the round.
Blur working himself into kitchen there, maybe just looking to apply a slightly, I was going to say please spot the Nitro Skiddy that was flashing in front of his face before he was able to try and walk his way in through there. Blur is looking to push up the stairs as well. It's an interesting one this, because it completely cuts off the rotate for any of those Rogue players that are going to be looking to get themselves back down to site. Absolute freebie there onto Deepak, manages to take down the Capcan. 4 versus 4 though, as Spike manages to trade that one with one of his own onto Skiddy, leaving us at even. Stevens, Nath onto Spoit, and that leaves us now with Blur looking for the man underneath as he just searches through construction, but no, Rogue, they're going to escape and try and get themselves back to site.
I somewhat love in most games to have a Blur on the cam. Look how smart Blur's been in terms of being able to get himself down the main stairs and cut the rotates. Tried to cut the main stairs rotate, tried to cut the hatch rotate, tried to cut the red stairs rotate, didn't manage in the end, just missed his shots. Now, both of those Romas should have been punished by Na'Vi, so if Rogue win this round, we can point towards that. However, I think Blur's played particularly smart in terms of the way that he cut the rotates and did manage to find that opening kill.
Yak is now holding down that main stairs rotate whilst the hatches start to be opened. It's going to be the Moto hatch that goes first under. He was unlucky not to find a man playing directly underneath there. Leon manages to find Blur with a Nitro, levelling things out at 3 versus 3. And Rogue might be feeling like they're sitting pretty here. 40 seconds left to go. All 3 of them back on site. They can start holding their angles. Yak has got himself down to the bottom of main stairs, and this could be a killer angle. I always think of Parlu when I see this angle. It's one that he has played so often. Open up the bottom corner on the Hibana, lay prone and just cut off any rotates from Church out towards Moto, and it works fantastically well. Kanto, he's just holding his position in behind the boxes for the time being. 20 seconds left to go, and Na'Vi, now is go time. They need to push forward, they need to get themselves established inside of sight. Leon, he's going to get stunned out, but he's not being tricked, he's not being fooled, he's ready for the push coming in through the breach. The diffuser gets dropped, Kanto down, feeding information though about where that death has come from as Nath goes in and grabs the diffuser. Leon tries to make the challenge, can't find his man, but eventually the cover is there from Cryin, and that's going to be the final kill. The clock ticking down and finishing things off as Rogue managed to level us up 3-3.
I've got to say, Na'Vi played somewhat well in terms of the way they took the top floor as a full unit with Blur cutting the rotates. I was a big fan of it. However, not punishing Spoit and Cryin really came to cost them when Cryin got that end kill there onto Nave. And I think ultimately allowing Rogue to just regroup and retake that position down on the bottom floor is what cost them. Plus, losing Blur, the vertical player, meant that they were forced into going for that church-sided push because they could not do all of the necessary vertical onto the armory side. So I think for Na'Vi, a couple of options. Maybe they could have brought a sledge as well as Luck. But for Rogue, they regrouped well. They really fought for the top floor, and it paid dividends in the end game.
Here we go then. Round number 7. We swap sides. We're going to have Rogue on the attack now. Na'Vi able to secure 3 attacking rounds, but Rogue coming back with a good bit of momentum in the last couple, winning 5 and 6 and just giving themselves a little bit of spring in the step. And I've got a feeling, Fresh, I've got a feeling that this is where Rogue are going to get particularly dangerous. You know, they can play a little bit freer on the attack. They can bring the aggression. They can up the pace. They can get themselves inside the map quick, send Spoit chasing down those roamers. And I think Rogue, we might just see a slightly different beast.
I think if Rogue get to 3-3 on their defenses, they did this against Heroic. They looked pretty poor on their defense. They managed to get 2 clutches to get a 3-3 defense split, and then they ran away with things on the attack. They've gone through the hard times now, and now is where they will, even though it's not been great for them in the first half, they will back themselves to win 4 of the 6 rounds. We're going to see Nave try and get aggressive again. I wonder again a little bit of counter-analysis. However, the door's been double punched there, and they also seem, in terms of Rogue's point of view, seem aware of Nath. They're going to try and catch him on the rotate back out, but he will, in the end, be too quick.
Smart play from Nath there, using the impact nade just to create the rotate on the fly, and he's going to head straight back up to site. But it was nice from Spoit. As I said, I expected from Rogue, was moving in quickly, drones ahead of them, information there, able to go in and make those challenges, and it was no surprise to see them able to move Nath on as quickly as they did. Spoit's underneath, and he's going to be looking to deal with any utility. He can't use a nade on those bandit batteries because the floor is not destructible there, so instead it will be the Thatcher EMP that comes in. That's going to be successful. There's going to be no attempt to try and trick this exothermic charge. That will go off. Jacuzzi wall is open, so good progress from Rogue so far.
No attempt to trick, because if you look at Yak's location, he's waiting to go and trick the construction wall, which, as we say so many times, is so crucial for Rogue's attack. You would imagine this is Leon's next port of call, is to come to this wall. Now they need to work out a way to deal with Yak. It could be a nade, it could be somebody jumping in, it could be an absolute plethora of things. But they need to deal with that if they want that wall open. They cannot rely on Thatcher alone.
And this is how they intend to deal with Thunder. They're going to get vertical nades up into logistics, but it will not do the job. Yak still in place, battery in hand, ready to go. But we're going to have the exothermic charge applied instead to the bathroom wall, and it's going to be tricked out by Nath. So that is going to be both of Thermite's charges used. Deepek does have 2 hard breach gadgets remaining. He's going to put the fuse charge on there. That's going to move Nath away, no doubt. Keep a barricade over the top to prevent a nade. What a beauty from Blur as he manages to peek above the Kiba barricade to take down Leon. Yak onto Spoit, 5 versus 3.
I do really think they linchpin so hard on opening that con wall, and we've seen when Rogue can't open it, just what happens. Uncharacteristically, they're not going together. They're not refragging. They've not exploded into sight, and it's all somewhat fallen apart. Deepek, he's going to walk up short and try and find something with that LMG. Swinging inside the gym, won't find anything. In the end, will find one, but Blair and Yak comfortably in that 4v2, managing to trade it back out for Na'Vi and take another round.
Able there just to create the pinch, one on either side, and it got the job done. Na'Vi, as you say, managing to get themselves back ahead. A good first defense as well. Gym and bedroom, not always the easiest, but it gives them Church and Arsenal to follow up on. And if they get this basement locked down, they find themselves 5-3, and things are going pretty well at that point. So Na'Vi, they're going to be heading down there. Nothing too wild on the lineup. Yak on the Oryx is one to watch out for. Yet more Fuse being brought along. Obviously, I understand the purposes of Fuse. You're talking, about utility clearance. You're talking about moving the defenders and pushing them out of their favoured spots, putting them into dangerous positions. But we don't usually see this much Fuse.
Well, he's got an LMG. The same LMG as Finka.
He's got the LMG boost.
Obviously, Finka's banned out, but what I will say is both of these teams, well, more so Rogue, but also we saw Yak using Fuse a lot in terms of Na'Vi, is when you need some kind of hard breach, you've not got an ace to rely on. You'll always be running, most of the time, a Thermite. So in terms of using Fuse with the hard breach charge, it makes total sense because Fuse is good on most sites on Clubhouse in terms of breaching the walls, in terms of breaching the hatches, the soft floors to enable a kitchen dirt. So I'm not surprised we see so much as Deepek does rotate off. The reason Deepek moved off is because Leon's gone onto the book. He did initially have a look at the Monty. Now Leon loves the Monty going down dirt tunnel with someone behind. He seems very effective a lot of the time with the Monty. However, I think Rogue have got an appreciation. Na'Vi have built counter strats in mind. And therefore, having to change it up a little bit.
Second round in a row that Spike's gone in through the strip door. Something you need to be careful sometimes, particularly as an entry player, is building those tendencies, because of course they can then be predicted. At this point, Na'Vi will not be challenging onto it, but when the challenge comes through bathroom, they are going to be aware that once again it was through strip. Nath was out there last time, so it is something that maybe Na'Vi could look to play and lean in towards in future rounds if they suspect that the entry is going to come through there again. For the time being, Nath, he's up on the top floor on the mute. He's going to have his jammers down just to prevent the drones getting in there, so it's going to be a face check situation for Rogue going in there on the entry, looking to chase him down, and of course that always brings dangers with it, Fresh.
Yeah, it does. It brings opportunity, more so for Nath as well, especially if they don't know. You can see the drone does spot him out. He does have a rotate, but he's going to have to fight his way out of this, is Nath, and he won't manage to fight his way out of it. Was looking to drop the hatch, and who's on that hatch? Deepek. Rogue again. They start playing as a team. They start doing things together. They get kills for free. Low risk, high reward, as we start seeing Leon work in the verticals.
That's it. They've got the map control that they need now. The remaining 4 members of Na'Vi all down on site, and Rogue obviously pretty confident with that as they just look to open up every surface that they can in front of them right now. That angle that they've just opened up there from Leon, it's one that you can take away into your rank games potentially, because what that does is it prevents anybody playing underneath the kitchen hatch, at least from that side of the bomb chassis. If anybody's in there trying to get a nitro, trying to get an impact trick, open that angle up and you can have a lot of joy down onto them. Spike, he nearly finds some joy onto Yak. Going to take a little bit of damage with the nade that gets thrown in. 54 seconds. Rogue looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, time is the big problem, especially if they don't take control of dirt. If they don't take control of dirt, they're looking at potentially walking themselves down main stairs, going for church rather than going for the Arsenal side. We're seeing the Azami key bar is causing a lot of problems as the nade does come in on Yak. Will only do about 50 damage, and we're seeing Deepek open up onto church. So I'm thinking this is going to be a collapse for Rogue. 30 seconds and it's only 5v4. It's not looking amazing in terms of time here.
Yak just eating up those explosives like spicy meatballs at the minute. None of them can take him down, and he continues fighting in the round. Spike, he's looking to get aggressive down blue. Skiddy manages to find Kanto, and that's a beautiful headshot onto Spike as well. Thunder, he takes Deepek in amongst the midst of it all as the terror reigns in from Na'Vi right now. Leon, he goes down as well. Skiddy finishes things off from blue. It's a triple on the round for him, and that's going to be Na'Vi going 5-3.
And I think once again, Na'Vi had a great appreciation that Rogue would probably bring the Monty. Rogue decided against it, did a default take. What are Na'Vi good at? Defaults. Fully aware, particularly that round was won and lost, was the Skiddy in blue, fully aware that he was going to get pushed from oil pit, fully aware that the next one would be walking down Adam's stairs at him and getting both kills. That's the impact Skiddy is bringing to this Na'Vi roster. That's why we've been raving about him, because that was an absolutely massive solo play from him, but a good awareness that that was coming.
We get into a tactical timeout. Rogue decide that enough is enough. They're going to have to slow things down. They haven't won an attacking round yet. Round 7 and 8 both go in the direction of Na'Vi, and the game as a whole starting to slide ever so slowly towards that team, looking for the full 3 points here to give themselves the best possible finish that they can inside of EUL Stage 2. Na'Vi looking pretty confident on the defence, carrying well from the attack, just keeping that momentum up and winning a lot of gunfights, I think, is the key here. I've seen Spike lose a couple of head-to-heads now directly, and that is going well for Na'Vi. If we look down their scoreboard, you got Yak, you got Blur, both on 7, you got Skiddy out there on 10 and 4. They're going well at this point.
And they've got the players to do so, and it's good to see. And this is why I remain optimistic, I would say, about Na'Vi and their chances, because obviously they got whacked last week. They got whacked when they played Pones on Cafe. They've been whacked a couple of times. But I think generally the trend line for Na'Vi is one that's upwards. And I think generally you're talking about Na'Vi, you know, maybe even not stage 3, maybe stage 1 next year, talking about them as really a team that can challenge. Maybe, you know, they might look to maybe make one more roster change. We'll have to see on that front. But they're a team generally heading in the right direction. And this game's another example of that. Conversely, let's look at the scoreboard from Rogue. When have we ever seen a Rogue scoreboard in round 9 where every single player is negative? I don't think we've ever seen that from Rogue.
I'll be honest, it's not very often, Fresh. I'm struggling to name a specific time. Like you say, it's not like them. They're not really worried about it too much. As we say, this is more about practice. This is more about trying a few new things and seeing what works, what sticks and what doesn't. But right now, Na'Vi getting aggressive. Skinny, there's one right there. Pull the trigger. He does it, but just a second too late. And Rogue, they managed to escape without any damage there. On a different day, that would have been a different outcome. We're going to see the fuse charge coming in, but Yak's ready for it, just absolutely blasting to avoid that charge doing any damage. And look at that from Yak, beautiful!
Absolutely beautiful. Getting the bandit trick off, being fully aware of it. Obviously, Yak did that himself when he was playing on the fuse. The bandit trick coming out, and Nath makes a massive play, gets himself a double kill the other side of the map onto Deepek and Leon. I think he actually ran out of potentially garage, right? I'm not sure exactly where he went out, but he got the fuse and the thermite, and did in the end get traded out, which means for Rogue, it's absolutely falling apart because that was just step one of the attack. Rogue are going to have to completely skip step one, which is opening CC wall, and look to step two, looking to go into con, looking to try and breach that side of things, but they've got no breaching. They're just going to have to figure a way to get gunfight. Spoit does find one, 3v3, but they're going to have to hustle through a doorway, and that's the big problem for Rogue right now, is when you do that, you walk into crossfires.
Spoit's reactions and ability to win difficult gunfights like that are absolutely unreal sometimes. He just sees a flash of a man above the rotation or the line of sight that's been opened up in that soft wall, and he just does not miss those. Crying is going to take a lot of damage, and as I say, that Spoit manages to find himself another one onto Blur, who was holding down the catwalk. Spoit onto Thunder. They just keep coming for him. He is at times unstoppable, but I think the diffuser is outside of the wall, and that could be a problem for Rogue here, Fresh, because with 50 seconds left to go, they need to find this final kill. Skiddy is not necessarily aware of that. He's going to get one, but he's going to be shut down by Spoit on a 4K. What can you do about it? If Skiddy had only known that the diffuser was down outside, he could have played to keep himself alive.
Spoit is the highest rated player in EUL coming into this game. That is why. That is why Rogue went to every single length they could to get this guy on their roster. Like, I'm talking every single length to the point where they're saying, we're going to build a team around you. We're going to make this system fit for you because we think you are that special of a player. That round right there. Absolutely.
That was it. They didn't have the breach. They didn't have anything.
3v5 with no breaches.
They didn't have anything except Spoit on construction door.
Yeah.
That's all they had.
Oh.
And I could replace that name. I'm not going to say with any others, but I could replace that name with a lot of others, and you wouldn't come away with that round.
Yeah. Simply.
If you had Shaiko on construction door, maybe you win that round.
And that is
Citizen, maybe you win that round. But he's up there with that category of player.
Those two players. Yeah.
He's up there with that category of player.
Yeah, absolutely. With his first stage in EUL,
yeah,
by the way.
That's the ridiculous thing.
And I think, you know, that's what Rogue feel like they're building something special. Now, I've said this multiple times. I don't think the map suits Rogue whatsoever stylistically with how they want to play. And I think that's why we've seen them struggle on it stylistically. However, when everything's down and your round is lost strategically, that sprinkling of just that X factor of Spoit go, it's almost Spoit go kill, but it's not that they're relying on it. That's not their system. They don't rely on it. But when they need him to do that, he does do that. And it's absolutely magical from him. I cannot, for one, wait to see him, you know, go up with some of the bigger names internationally. We've seen him do it in EUL now, and he's conquered that individually in terms of talent. I want to see him do it internationally now.
When does Spoit play? That is going to be the question when we're coming into the major. Spoit, he's going to look to, I keep saying that name, he's going to look to get himself inside a construction here potentially. It is going to be the nades that will go in first. They're attacking onto gym and bedroom, and this is smart. Leon's managed to get that construction wall open quickly. Spoit's going to play on the windows for the time being, but as soon as they're confident that Blur and Skiddy have been forced back, it will then be an opportunity for him to get more aggressive. Leon, he manages to get Nath, but there's an immediate trade there from Blur, even as now at a 4v4. Blur's going absolutely nowhere here. I love this aggression from him. He's not being cowed by the fact that construction wall has been opened. He knows that Spoit is playing in behind the AC unit. He's not going to be able to find him, but at least he knows where the battle is to be taken.
Rogue focused on that breach again, and once again they get that breach, and Leon's got a little bit aggressive, gone for a bit of a 1-for-1, does manage to get it, but now you've got 4v4. So for Rogue, it's all about getting the breach on the Jacuzzi side, and can you 3-2-1 go? We often see Rogue spend probably another minute from here on out, getting themselves into position, and then going on a 3-2-1 call all together, particularly one round against Wolves that I remember. They did that, and it was in a 5v5 with 20 seconds to go. Skiddy, he's going to have a little look, use that robotic arm, punch the wall, and potentially look for a kill onto Spite. I would not back against Spite flicking this, by the way.
I think Drone's just seen him, so Skiddy needs to be careful, but Spite's attention does not seem to have turned in that direction. He did punch the hole, and that will attract Spite's eye, but the kill was not forthcoming. 4 versus 4, 1 minute 7 left to go. You see him, Spite, do you know? He's just in behind the keeper barricade, and that's just going to keep him out of dodge for the time being. Spite getting aggressive now, going into sight. He's going to get another, and there's your 3-2-1 go, but it looks like Na'Vi might be able to stand up to it as Yak manages to get the kill inside of sight. Skiddy onto Cryin, and now it's all up to Deepak, but we've seen him in these situations before. Not this time, though, as Yak, he manages to clean him out by dipping out from the shower, and that is going to be round to Na'Vi, 6-4.
Yeah, and I think once again we're seeing very similar things from Rogue, where the 3-2-1 does happen, but it's still just a little bit disjointed. And when you're playing a style that's so frag heavy, so frag oriented, rather than sweeping across, when you play this kind of collapse style, going in from all angles, it has to be together. It can't be disjointed, otherwise defenders can, you know, in specific micro situations, front it up. And that's what Na'Vi did particularly well there. I think their use of the keeper barriers was particularly good to enable Blair to play inside of construction, nice and safe, and in the end, that came to fruition. Another good round from Na'Vi. Match point, they get to go back down to Church Arsenal, and they did win it last time, so they're going to be feeling pretty confident.
Absolutely, they will. It was, you know, it was a good round from them. They were able to make life difficult for Rogue last time around, and I think, like you say, they're going to be feeling like there's 3 points in the offing for them here, and a real opportunity to get it done. Last time we saw Nath playing upstairs. If he does that again, I think they're going to want a little bit more out of him. We saw Rogue able to cut him down quite easily. It was Deepak from underneath the hatch that managed to find him up in Jimmer. Great use of those reverse vertical angles for Rogue, but they weren't able to get too much more going after that point. Yak particularly causing a nuisance. He was on the Oryx that time around, just dancing around those nades. He would not be put down. This time we see him on the Kaid. Now, an interesting position. If he plays the same as he did last time, the Oryx doesn't really bring much to the table in terms of the position he was playing, whereas the Kaid brings a Nitro that can go over that wall to the bottom of main stairs.
And I think we're seeing, obviously, in terms of the attacker repick, we've seen Leon gone onto the Monty as well. So this is a little bit more expected as to how Rogue want to deal with it. They want to force the Monty through Dirt Tunnel in terms of just straight into Armory. Cryan's going to lurk his way into the middle floor, basically avoiding the top floor. He's going to actually maybe go and push Skiddy onto the Jaeger here and push down Adam stairs with some noise being made for him. And I like this for Rogue. This is a little bit more, I would say, traditional by the way they want to play. We're seeing Leon take a lot of damage from this smoke in Dirt Tunnel, and I think this is already good from Hunter. He has to expend these basically smoke canisters. He has to get rid of them and hold Leon off for now, whilst the rest of the troops kind of get back to cover off.
That's big from Leon, able to take down 2 smoke canisters there, only taking damage from 1 and will not take damage from any more of them. Keeper barricade may well just inhibit his progress through the door here. I think he should be able to maneuver through, but what it does is just prevent him maybe pointing that shield in the direction that he wants to. Deepak is going to be in kitchen, opening up the hatch to allow that vertical angle, which will assist Leon down in Dirt Tunnel, but for the time being the hatch will remain closed. Those Hibana pellets just taking out the electrical that was protecting the hatch, and now they need to come back and get more, but it's going to be Yak to kick things off with a Nitro onto Kanto.
Yeah, that's really not ideal from Kanto. He needs to, rule 101 of sledging and playing vertical on this site is make the vertical, then peek it. Kanto's made very limited vertical here, and therefore will die to the C4, which means his team can't play it either. So Na'Vi, they're going to feel safe, and there was one feeling safe on the main stairs, takes a shotgun to Cryan's face. It's all come falling apart here for Rogue.
Spite very nearly finds the head of Blur, but he just manages to escape with his life there, dipping away with the Azami in the nick of time. Leon very low health now, trying to make his way in from Dirt Tunnel still, just pinging out the position of Thunder, and it was all the information that Deepak needed, all the opportunity to try and get Rogue back into this. Leaves us now 3v4. Spite is going to be backing up Leon, who tries to push deeper inside of sight. Spite once again with an absolute beauty. He gets so many kills that he just shouldn't. Leon somehow manages to bully Skiddy inside of blue, and Rogue have brought this back from the brink. They're going to be putting the diffuser down. It's Deepek inside of sight. Yak, it's not going to be enough to prevent that diffuser going down. With 24 seconds left to go, he would have had to find the kills as well, and that's the position that he finds himself in now, but he's working against the clock, and Leon is no doubt going to spot him out inside of the church corridor there. The bullets start raining in, ringing around his ears, and you just know that Motodor is going to be covered as well. It's going to be Leon. He's coming. He's on the big shieldy boy. He's going to be an ever-present threat to Yak now. The shots come in. Leon gets his second of the round. And you got to say, Na'Vi threw that one away a little bit.
I think so. And, you know, when I look and I see a team and I think, what's the scoreline? It's 6-5, right? But I think who's controlled every single round in this second half in terms of Na'Vi against Rogue. In terms of the second half, there's been 5 rounds. Na'Vi have won 3, Rogue have won 2. Na'Vi should have won 5. It basically comes down to that, but for an amazing spike play in round 9 and then round 11 just then, using the Monty well, playing behind the Monty and forcing your way into sight, Rogue just won that round again that they had no right winning. Now, this is a massive round. Not for Rogue. Rogue have not put in a great performance here. They're going to go away regardless of the result, saying, we didn't play well. We just got through the game. We're going to Berlin. We're probably not going to play this map in Berlin, so let's not think too much about it. For Na'Vi, they're in a relegation dogfight. They've secured 1 point. They might go on to secure 2 points if it goes to overtime, but 3 points is absolutely massive. With Team Secret yet to play, it would put them 6 points in front in that relegation context.
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. And it's, you know, exactly results like this that you could be looking back on at that point at the end of the year saying, that's where we saved ourselves.
Yeah.
You know, that last matchup against Rogue where we could take them to a map they were a little bit weaker on, that was our opportunity, and that's where we did it. And so Na'Vi, they're going to be heading back down to Church and Arsenal once again. It's no surprise they got themselves to a 5 versus 3. They really shouldn't have been losing that last round. It was only, you know, great individual performances on the side of Rogue, really, that rescued it. So Na'Vi feeling like there's certainly more for them to gain. Kanto's drone just going to escape away from Blur there, just keeping itself alive. We know how important that information utility is. Blur continues on with his hatches. Nothing too wild in terms of the setup. We do have the Goyo this time from Yak.
Yeah, I think the Goyo was an appreciation that they really struggled to deal with the Monty, particularly Fundo. He was trying to... So we saw Leon take away 2 of the smoke canisters with his gun. That was Fundo trying to pace and kind of feather his smokes, right? He used to burn that extra 5 to 10 seconds because it's so crucial inside of pro play. 5 to 10 seconds might not feel like much, but it is. And the Goyo is just an appreciation that you just lay the Goyos down Dirt Tunnel. I would be surprised if there isn't at least 2 in Dirt Tunnel. And it's a direct appreciation of how good Leon is and how good Rogue are at playing the Monty down Dirt Tunnel.
Skiddy just taking the drone out there. He's not really had much joy at the top of Blue Stairs over the last couple of rounds. Rogue are well aware that he's playing there. They're approaching it with real caution. Drones are going in. They're pre-firing the window. They know that he's going to be in that position, and within 30 seconds he's been chased away both times. That's going to be the case again. Kanto opening the logistics hatch, no doubt, potentially for somebody else or potentially just as a deterrent to prevent anybody playing in there once the time comes to move into kitchen.
I call that phantom pressure. The reason being is Kanto has a real habit of dying to defenders playing vertically. When Kanto's playing the vertical above kitchen, he tends to die to somebody playing in logistics vertically above him. So you've got to open that hatch. It creates what I call phantom pressure, as we see Deepek will be Kaid tricked by Nath, unfortunately. And that phantom pressure basically keeps defenders out. Spoity's going to use the sound to actually push his way into Moto on a bit of a solo play. Going to have good success if nobody's aware. Does manage to find Yak trying to put down a Goyo canister and get the Kaid claw off. That's really nice. I would just say FPS, understanding awareness from Spite, on the routing that he can take and making a play.
It was a great play from Spite. It's something that Rogue needed, was just an injection of pace, something to get them into the round, and that's exactly what he's provided there. He's going to be playing from main stairs now, looking to clear out the Kiba barricade potentially. No, he's going to send the nade deep into sight. Why bother with the Kiba barricade when you can take Thunder instead? He's going to take the man down, leave them now in a 5v3, and then take the Kiba barricade as well. Spite continuing to rain shots in towards sight, and Na'Vi desperately on the back foot here. here, but Nath, he puts his foot against the wall, pushes back and starts swinging, manages to get a kill. Skiddy as well, 3 versus 2, but it's looking bleak as it's now all down to Nath, shut down by Spoit, and that's going to be Rogue taking us into overtime.
I get my one caster stage in with you, Ace, and guess what's happening? We're going to overtime. I don't think it's you and Des, I think it's just you. I think you're cast.
I've done it consistently throughout my career, all the way back to the old UK lands. The first time Des and I mean, Des was included in that one, to be fair. The first time Des and I cast together, we did a full 45 rounds across the best of 3. We had literally every single round possible, and it's just never stopped. That was Epic LAN.
Oh, right.
It was
that the one that was going until like 3 a.m. in the morning? I remember watching you cast at like 3 a.m. in the morning.
It was a late night, was that one. It was a late night.
Epic LAN, it's back. It's finally back after COVID. I know I'm giving a little bit of a shout out to the UK side now, but Epic LAN is back at some point during the summer. I don't know the precise dates, but yeah, in terms of this game, let's talk about this game actually. Great players make their own luck. If you think about great players in terms of Siege, the true greats of the whole of esports in terms of Siege esports, who would you talk about? Pengu?
He's alright. I mean, he's not bad, is he?
Canadian. But Pengu in particular is the one I want to focus on. Have you ever watched Pengu play and think, bloody hell, he's bloody lucky. Makes his own luck. Spoit did that just then. Walked halfway down long in a 5v4, not got shot, managed to get all the way back to the bottom main stairs and then get a nade kill without being shot. When I try that in ranked, I'm gone. And I think Spoit's just got that kind of unique ability to just make his own luck happen, and that's what happens there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's more to it. I think it is about judgment. It's about game sense. It's about all the little things that you're sort of doing subconsciously, and that's what makes those players great. Is the ability to do that. You and I have to engage our brains a bit too much in those situations, and that's what slows you down. That's what gets you caught out, or you miss those little signals that people like that pick up on. Or as you say, they're just lucky.
Yeah, and we're going to see Cryan. He's actually going to put the Claymore on the garage door this time as the fuse charge is going to go off, and Spoit's going to focus it with the nade as well. They're going to try their might to stop this bandit trick from Yak, but he's going to stay stubborn. He will get down to a fuse charge, but he will get the bandit trick off successfully, which means Leon, he doesn't know, but he could go absolutely now in terms of the bandit trick, and I think Na'Vi...
No, he's back for
he's
more!
Back. Oh my god! The Exami Kiba barrier is holding Spoit off. The bandit electric laws, it's just not going well for Rogue. Spoit eventually takes it into his own hands and just shoots Na'Vi, shoots Yak off it, and the breach will finally come out. But that was a massive team game of cat and mouse there.
You gotta give it to Yak. He's had a real performance on the bandit.
Yeah.
We've seen him a few times just absolutely taking liberties with those bandit tricks, getting them just where he does not have any right to whatsoever. Kanto is going to push forward, get himself at least access into construction, back onto the drone. It's pre-placed, it's ready to go. It's not going to burn too much time, and he is going to be joined by Spoit as they try to push in from this side. They're not going to have any more hard breach. Deepek does have 2 charges, but was on the east wall. I'm not sure how quickly he's going to get across there. It's going to be Leon that has actually come across, and Deepek's on the rappel, so unlikely that they go and breach the construction side wall. They'll probably just try to work with the door instead.
It looks like they're actually swapping. Leon's going to come and take ownership of the breach, and Deepek's going to go and take ownership. Yeah, it does take time. There's going to be an explosion into sight, you would have to imagine, with about 20 seconds to go.
Going to have Spoit just trying to work that angle. We've seen him do it fantastically well before. Look at the speed of the man. Takes out, first of all, the Toxic Babe canister, and then nearly the head off Blur. It's Deepek who's going to finish that off. Leon onto Nath. It's all falling apart for Na'Vi. It's like Rogue have flicked the switch here in the last couple of rounds. They've notched it up a gear, and they are really finding their kills now. Skiddy onto Kanto. Can he take a second on red stairs? No, he cannot. Leon shuts him down, and that's going to be round Rogue with an advantage going their way.
And Rogue, they just had an appreciation of how much that first breach means to them. How much that Rogue, as soon as they got that first counter Yak and got that breach, won the round. Because they made things easier for themselves. Because the person playing that breach creates so much pressure for Na'Vi. Then they went round to go and basically take control of construction, breach that. But before that happened, Na'Vi felt so much pressure that they had to peek out into the waiting crosshairs of the Rogue players, particularly Deepek finding a couple there. And that was the round. And I said it was a team game of cat and mouse onto that breach. Rogue came out on top, and they came out as the round victors. I thought the side choice was particularly curious from Na'Vi there. because they played their CCTV once and they should have won it, but for Spoit's Mega Round, they played Gym twice and won it both times. So I was so surprised they didn't go to Gym.
This time, it's going to be Rogue on the defense. We switch every round now that we are in overtime, not like the earlier rounds whereby we do a block of 6 and then 6. So Rogue are going to head down to the bottom floor. It's going to be Church and Arsenal. We saw them play it 3 times. They won it twice, so a 66% win rate, or 66.6 recurring percent.
I was wondering how many 6s you were going to go for.
I don't want the statisticians out there coming after me on the timeline, Fresh, correcting my 66% comment. Rogue, they are going to be going down there. They've got
just going to go
basically, they've won more than they've lost.
Yeah.
They've won more than they've lost. I'll take that one. They've won more than they've lost down in Church and Arsenal, and you can't prove otherwise. They're going to be looking to lock this one out here, go for a 2 points, and more importantly, go for a win. Now, interestingly, we're going to have Nath going straight in. He's playing a Spoit straight in through strip.
And I think this round basically is determined whether Rogue stay and fight or whether they lock themselves in that position. The one round they did lost, wow, good English. The one round that they did lose was Kanto locking himself in terms of logistics because Spoit left him. I think Spoit's heated up, he's feeling it a little bit more, and he actually wants to take more fights. I don't think he's leaving to get back to site anytime soon if he can help it.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I think, that's probably true of Rogue on the whole. Like I say, they just seem to have taken it up a gear. Spoit, you can just see it in his mind. He's thinking about getting aggressive there. He wants to get onto that breach and see if he can just catch them out. The drone doesn't go far enough, I don't think, to see him just around the corner there. That could be a problem. We're going to have CCTV opened by Thunder. Cryan's inside of there. Again, he's going to play hard up against that wall there, and they're giving absolutely nothing away here. Spoit manages to get one. He's been drawn out. He doesn't care. He's sticking around for more. He wants some action on the breach as well.
I don't even think he shot the drone. He's just happy letting it exist. Wow, if I'm being droned, that means attackers are going to come to me.
That's
and
what
then
it
I
is.
can shoot them. The drone could just stay. And in the end, Skiddy looks so reluctant and so passive to actually go and challenge Spoit through this breach. And Blair's coming from the top floor, will in the end drop down the hatch. And actually, Kanto was trying to kill him, but Skiddy does in the end get Kanto. So even Stevens, but 1 minute 40 has been wasted.
Certainly has. We're going to have the challenge coming through from Spoit, who has now relocated himself into strip. He's actually got one on either side of him here. I think there's just one on the strip door behind him, so he needs to be cautious. There is indeed. It's Yak who's dropped down. This is where Navi need to be a bit more aggressive for me. They've got Spoit in strip. They've got one in bar. They've got one outside strip door. Get in there and challenge him. Yep. Challenge him at the same time. 3, 2, 1. In and push him. Guarantee yourself the kill.
And he's been cloned here by Ayana. And this is the problem. Is every second Spoit wastes, and he's going to waste another 10, 20, you would imagine, really is detrimental to Navi because it means they can't go about their business. The peak is going to come in, and Spoit is peeking about 4 different ways.
No!
Find the fadeaway shot. Does get traded out by Yak, but look at the
damage
time.
is done.
35 seconds to work with. Spoit has done his part and more for his team.
Damage is done. As you say, a lovely fadeaway to take another one with him, and that's going to leave us now. Blur, hot drop in the hatch, just gets it open. There's no choice. 25 seconds, goes in through the Goyo canister, almost loses his life. Deepak with a nitro onto Thunder. It's 3v2, it's 3v1, it's barely anything. It's Deepak finding the final kill. Rogue, they just knock it up a gear at the end, and they take themselves a victory. It's 2 points, and it's 8-6.
And it's that star man once again. He's playing on the Oryx, he's playing on everything, and he's making things happen for his team. He got 2 kills, Spoit, and of course I'm talking about Spoit there. He's the MVP of this game, he's the MVP of the stage, and he was the MVP of them last few rounds to get his team over the line in overtime. It's a pleasure to sit and watch somebody play like that.
It really is.
He might be a ranked star, he might be a content creator, but I'm guessing over how much he makes happen for his team.
I think he's probably surpassed the ranked star title now. Absolutely cemented his position here in the EUL, and just like everybody at home, I know Fresh, and everybody here are looking forward to watching Rogue and Spoit in the LAN environment at the Berlin Major. That's going to do it for Rogue versus Na'Vi. It was an overtime win for Rogue as they managed to get themselves over the line for the expected victory. Our analysts are going to break it down just after this break, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, friends. It has happened. Rogue take points and victory in overtime today, driving it home. Na'Vi getting close, but still, Rogue victorious. Off the back of what do you think, Jack?
A start man called Spoit. Literally, obviously, it's a game that doesn't mean a lot for Rogue, but that guy basically won them 4 or 5 rounds in a row, based on his play. Even that very last round, wasting so much time, and that's a special quantity that you have. When you strategically beat, I don't think Rogue were particularly great today. I really don't. I don't think the map works for them. It didn't look very, kind of good. But then probably around 9 onwards, Spoit came alive.
It's one of those maps where it's just step by step by step, and you can't really afford yourself to go too much off the script.
Yep.
And Rogue is a team that don't want to play according to the script.
They don't want a script, yeah.
No, they don't. They just want to have this ability to go in and just gun, and have one by one. And, well, Spoit had that capability today, and he kind of just did that. He just walked in, shot a few people in the head, and then he said good night, and then he went to bed.
That's exactly what he did. Especially that round on CCTV.
I hope he didn't go to bed. We got an interview with him.
The two breachers got killed on the CCTV attack with no breaches open on CCTV, which means where can you come from as attackers? You can come up red stairs, you can go CCTV window, cash door, or garage. 4 places. Now we had 5 alive, and Spoit just got them all. It's as simple as that. Couldn't get them all. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know. I just thought he was excellent today. He was the difference.
Top
like
part of the analysts.
This is like going to a party in 2007 when everybody's doing Tectonic, because that's how it was back in the day. Do you remember those days?
I was 12 in 2007, Milosh. I didn't go to any parties.
I was 13. I did go to parties, though.
Oh.
Anyways, interview. Let's have a chat with Spoit. Hello, Spoit. Congratulations on your victory today. How are you feeling?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. We can. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Good.
Everything feels good. I'm happy about the win. I'm happy to be a part of the whole league. I'm new here, so I'm just ready for the ride. And we won today, so that's a bonus.
I mean, first stage in, you qualify, you play in with Rogue, a lot of pressure on your back, which is something a lot of people talked about, of course, you yourself. And you go in, you play incredibly well. Today, like other days, you're able to get rounds, win them for the team. Also, you're qualified for Berlin. It's a lot to achieve in just a couple of months of playing competitively. How did you accommodate to all of it? Because it can be a lot to handle.
I mean, I just took like every game as a normal game. I don't really care who I'm playing against. I mean, I've played like smaller tier 3 tournaments before, like for example, First Blood, and we played some good teams there. But yeah, I'm just taking it easy. I don't care who I'm playing against. I'm so used to playing against them in ranked and slapping them, so that's not a big deal,
Fair enough. You get to deal with a lot of BS, I guess, in the ranked games themselves. But how do you feel the whole team has gelled? Because you've come in, of course, your first foray into kind of tier 1 competitive play, like you're saying. You played in tier 3 and other tournaments in the past. But this is a kind of different beast. How do you feel the whole team of Rogue and the ecosystem has helped you grow over the stage?
I think what's really important in our team is that everyone is on the same page and everyone is just trusting the process. Because I think that's like one of the most important things. Everyone trusting each other and everyone wanting to achieve the same kind of goal. So I think that's like one of the biggest things that's in our team. Yeah.
How do you keep your mental through all of this? Because there were some tough times for the squad, and then you suddenly just come back into it and you're able to win it. If not in like an entire competitive week, it can be in one game or specific rounds. How do you keep the whole team together?
At the end of the day, we're playing a game, and the team that has the most fun while playing the game, that's the team that's going to win. So always have fun, and you don't want to have the mindset that you're forced to be here. Because, at the end of the day, just have fun. That's pretty much it.
But you had a lot of fun through it. Not just having fun, but you qualified for the Berlin Major.
Yeah.
That's the next challenge. So getting to the event, that's one thing. Going to it, now you're playing in the group stage for it. How do you feel kind of going into this next big challenge in your career?
For me personally, it's going to be the first event that I'm going to, as in esports completely. So that's going to be a new chapter for me. I just hope like everything turns out to be, working out the way it should be working out, and I hope to show good showing from my side and the team.
You feel that this will be a good time to kind of meet up with the fans, see, oh my God, Spoit, I can't believe, finally get to meet you and playing so well. I mean, you're saying it's your first ever event to go to,
Exactly.
not just competing at. So there is a kind of different level of pressure to watch out for in this case. But you saying the whole team is behind you, you're all having fun. The next bit is, how is the whole support staff keeping you together? Do you have a plan of maybe scrimming in like a boot camp or something before the major?
Yeah, we're going to fly out on the 8th. We're going to fly out and we're going to boot camp a few days before the major. So yeah, everyone in the staff is doing an amazing job, and it's been a good time here, yeah.
There you go, all from Spoit. So now, since this is the end of this stage and the final time, I guess we'll get to talk to Rogue before the major itself. Anything you'd like to say to the fans in preparation for the Berlin major?
Just like all the support that we're getting, it means the world to us, and it just keeps us, pushing our limits and just pushing and becoming better and better. But yeah, I just appreciate all of you guys, and I hope you guys continue supporting us.
All right, Spoit, thank you very much for joining us here on the interview desk. Doing great for the first interview, by the way. Really,
thank you, Milan.
Really good.
Milos, sorry.
Milan. I mean, he's a great player too.
I'm bad with names.
I'll keep it too. Milan's a great player, anyways, and good interview with Jacob, if anything. So, Spoit, thank you very much. Yeah. Congratulations on the win, and see you in Berlin. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Take care.
There it is. Oh man, I've been compared to one of the best Russian players ever.
Milan, there's this one thing when a player is new to the league, and you can notice it clearly. Having the most fun is part of winning games and stuff, but the team that has the most fun is most not likely. It's not going to be that team that wins every time. Teams needs to be solid. Rogue is solid, and while they have fun, they're also one of the better teams in the league. So they're going to have fun as long as they can, but once they start losing and start having a bit of trouble or like something coming in between, a little bit rusty wheels maybe, they might not have as much fun, and that's what they have to watch out for. Mentality is important, but we need to play the game as well. The basics are very much part of it.
You know all about rusty days, Jack.
Yeah, I do. I'm often very rusty, even on this desk where I can't speak English, and things go out my mind.
He's got a Hollian accent.
It's like, you speak English as your first language.
I don't.
Oh, no, it's
I just exist.
Yeah, exist.
What I would say for Rogue is they do need to pocket that map away. They really need to stop. I understand that's why they've played it inside of EUL. Maybe they could have tried to get a statement piece in today, really play a map that they didn't play, win it 7-0, yada, yada. They went to a map, they won a map. They played, I think, probably worse than Navi did. I want to give a shout out to Navi because I think they actually played really well. But just as the round's going on, Rogue really got a good handle and a good grip on them. But Rogue for the major, I think they've got some maps up their sleeve that they've, the same as Wolves, they've pocketed maps away, kept them away. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they progress. I hope they make it to the main stage, get through to the quarterfinals onwards, because I think having that team of superstars, and that's what Rogue is, would be massive for UC to see them on the main stage.
Yeah, definitely so. It has been a while. Maybe this is Europe's best chance in a while, but hey, we'll keep everything kind of held up together for it. Since we interviewed Han, maybe one day we'll interview Han. Shout out to Spoit and to Han, by the way. But yeah.
All right, Milan.
We cannot speak properly, but you know what? We're going to have to pull ourselves together.
Yeah.
Because we have one more game. BDS versus Secret. You're thinking, why should I be watching this? Look, come back in 3 minutes, and I'll tell you just why.
right up. Really big fucking hole coming right up. Fucking hole coming right up.
Welcome back, friends. Our final matchup of the day and of the stage is about to begin. Team BDS versus Team Secret, and it cannot get simpler than this. If you are a G2 fan and you've been high on your own supply of copium for the past however many months, it has been 6 months at this point, through this entire stage, you are the biggest Team Secret fan out there. Because should Secret gain a singular round, one, G2 Esports are confirmed for the Berlin Major. I can't believe I'm saying it, which means we'll have blue hair and pink hair at the Major.
No, actually, he said he's not going to do it.
Yeah.
He said he's going to flake out.
Yeah.
But he said instead he's going to donate $5,000 to charity because he's going to flake out a pink hair.
I am an immigrant.
No,
Could you please donate to my charity?
I was about to say the F word.
$5,000 Swedish. It's, yeah. Anyway,
that's not a lot.
Back to your job, Milos.
Zimbabwe dollars.
Sorry, Milan.
I'll stretch that far.
You're always known for your generosity. And speaking of generosity, Secret, they might be very generous today for G2. Like I was saying, 1 round is needed. So let's talk about BDS first and then what Secret can offer. What do you think about the French squad? They could be the second one to join forces with the Wolves, Fabian.
Yeah, they've been up and down quite clearly. And even if they were winning in the beginning of the stage, I don't think that they looked that great while winning. So today is going to really be a show if they can push through. I mean, 1 round for Team Secret, BDS can show up well, but if they're going to be that good, problem that they've been having is they look disjointed from each other, and they've been very heavily reliant on Shaiko kind of getting the support work to go in, frag out, and then build from what Shaiko has fragged, rather than having any sort of team approach to the thing. If we look at Rogue, for example, that we just watched playing, they didn't have a great game, but the entire stage we've seen a Rogue team and a Wolves team that's been 3-1, now we go.
Yeah.
BDS have been 3-1, and then 1 goes, 2 goes, 3 goals.
And the others in
and then Renshiro wins the round.
Or Shaiko. Those two have been standing out, and it's not good enough for them. 7 rounds in a row, highly unlikely.
Secret on the other side, Fresh.
Yes.
You've known this team very, very well. You know them very well.
I do.
To this day, can they do it with Kenny, the Lurk Master Flex?
And look, Secret are not out to do any G2 favors right now. They're not. Secret are out for Secret. They need, having seen Na'Vi pick up points today, having seen Pwns pick up points today, Secret needs to pick up points today, regardless of what happens with G2. It's not been a great stage from them. They've managed to get 3 wins. Couple of good wins. They're in I'd say the past couple of weeks are in a reasonably good run of form, and they've found their way of playing and somewhat have looked decent apart from the G2 game where they pretty much imploded. So Secret for themselves mainly are going to want to get these rounds over the line and pick up points against BDS. There's an opportunity today for them to pick up points against BDS, which keeps them in that race in the relegation, keeps them, you know, they won't overtake Na'Vi today because Na'Vi picked up points, but it keeps them very close to Na'Vi going into stage 3.
Not only that, but right now, Team Secret is the bottom team of this stage as well. So they're having a rough time. They need all the points, as you say. They're just going to play for 3, not for 1 round.
Yeah.
Our map then for this series. This will play a big part in this matchup. And it's Cafe Dostoevsky. Secret will decide on that map. Taking away theme park just before. Attacking side start, BDS on the defense. Jack?
So it looks pretty... when I do the preferences 1-9 of both teams. When a map comes out in the top 3, top 4 of both teams, we usually go to it. Cafe is that map. Both teams like it. And essentially it's just a, you know, there's not too much strategy when both teams want to go to one map. If both teams say, we're not banning it, it's a map you're going to. I know that I've just explained how a map ban phase works, right? But it literally is that simple when teams like maps. And when they both like the same map, that's what you get.
Yeah, it's not a surprise, I don't think, to anyone.
No.
BDS have always liked it. Last time that I remember watching, I don't know if they've played another time since then, they just couldn't win a single attack.
It was the heroic game BDS played.
They won one when Shaiko aced.
Yes.
And that's it.
Yes.
So we're looking at the Team Secret that's struggling against the Team BDS that's struggling. I think Secret will take a round, but if they're going to take much more, it's hard to say, especially starting attack.
Yeah, that'll be the biggest question out of them all. Though, Fabian, Fresh, thank you very much. It's time for us to kick this game off and toss it to our casters. Ace, Pirate, and Hap. Enjoy.
Thank you, Milos. And yes, 1 round for Secret to make sure that G2 are confirmed, but that's not their fight. Their fight is within the relegations, and they'll do whatever it takes to make sure that they are going to be able to pick up as many points as they see fit. Now, BDS, as portrayed earlier by the graphics made by Sprabuni and Wrath. Big shout out to them, by the way, for all the percentages they've done for not just the European League, but other regions as well. You should follow them. 7-0 is what BDS currently need to qualify for Berlin.
Simple as that.
It's as simple as that.
Simple as that. No mistakes can be made by BDS. They need to come in, they need to win every single round, and that will see them, and only that will see them through to Berlin. Now, let's get it right. Team Secret, they don't care about G2. They don't care about BDS. They don't care who goes to the major. They're just looking for as many rounds, as many points as they can get, because they might need them come the end of the year. So the bans, they start to rain in. We're going to have Ying, we're going to have Thatcher. That is going to kick kick us off. And the question on everybody's lips coming into this is, how long is it going to take for us to see that Team Secret round that answers all the questions? I love it when the major qualification comes down to the very last game of the stage. It's like we need to see every bit of EUL to know who's going, and I love it.
That's it. And what if it comes down to literally 7 rounds where BDS could be going up 6-0, and then on the side swap, that first round, everything coming down to that?
I mean, it's almost destined to happen, isn't it?
It almost is, because we never thought GZ was going to be able to find themselves in a position like this. They went from 4% to 99. It's just the course of 4 or 5 play days. Now we find ourselves here at the do or die moment. Doki in the hands of his teammates, or his ex-teammates really. Saves Kendrew. There's a bit of banter going on the TL, but you dropped us before. Will we drop you now for the major? Question mark. Of course, they said afterwards. It's the relegation fight we're after. It's we don't want to intervene with the major. It is all about their own fight, their own struggles that they try and overcome. And that's something important to mention, because both fans of BDS and G2 will be watching this game knowing exactly what's at stake. Oh, 2 drones.
3 drones?
Yeah, no. Oh.
3 drones?
The knife's not. Yeah.
Question mark.
Got
3
it.
drones. There we go. Round number 1 then, we're going to get underway. BDS are going to be taking us to a reading room for their first defensive site here on Cafe. No big surprise, I have lamented at length before now about the difficulties in holding down that top floor that a lot of the European teams have. It's generally a 50-50 win rate at absolute best. We're having a little bit of early aggression coming out of BDS. We've got Renshiro just on the Azami looking to get the peek out of Piano. Not going to find anybody from the market spawn. And then Secret there stacking up on the north side of the building, looking to get themselves up to the rooftop safely. They've got saves on the Nomad as well, so that's just going to help cut off the flanks. Always important here on Cafe, because there's a number of staircases that you need to deal with.
Shako close in Wedding. He's aiming to go for maybe a jump out. Now the pings are coming through. Don't know exactly where he is. He's rotating back up though. Up the red stairs he goes. The hatch does get opened up, and now there's not really a way out. Luckily he does have some impacts though. Could be using them to push himself into a bit of a different position, but the Slevin goes for a bit of a chase. This could be on for the entry of this entire game. Who will die first? Is it Shako? Who, I'm going to say it again, is on his way to 106 kills in this game. And he will be reaching it up against Team Secret.
We've seen a few players fall short of the 100 mark so far tonight, and we've seen a few make it as well. The particularly impressive part for Shako, and that's number 1 of 6, is that it will be his 6th season in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it
6th
7th
stage,
maybe?
Is it 7th possibly?
I think it might be 7th.
He's certainly got a few of them under his belt, and nobody else comes near, and I mean that internationally. Nobody in NA, LATAM or anybody else comes near, I don't think, to that sort of consecutive record. So Shako, I'm sure it won't be in his mind. There's only one score that will be in his mind, and that's going to be 7-0. He's got the opener, taking Slevin down. Big start with the Finker off the board. Team Secret continuing their attack.
Yeah, so BDS now trying to still keep themselves equally distributed over the top and middle floors here. Openings are being made by Secret though, trying to find themselves a way in to go for a plan, and Shako goes even more aggressive, deals a lot of damage down onto Kendrew, but he's being challenged from the pillars as well, so decides to relocate, find himself in a bit of safety here as these gas canisters being tossed out to keep the rest of Secret at bay. The white stairs have been denied, and with that, point of pressure has fallen for BDS.
Kendrew's also on super low health here. Going to be very difficult for Team Secret to get anything going in this game. You know, when we're looking in terms of one round, ooh, beautiful from Savage there. Just sprays across with the LMG, manages to catch the head of Playday. 4 versus 3. It's still possible for Team Secret here. 30 seconds left to go. That's not going to help as Alems takes what was left of Kendrew's life. Shako manages to get a second onto Savage. 4 kills left for him to go, and that is going to leave us now in a 4 versus 1. Saves, he drops down. He's going to take a bit of damage as he does. They all know exactly where he is. Surely a matter of time. He manages to find Alems. Can he find himself Shako? He's looking to challenge from Wheel Room. He's onto the pistol, just trying to find his kill, and he will. First shot, and that's going to be Shako on a 3K. Round 1 of 7 for BDS.
I mean, Playday, Lebs and Shako all smiling about that one, just finishing it off with a pistol there. And he's on for one. 3 kills already on the board. He's trying to chase Spoit for that top spot in the league. I believe Spoit in the end was something about 110 kills total. Let me just quickly find out. Just so we can see who is going to be the top fragger at the end of this game, potentially. But Team Secret, not a too shabby first attempt, but not really getting into an opportunity to. I mean, like some individual pushes being shut down didn't really help, but they had a good idea, especially on Shaiko in the early round, just weren't able to capitalize on it.
That's round number 1, BDS. Round number 2 is going to see them defending down on the bottom floor. Team Secret not even really kind of close in that last round, but of course it was the first choice site for BDS. The bigger challenges are going to come as this one progresses. As you said, Hap, it's one of those situations that we sort of joke about now, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if it happened, and that would be the 6-0 half and coming into that 7th round after the split. I'm sure it would be nail-biting for the G2 players and fans that will no doubt be watching from home. I think Team Secret might have gained a few tens of thousands of extra fans for this one, Hap.
They definitely did. I think there's a lot of G2 Army fans currently cheering for them here. And as the Twitch drone gets taken out, unfortunately no utility taken care of. Second one will get rid of the default chem, but it's not really the utility you're trying to hunt with those Twitch drones. You want ADSs, you want maybe other piece of utility like magnets, like mute jammers, maybe even a pre-placed smoke canister or C4. But none of those found so far.
Slebem potentially going to go in through that bar window. Needs to be careful because there is the bulletproof camera there that's going to feed his information if he pushes too far. EMP blast just going to take out the drone, and then the bullets will finish that off. I think Shaiko looking to find it, just going to do the little Oryx dash, keep himself out of dodge, get himself into court check. A minute into the round, Team Secret not managing to get themselves established inside of the map yet. There's no real attempt to take any top floor control from them here. They're not looking to get themselves in and open up those vertical angles as we would often see for Kitchen. They don't have the sledge on side, so it's going to be all horizontal pressure, most likely.
Now, there is going to be some Excaras that get tossed out. A C4 will follow, and that's the entry from Keenan. A very sharp shot coming through. Renshira's trying to go on a bit of a more passive angle right here, receiving some damage. Shaiko will find one. Kendry finds 2 in response. And now it's only up to Brede and Rafal if they want to keep the Major Dream alive. One is pushing through prep. The kill comes through, but it's only up to Brede now. He clutched before many, many times, but he won't this time. And with that, Secret will be confirming G2 for the Major in Berlin.
That is it. Job done. It took 2 rounds for Secret to get one, and BDS hearts are broken in terms of their qualification, but they'll still be playing hard for the win here. They need to be locking in as many points as possible. They certainly don't want to find, after a bad stage, another bad one to follow in stage 3 and them getting pulled into a relegation quagmire at the bottom of the table. So BDS, they'll be looking, I'm certain, to continue on and get this win. There is, of course, the smaller matter, much smaller matter of the 100 kill mark for Shaiko as well. Got himself another one in that round, so 2 to go, and that will at least be 1 milestone surpassed in this game.
Now, I believe Spoid got a total of 109 kills. He's currently leading the boards with that. Users coming in second on 105, and after that we have Emission on 102, and Benja actually reaching the 100 mark. So with that, Shaiko has the opportunity to become the 5th. But I think
we've got a little surprise for you. We've got a little surprise for you. Given that the major positions are now locked in, I won't say this game doesn't mean anything. Of course it means something. They all mean something. But we thought we'd take this opportunity to do something a little different, and we've got a few people joining us.
Yeah, so, you know, normally you have 1 color caster with a play-by-play, but I'm going to up you by 3. What about 4 color casters?
4 color casters and me as the play-by-play.
Can you handle 4?
I'm somewhat swamped.
Can you handle 4?
I'm going to have to try.
Okay,
How many can you handle?
Milosh on the cast, everybody!
Let's go!
But don't forget, we also have Jack.
Woo!
And
I'll celebrate myself.
Fabian joining us for the very first time.
What an experience.
But he hasn't said anything yet, and I think he's only going to be coming in with like some killer line at one point or another, because
we'll all be dead by then, yes.
He said he's going to make sounds. He's going to go, ooh.
He said he's going to be the live crowd.
That was me, but Fabian's going to do it instead.
Oh, I can't believe it, Des.
We're going to have Milosh doing Ace impressions throughout. Keenan is peeking onto reading door. They know that there's somebody in there, and it's going to be Sleben who manages to take down Lems as he tries to rotate out to the white stairs. And that is Team Secret undergoing a pretty good clearance of that mid-floor.
Yeah, it was pretty good, but now you have to actually drop in. Look at Shaiko, he's so low on health, he's got to fall back. A nade coming in now from Sleben. Hits, no. Shaiko's too far off in humidor, as they say.
Now, 1 minute 40 left on that clock. Sleben trying to get some more grenades in from below. That might actually net a kill into Shaiko there. No, the hatch does get opened up, though. You saw how he survives. Didn't take a single point of damage there. And Sleben just has no clue he's there. Shaiko could just drop on him and take him out as a result.
He's thinking about it. He certainly wants to drop. Sleben's underneath and needs to be very careful here. I'm not sure how much attention he's paying to that hatch at the minute, but Shaiko is just going to hold his position. Oh, there he goes. He's dropped. He's looking for his man. He's trying to find that kill. Shaiko just roaming around underneath. He's in wheel room. He could get one. He sprays him down, but no. Taken out by Sleben. 5 versus 3. 1 minute left to go.
Secret have taken their sweet time here. They've taken 2 minutes, but they've got a 5v3 scenario. Their attack is only just starting to take shape now. It actually looks like they're going to rotate outside of the building, potentially even look to go in the east side as we're seeing a player on rappel as Renshiro finds one back.
Grenade be caught off by an ADS there. Renshiro trying to rotate in. His Redata gets caught off by Kendru. Rafal on these white stairs in a crucial position here. Has the opportunity to stop one from pushing up, then jumping out to hopefully go for a second. And it's 30 seconds past as he misses the opportunity 3 times as he peeks over the railing. Eventually will get the kill onto Keenan though. Brings it to a 2v3. Beautiful shot onto Sleben. Brings it back to equal numbers. Kendru stuck behind the bomb chest. He takes care of the bulletproof but knows there's a player he needs to deal with. Digs in behind, needs to wait for the cover. Is Savage ready? That is going to be the big question.
Kendru's getting the plant down here. He's likely to stick this. The cover is in position. Renshiro, he ducks, he dives. He's trying to find his man. It's Rafal who manages to get Savage. That's 3 on the round. The spray comes in through the softball, but Kendru, he keeps on fighting. He's able to use the keeper barricade. Does he see his man? He manages to get Renshiro. It's a 1v1. It's him. He goes big on the top floor.
Oh, I'm so happy for Kendru. He's had such a rough stage personally in terms of his statistics, but that is a massive, and I say massive, 1v2. It looks like it was going to fall apart for Secret there. They were in a 5v3 and they just kept losing lives. But Kendru gets the plant down, manages to use the keeper barrier and his movement to his advantage, gets 1 kill and then cleans it up.
All right, I think it's time to go to our sideline reporter, Fabian Halston. We're trying again. Can we get a word out of him? Just a single word?
Didn't Rafal get that many kills in the rounds before, so they could have gone to the major?
There we go. He just spoke. It's officially Pentacast now. We got all 5 people
there
to
we go. I dare say that may be the first in at least Tier 1 Siege.
I think there's a reason why.
When he got that clutch, there was 5 voices going, oh!
Nobody has ever been as, I guess the word in Arabic is muqdam, because no one has ever been as avant-garde as needed to have a 5-person cast.
Thank you.
Avant-garde does fit into that description, yes, but forward-thinking, indeed. I'm loving this, but BDS on the back foot. Honestly, Kendru, if you know where he is, or if you don't, the man somehow slithers on that floor and is always able to find some kills.
Guys, you want to know what the best part about this game is?
Come on.
That after this game, I get to sleep, and then the day after that...
Why did we even invite him to the
I get to go home to Sweden again.
Well,
that is
just before you sleep, Fabian, it's worth mentioning to everybody who's watching, make sure you stick around, because after this game, it's not the end. It's not the end of the excitement. We've got the post-test, but we are also going to be drawing the groups for the major. So if you stick around, you'll get to be the first to see how those groups are going to shape up.
You thought 5 of us was bad? Oh, wait until there's 7 of us on this desk.
Are we going to include
everybody?
Are the observers coming in?
Yes.
Everybody who's here.
Yes. Em and Des, while Em is doing her own, she's being her own. Great for her. Derry, he's sailing as far away from us as possible. And speaking of sailing away, it's Savage that takes the hit from Renshiro. Another, though, the refract. Kendru keeping it up 6-2 now on the Habana.
2 minutes left on the clock here. Secret looking to find an entry here onto Playday, who's stuck in VIP, currently being pushed in by 2 different angles. One from the garage, one from the big window on the outside. Shaiko on that pulse, giving away some information, will be providing some sort of safety over towards Playday. Knows exactly where he's currently being peeked from, and if Shaiko's coming down to help, this might actually work into BDS's favor.
Looking to push the bottom of white stairs now. Keenan, he's just giving it the jiggle peek. He's giving him the razzle dazzle, but there's nobody there to be razzled or dazzled. There's somebody on the brown stairs, though, that's going to hold on to that long angle, just going to prevent them pushing in. He's there to provide the protection to Playday, who's trying to hold on to VIP. He's in behind the deployable shield, and that's something Team Secret are going to need to deal with. The 4 versus 3 here, so they've certainly got the manpower to do it. Sleben's juicing everybody up, and they're ready to go in, but they need to be careful about moving through that toxic smoke whilst the nanobots are active, because it will do more damage more quickly. Playday, his shield is gone. Sleben's in a position to potentially challenge him here, but they need to deal with the other threats from Bar that are going to hold him off. 45 seconds, Shaiko looking to get aggressive.
Shaiko going for a bit of a contest there. Is going to be taking some damage. Somehow lives
alive?
I don't know, he's wearing like anti-shrapnel vest or something. It's the second time in a row. A grenade there should have killed him, hasn't killed him. But these smoke canisters keeping Secret at bay might have just bought enough time right here for BDS to actually win this round and turn it around.
24 seconds left to go, and the push has to come from Team Secret now. They're going to work in from bottom white. Keenan goes, saves, manages to get the kill. Kendrew at the same time. It is now 1 versus 4. Shaiko gets kill number 5 of 6. He's going to shut down Kendrew and push himself on into sight. Surely this is the round. That's the 100 for the stage. Potentially 7th in a row. Sleben shuts him down immediately, and that is going to be another round for Team Secret. It's 3-1 now, and BDS just look a little bit broken.
I've got 2 observations. One, Secret have been super patient in their attacks. They're waiting for BDS to make mistakes and punishing them when they do, getting into good man advantages and making use of every single second of time available to them. And 2, once again, rolls for BDS. We've got Shaiko on a pulse. We've got Alems on a Malusi. It just, from the top line high level, does not make sense. You would want your best fragger, your aggressive player, on the best gun. And unfortunately, obviously he's now on Malusi, but, you know, in that particular strat, he was playing Pulse.
The UMP, famously, not the best gun in the game.
Not in your hands, maybe.
I think if you quote that accurately, you're probably not going to, because we're casting.
I'll probably
we have one swear.
I'll leave that up to Canadian.
Yeah.
You know, Ace, you said it was a 1 versus 4 in the middle of the round, but sometimes I'm looking at this game and I see Shaiko playing 1 versus 9.
Oh.
Hey.
Wow.
His
really
team is not helping him.
I mean, you know, headline statistics, you'd have to say. You know, it's very easy to talk kill death, right? But 0, 4, 2, 3, 1, 4, it's not good enough for a team that is of BDS's quality that you come to expect from BDS. We expect them at every major winning. We expected them to win how many invitationals now?
I'll tell you now, though, this is probably the best, I guess, outcome for BDS. Maybe taking a step back and realizing, hey, we've had these issues. We've never been able to take a trophy. Maybe this is the one that kind of sets them all together. But maybe we're kind of stepping a bit too far ahead in this game. We're still in the first half. BDS, yes, they're down, but it's not over yet, of course. 3-1. They can still climb back and turn it into an even half. And they're doing the right set of work at this point, trying to clear out this top floor. Look at Renshiro, how incredible he's been. It's just setting up his barriers all over the place. Nobody can peek this man because no window can even look at him.
Now, actually, Tim, I just checked onto Shaiko's
I saw you
statistics.
squirreling through the
I was
stats.
going back. I was going back.
I know you love your numbers. I could see you quickly racing through them.
EUL 2020, Stage 2, is the first time he dropped 100 kills in a stage. Ever since, he dropped 100 every stage. This is the 6th indeed in a row.
Six
Yes.
in a row. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know, all criticism or all issue aside with BDS, that's a phenomenal accomplishment. So congratulations to Shaiko. That's absolutely unbelievable. It's not something that I think... I'd be surprised to see that matched or bettered.
If he gets 10 more kills, though, he is top fragger of the league. He's currently spoiled on 109, so that is going to be the next thing we can look toward if we want to.
I'm not sure he's going to have enough rounds to get them at this rate.
Who knows?
Dude, roasting BDS, they're not even done with this game.
know.
I mean, they look kind of done.
Well,
so looking at how BDS are playing, there's just something that's so... I don't know, there's something that's just not clicking.
clicks, though.
I said a couple of rounds ago, they look broke. After they know the major's gone, it's like they've switched off a little bit. Like
there's something that needs to be changed, either the approach to the game, how they think about it, or even maybe a player looking far into the transfer window that's coming up. There just needs to be some sort of change. What it is, I couldn't tell you, because obviously We have no insight into the French teams as I don't speak much French. But
we have someone who does, actually.
Yeah, maybe so. But how much insight do you have, Gassan? I would assume...
Unless this is France in 2018 Siege, then I can't really tell you much at it. And Keenan's trying his best to shut down whatever is left of this French team here. 5 going up. He goes up against Rafale. Kendrew gets one at least of his own, getting control of the stairs, but Renshiro is just behind, goes in for the kill, gets it. 2v1 advantage for BDS. They can actually do it and get the round in this, and it's all on the saves. He spots one going into library, all on his own, and Chaiko swipes the head instantly. That is a book you might want to close in library, because that's why. that's how it happens.
Really appreciate it.
I'm an amateur caster at this point, okay?
Honestly, I think this was the best idea we've ever had to just.
We should do this more. It is not going too badly.
No, it's definitely not. I mean, you know, the thing is, we're all in the studio. We can gesture to one another when we hand it off, so it's at least a little bit.
That's the amazing thing so far, is that we haven't spoken over each other.
Exactly. It's going quite well.
The amazing thing so far is that we haven't spoken. No, it doesn't matter.
We can talk at the same time as they are.
Yeah, we could.
Oh, we've absolutely ruined it now.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, you're excited. G2 will go to the major, yeah?
I don't really care too much about that.
All right, I see. Yeah, fair enough. You're going home. Back to cold Sweden, yeah?
Yeah, it's so much better than
Go eat some reindeer or something.
Yeah, reindeer is amazing.
Cool.
There's no so good food in this country, I've noticed.
They even bet the toast today, didn't they?
His old self just complaining about everything in life. There's nothing really that changed there. What is going on, though, is that 2-3 we're speaking of. Team Secret hunting for points, important points, in their fight against the relegation. That is coming down at the end of stage 3. So with that, they look to pick up these points against BDS here. BDS, who have been beaten down a little bit, not being able to make that major anymore. You said it, ever since that one round of Secret came in, it seemed like it was off. The pressure is off for BDS. They don't really have anything to play for anymore this stage. That's dangerous. Didn't they hear?
Going to open up the red window and look to continue pressure, and it's the Book of Saves who's doing the work out on the half roof there, just looking to challenge and cut off any of those Romans. We are having more of a top-down approach this time around. We didn't get it from Team Secret last time, and they went pretty horizontally on their attack onto this site and relied on the kills. Shaiko's feeding the information in.
Oh, no.
It's a freebie, as easy as that. Just give him a sniff, and he'll take it.
Realised he had the opportunity to toss it all the way up there. Finds that kill to saves as well. There's the buck gone. That is a lot of verticality you no longer have control of. Of course, there is still Sledge though. 25 charges into the Sledgehammer. In the meantime, it's going to be 22 though. But there's still going to be plenty enough of charges to actually open up every single important bit of flooring to make sure these defenders are going to be feeling a bit uncomfortable.
Beautiful Rataro drones. They're just going to open up the side of the wall. Nitro's going to miss. You can't have them all at some point. And yes, with saves taken away from Team Secret, you can't really do the same level of top floor horizontal, vertical destruction. In this case, we're just mixing up all the words for it, but there's one thing not to get mixed up with, is that Secret still have a lot of time, and they could use that to their advantage, but Chaiko's on the hunt. He's been spotted for a moment, but unless you take him down, the man's always going to be able to perform.
The thing is, though, right, he's out and about. He's on that roam. They know he's still out there. They know he will come back to the side at some point, so they need to commit some of these resources towards him. And as he's just hanging around on these red stairs here, all the verticalities are being opened up. He is going to be denying those momentarily as he now heads down towards the actual site. Smoke canisters are being tossed down. Playday is receiving some pressure on the VIP area, but nothing really concrete as of yet. But Shanka coming into a good position now as well. It is actually Keenan pushing in for the shield, gets him in the back of the head.
Beautifully done here. Still another one for Keenan onto Playday to make it a 4v3, but the peak, Kendra somehow still alive. There's the flashes going through into the code check. No, flashed out completely, diving right into it, and Chaiko, he still wins it despite being flashed out. The man is an absolute machine. Might have saved the round for his teammates, finally dying to Keenan. Full control now for Team Secret, but Renshiro is still alive. Reminder, Alems also is. And there's one more for Renshiro. It's all on Slub, and suddenly the advantage has slipped away. Team Secret with no time, and BDS bring it back at the half.
Sorry.
It happens.
One thing I will say for Secret is even though they lost that round, they're still doing so much more together. They're using the time effectively. They're playing a little bit together. A couple of gunfights go their way right in the end of there. They go and win that round. And that's not something that could have been said about Secret 2 or 3 weeks ago. And that's the improvement. 3-3 on the attack on Cafe is no bad feat, even against the BDS that look a little bit disjointed.
I mean, they've given up. If you look at it from the perspective of being a player.
Ever the optimist, Fabian.
No, but they have. I know how it works. I would have done exactly the same thing, and any player in this league would have told you the same thing. You have one shot to make it to the major. You messed that up. You're a little bit nervous because you have that one shot only. When you have messed it up, you know you can't make it any further, so you become slightly demotivated. It's quite natural in my mind, at least.
I love that layup, though. The layup nitro from Shaiko is beautiful to see, wasn't it?
I loved Lem shooting the barricade open for him. It was just such a nice little bit of teamwork, so they didn't have that obvious melee sound. It was just brilliant.
It was. So you can see there is kind of those glimpses of teamwork, but a lot of it is built around, hey, Shaiko, you're doing something great for us in this round, and that's what's got to hurt. But now on the attack, that's the real test, because you have a bit more flexibility. Maybe Alems can come into his own. Also, Renshiro's history on Cafe Dostoevsky is well known for being able to shut down rotations for defenders. This might be the half for BDS.
Renshiro definitely having a lot of work to do, though. The castle barricades being out, the hatches needing to be opened up. He's going to be using that sledgehammer quite a lot before he actually gets to try and get some of these frags out. So with that set, pressure starts to arise onto the objective. It's an MH70 actually being used from Kendrick. And if I look at the position he's currently playing, that's not too odd. You're just playing on one of these hatches, make sure you don't expose your feet, and you take them out as they drop through.
If my maths are correct, we need 5 more kills for Shaiko to be taking the top kill spot in stage 2. And interestingly, he could well be in a position where he gets the most frags in this stage and doesn't go to the major. If he continues as he has been so far, it's likely that we'll see it. But we do see Shaiko quieten down in the second half sometimes, or vice versa, have a quiet first half and pick up in the second. Sometimes he's all about defense, sometimes he's all about attack. We'll see if he can keep that momentum going at the minute. Rafal gets himself up to the rooftop, 1 minute 45, and BDS need to think about getting themselves inside of the map sooner rather than later here. They want to start working on secrets, softening them up and displacing them. Shaiko, he's going to do exactly that with a headshot onto Kendrick.
Nah, sorry, man. That's trying too much with the H70 at that point. Put a lot of faith in that.
Calling Shaiko a tryhard there, or is it the MH70?
No, Kendrick. Oh,
that's
there
tryhard.
it is.
I think he
bloody
wants
tryhards ruining my
top
UL
spot.
games.
I think he wants that top spot.
So no way that Spoit, this guy that literally just entered the European League, is going to be taking that top spot away from me. Shaiko has been having it for so many of these stages already. Now, BDS have a 2-minute advantage. They need to continue pushing on. There's a minute left on the clock. They've just spotted out 2 players of secret near the cocktail, near the Plangs area there, which means only 1 is currently unaccounted for. It's going to be Sleben onto these white stairs. They'll definitely be meeting him if they do decide to go through Pixel, but as they do know where these players are, you might just be able to go for a plant right behind on the very first opportunity. Where you find Shaiko right now?
He's going to be low health, juicing himself back up. 35 seconds left to go. As you say, BDS need to be careful of the clock here. They don't want those seconds ticking away. Lems has an opportunity. Doesn't quite find the kill onto Keenan, who manages to scurry away and keep himself fighting for another day. But Renshiro, he's going to find Savage. Can he find himself another? Lems onto Sleben. It's all up to Keenan. Low health and stuck in a corner right now. Breedy, he's going to start putting the diffuser down. It comes down to the fight with Lems. It's a flawless round for BDS as they manage to get something going on attack. And they take themselves the lead for the first time since the first round.
I've been a big fan of Team Secret and what's been going on, but I was not a fan of that round. The fact that somebody's just been able to crouch walk up long bar in full view of a bulletproof camera with 2 people dead and get a kill is criminal, to be fair. Not a good round from Secret, though.
I have to say, though, it's a good round from Shaiko, being able to find the very first one. Try-hard round, as some might say. The grenade kill onto the second bar as well. Suddenly you have that 2-minute advantage. And BDS used that well. They used their drones, they located the players, they knew exactly where all 3 of them were, and they managed to play into that information perfectly. Yes, of course, Bulletproof Cam should have been able to at least give the information out to the players of Secret. Unfortunately, it wasn't, and that only multiplied the advantages that BDS had.
Shame, but it's a good kickoff for the second half. I was saying, you know, BDS,
It is.
just wait for them. Once they hit that second half, they're gonna have that. It's not about momentum in this case. It's more of they're the ones that can set the pace, and I don't think that's something BDS has ever lost, the ability to set that pace. So here in the attack, I think they can keep on going. Their drones are doing well. They're getting the information, and they're at least allowing the proper players to get into the positions and capitalize on the information with those kills.
It really seems like there's a conscious choice to facilitate Shaiko a little bit as well. I mean, why not? He's absolutely fragging his heart out at the minute, finding himself on 13 and 4. It's an unreal performance from him, and it is largely keeping BDS in this, so why not play into that? Why not lean into it? Get the drones in front of him, getting the information that he needs. Just try to create those opportunities where he's going to go wild. Breedy is going to get the drone into the top floor, feeding that information in, as I've been saying, and Rafal's up there to support him as well. Interestingly, Saves was waiting around at the white door. I'm not sure if he's there waiting for a peek still. He is indeed, but I'm not sure his opportunity is going to come because BDS just not playing onto that side of the map so far.
Bulletproof taken out there. Quick opening onto the piano being made as well by BDS. They want to move quickly here, but have to be careful. There is a C4 in Kendrew's pocket. Same goes for Savage. So if they do decide to go for this top floor hold, they might just start to take a little bit of damage, maybe even some casualties, with those nitros still in pocket. Now, airships have been deployed. However, mute jammers that are close to the windows will actually stop those from happening, which will mean that BDS will have to work on clearing those if they want their flank watch to be intact, which literally just happened as you saw it happen there.
Looks like BDS are actually going for a half clear, which means they're not going to push through deep. You see Breedy just wants that hatch open. A half clear would involve basically just taking control of piano and then going for train. In the end, they do actually push deep. The C4 could have gone off from Savage, but didn't in the end. So BDS have got full top floor control. Shaiko's lurking on this hatch. It's only going to be a few seconds until he explodes down it in typical Shaiko fashion.
Any of you at home who didn't know you could do that, pre-placed nitro, if it's on a destructible surface, you can shoot the surface around it and it will fall down to the floor to be collected. Gonna dump a nade down there, Shaiko, and you just know that he's poised, he's ready, he's waiting to pounce. He's just waiting for that moment. He'll juice up and out he will go, looking for more death and destruction. Right now, Team BDS seem a little bit disjointed. They sort of have players all over the place. They need to sort of thread this together into a coordinated push in these final 30 seconds. Shaiko has pretty much walked almost into sight here. He's next door in reading room. He gets himself the first onto Savage. Can't find the second. As Saves is there with a trade. Kendrew onto Rafal. 20 seconds left to go, and they're getting nowhere near the mining room, which is the site in question. Kendrew onto a Lems. Breedy, he manages for the trade. 3 versus 2. There's still a glimmer of hope for BDS, but Sleben, he starts shutting it down with that kill onto Breedy. It's all up to Renshiro. Shut down from the white stairs. It Saves with the final kill, and it's going to be Team Secret taking around and leveling us up 4-4.
We keep equal for now. Team Secret is still fighting for their points here. They don't want to lose out. They smell an opportunity. A slightly demotivated BDS potentially that they're up against currently. Is that the kind of opportunity you need to grasp onto with both your hands, right? Like, these are the games where you need to capitalize onto your opponents being maybe a bit weaker than they usually would be.
Heading into the action phase we go of round number 9. It's going to be reading this time, so we're on the same floor. We're on that middle level as Team Secret obviously feeling a lot of positives there in their hold of top floor. As I said, BDS a little bit disjointed, didn't quite manage to coordinate into a push at the same time, and Secret were able to capitalize on that. So they're going to be looking for more of the same, just making it difficult on this top floor for BDS to break them down.
Action phase starting very soon here. Bit of that top floor control out here. How much is Team Secret going to be able to hold on to it? How much are they going to be investing into it? And when will they fall back? These are important questions for a site like this, because often we do see a heavy emphasis for the attack up onto that top floor, but you don't really want to lose all your defensive members up on that floor itself when the side is one below.
Coming with my information that I have here, it's one thing you guys need to watch out for here is bathroom and stock being completely reinforced off. BDS only got Hibana, so they have to make a choice here. Do they want to go for top floor and clear that out? Or do they want to go for underneath and try to breach something there? They don't have many options. it's going to be super clear which strat they go for. If they take piano and stop there, well, it's going to be a one for dining, meeting, call it whatever you want. The one with the table at least, fireplace. And if they take all of top floor, well, the attack is going to come on library. So it's going to be super obvious which attack goes down here.
We'll see as the round progresses exactly where they are aiming to go into. Shaco for the time being looking to lock down piano, which in either instance is going to be the first port of call. Get that done and decide from there exactly how deep into the map BDS want to go. Rafal relocating at the minute. Secret haven't as of yet actually been forced to move anywhere. Shaco potentially trying to nade out. He had the yellow ping onto white stairs, so they know that Savage is playing there. But with the Wamai magnet in place, he was unable to get the explosives down there. Savage needs to be careful now because of course he doesn't have the same level of protection. Shaco manages to get one before being traded. That leaves him on 15 kills, equaling the top frag number for this stage of 109 Keenan with Spite. One more will grab it for him. Keenan saves, managing to get one apiece, 2v2 as we come into the final 1 minute 20.
Not much time left, 80 seconds. Rafal able to find one of those jump outs there. Needs to, well, relocate together with the Lems. They need to try and go for a push together here, because if they both go individually at these sites, they probably will be picked apart. Now, as some of these holes are being patched up with the keeper barriers, Sleben has one left, and it seems like they want to go for a default plant behind the bookcase. The proximity sensor, though, will be giving it away. Keenan is stuck in deep, will find the very first. Now Rafal finds himself in between these two angles. Sleben will be able to get the final lockout, and with that, it's going to be Secret that take the lead.
What a... I'm going to steal this one from you, Jack. I say it's going to be clear which attack this is. And then the only thing it ends up with, pew, 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 pew. Everybody's shooting each other. No strat at all.
I was actually going to make the same point, and it's the way Secret have been playing recently. If you want to look to Secret's change in form, look to how they played that very first game against Heroic, where they took the fight to Heroic. They've been doing it basically against every single team since. That round, they didn't go and leave top floor. They kept fighting for it. You saw Savage's movement up white stairs, trying to push white hallway. Keenan flanking up red stairs before BDS could even get a foothold. Didn't even let them get to a point of attacking. Took the fight to them and won the round basically off the back of that.
That can be looked at two ways, though, because if we look at it, if they know that they're playing Hibana only, it can both be a smart thing because it's unexpected, and number two, it could also be a, well, stupid thing because if you only have the Hibana, you're kind of limited in your options.
Is it not a page out of Rogue's book, though? Do stupid things, but do it together with confidence.
But did they do it together?
Yeah, but as Savage was pushing, Keenan's going up the stairs flanking, someone else is taking... Save's jumped out.
Sure, but they're very spread out doing it.
Sure.
Had they all gone the different way.
But they did it together.
Yeah. But we come back to them. Are we looking at the same sort of style from a team? I don't know if Secret have the same sort of...
I don't think it's exactly a copy of Rogue, but I do like what I'm seeing. They're taking the fight to BDS and they won because of
One thing is for certain, they're not just folding off and giving up.
Exactly.
That's the biggest difference, I think.
We're getting roly-polies, my dude. We're getting Sense.
I was actually going to say that right now. The Sense is on the board. BDS have shown some good IDs with the Sense. Hasn't really been working out every single time, but we might see something new appear right now.
We all love to see a little bit of something new. Let's see what Rafal can bring to the board. 2 minutes 10 on the clock as we've got 50 seconds into things. BDS not established inside of the map just yet. Doing a lot of work on the drones. They're going to be sending the utility in, and the challenge comes on the white stairs. Nade comes out. Keenan taking no damage, but the honor of Lems is going to take about 30 there and need to back away. Sleben just trying to hold on to bar for the time being. Attacking here, Team BDS onto Kitchen, of course, so they are looking for that mid-floor control. Shaiko just lurking around the double doors of Bakery there, seeing if he can find his man, but saves. He looks alert, he looks aware of the danger potentially being posed.
Just very quickly on the Sense, Heroic used it really well to get rid of the VIP player when they played Cafe, and Secret just aren't playing a VIP player, so I think that's what the intention of the Sense was, but Secret aren't playing there, so it's kind of negated.
Now, Roly-Poly is still being used, the light screen, whatever you want to call it. Impact, however, to cancel it. Savage instantly flicking onto Lems, deleting him out of that round, by the way. At the same time, Shaco just managed to become the top fragger of the European League and is going to be unable to be overtaken at the very same time. Sleben knows that someone is knocking on his front door here, digging himself in deep, closing the coat. Jack Quinn, though, is going to be able to provide a bit of a surprise for the rest of his team.
55 seconds left to go. Secret just trying to hold on inside of sight at the minute. We've seen Kendra have a fantastic impact with Yokai drones over courses of many defenses down here. Breeder is going to be putting that diffuser down. Is Kendra going to have any impact on it? No, he's not. The Yokai stun comes in far too late. Doesn't have the opportunity, and the retake is on, but kills keep on raining in. Shaiko with the latest onto Kendra, 2 versus 2, and Secret are in a difficult position now. They've got a Finker to fight against. Sleben comes around the corner. Keenan gets taken down by Breeder, and that leaves Sleben with it all to do in a 1v2. He's up against Shaiko right now, who's on 17 kills. Could be an 18th here if he's the one to find the angle. Breeder challenging as well, though, and Sleben doing everything he can to try and get himself back inside his side. Beautiful shot to start, but immediate trade from Shaiko. Well played, BDS, 5-5.
I'm going to pose another question now. What was the best of 1 kill record? Does anybody know?
48. I have no idea.
27. Okay, well, it's still doable.
I was close.
I mean, he's going to need overtime.
He's going to need overtime, that's for sure. But he's currently on 18, so finding 9 more kills well, he's currently dropping like 3 per round, so he could get quite close.
Look, modern problems require modern solutions. Shaiko wants more kills, but Yana only has 20 rounds in the magazine if you're running the ARX.
Wait, hold up. Are we doing like some mathematical kind of...
No, the math is pretty simple. Big gun, more bullets.
Well, he's already playing the Finker.
But that's what I'm saying. All he needs...
He should be going Zofia.
That's true, yes!
Yes, finally something that makes sense on this. God damn it.
I mean, you guys are rookies. All you need is 5 bullets.
Okay.
To be fair, I do remember Pino winning a 1v5 with 1 bullet once. Yes, he did.
But I am quite sorry because you're the one sitting on the same desk as we are. So what are you to talk about 5 shots to win? Okay?
Gassan, you're a silver.
No, I've never been in silver.
No, because you've never made it that far.
No, that's not true. That's just pure lies. Slander. Also, I'm suing you.
Go ahead. You said I was a silver. You're insulting all silvers now. You were insulting all of them, and I'm just insulting you.
I'm sorry. The only talent that can be in silver is Jacob.
Don't forget Dez.
Yeah. There you go. Keep it away from me. I'm just a host. I'm dumb anyways. It doesn't matter. I'm just a himbo.
When are you going to stop using that excuse?
It's funny because
I'm the dumb himbo that talks here.
I see.
You need to know. Anyways, on to our game again. There's the first kill, and it's Shaiko down, which means, Hap...
Oh, he definitely needs overtime now.
There you go. There's numbers for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Definitely became a lot harder now, but it's a good entry here for Secret. They find a very important player on the side of BDS, one that makes plays consistently. And with that, Team Secret are on for a potential map point situation where they could put themselves into 6. Now, I know it's still early, there's 1:45 left on the clock, but it's a big impact taking down Shaiko like that, especially because they lack grenades, they lack now the extra Gon 6, they lack the heals that they wanted to use. They need to clear out quite a bunch of utility, and of course, they have 3 extra grenades left. It's still doable, but then you can't use them to actually get rid of players themselves.
Well, the big question now is who's going to get the kills for BDS. You know, obviously there's been a lot of focus on Shaiko because of the numbers that he's putting up today, but the others, you know, yeah, it's difficult to find the kills when somebody's going to pick up 18 on your side, but when the opportunity's there, they've not always been finding them. Renshiro missing an opportunity there to take down the man underneath the skylight. Kendrew, he's going to be playing underneath. He's going to pre-place a Nitro there, and the opportunity might just come along. If the call is made, he'll pull the trigger, and he could, well, get some joy as we're starting to stack up at the top of red now. Breeder taking a bit of damage. 50 seconds left to go. Rafal's going to air jab off. That's going to prevent Keenan's flank that he's been waiting for. So that's something that Team Secret might need to adjust for.
Rafal definitely trying to get into the position here, and this little bulletproof chem is going to be given away when that C4 needs to be pulled, when that needs to be called. 35 seconds. Rafal still aware of the fact that a flank could be coming on the way. So BDS still trying to find themselves a way in. Bulletproof Chem's being taken out by these grenades. Renshiro will find an entry, and that might be the difference maker here as he does go down by saves, though, trying to make an impact.
20 seconds left to go, and Secret just continue to hold on. Keenan does manage to have an impact, a big one at that on the flank. He gets himself a double breeder, and Rafal, it's all up to Alems. He's got about 15 HP left. One bullet is going to do the job here, and one bullet is going to be found by Kendra and an SMG, and that is going to be Secret going on to map point 65.
I'm going to channel my inner Des here. What a shagger Keenan is.
Oh, no. Stop.
What a
Get
flank.
Turn off his mic.
No, I'm a big Keenan fan. I'm a massive Keenan fan.
You're a massive Des fan. What is
No, and he's made a massive play there, but also Secret had guaranteed themselves at least 1 point with the opportunity for all three. So let's just contextualize the standings for relegation. Na'Vi 19 points, Pones 13 points, Secret 16 points at a minimum. Points total here for Secret already is good, and they've got an opportunity for all three.
Fantastic. My predictions are looking good as well. I went for Secret in them. I could well, I think, take the top spot for EUL Stage 2.
Ooh, look
I know. It'll be 4 out of 5 tonight if Secret can do this. I'm not saying I'm a biased caster, but come on, Secret.
I'm just mind blown that they can flank so much on Cafe.
With a Nomad.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny. They had the air jabs, they had Rafal watching it, and yet Keenan is still able to come up and shoot down 3 players.
It's like watching G2 from the first 4 Playdays all over again.
Minus the qualifying to a major.
I was going to say, does that mean...
Minus a competitive game.
No, but that's how their games were at the start of the stage. That's, I think, what he means.
Ah.
Yeah, sometimes difficult to...
No, I mean, this game's competitive. When G2 played at the start of the stage, it wasn't.
Yeah, fair.
To be fair, they've qualified for the major, so who am I to speak?
It's still kind of odd how they went from a 4% opportunity of qualifying, being 0-4 down.
That was
actually
a perfect storm.
Never trust the full fat milk. That's all I'm going to say.
4% is 4%, right? It's like, it's possible. It's at 0.
Nip qualified on 5%, and G2 was like, hold my beer.
Yeah, we did 4.
Well, another round. BDS looking to tie it up, take it to overtime like Hap basically kept on talking about all day, all night. Mr. Shaiko over here is now looking to get as many kills as, I guess, I want to say humanly possible, but at this point, he's not even human. We're not really sure of that. Never really spoken to him, at least not on camera. There's the Russian. Renshir is using the Rataro drone as his own personal drone. He gets 2 out of it. He gets the third one. They're all down. They can't even stop him with the nitros. The man is still alive. What? He gets a quad kill, and there's no close to it. It's Keenan to finally shut him down, but hey, Shift W, mouse 1 is all you need. Renshiro, it was a pyro main, is all you need to know.
Guys, and this just proves you're a silver, as I said. You can't sprint and shoot at the same time unless you're cheating.
Maybe he is.
How did
someone check him, PC?
What? He
It's not
literally
normal.
just...
I adjusted my headset. I took my eyes off the screen for about 4 seconds, and the round was done.
You know, it's, as Gaston said, he just walked in, shot, killed 1.
There you go.
I still don't know exactly how that happened. It's like what
he literally just walked in.
Production, can we have a replay?
And all the kills, please.
I mean, we will be able to get them all in one replay, I think, because
Just one singular replay, the whole round.
The
done.
10 seconds that everything
It's going to be an easy analyzation for you on your stream.
Kill. Oh, done.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are the rounds that really suck to analyze when you sit back and try to, like, okay, I'm going to dig deep into the exactly why this happened, why this maneuver, was executed. And so you're like, well, you just had a drone in front of him and walked in and got kills because everybody else sucked.
But that's why Siege is so beautiful, right? Because you've got the strategy and you've just got the FPS element. Sometimes it's the strategy that works. Sometimes it's click heads.
And that's why you're beautiful, Jack.
Thank you.
There it is, the replay.
The replay.
There it is.
Beautiful from Chiro.
Bonk.
Dropping straight in there. Getting
Just shooting
his
things.
He even tanked it. Did he just tank a Rooney gate as well? No bother. No bother, mate.
Nitro literally detonates behind him. Yeah, there you go.
Excellent.
Cool guys.
I think that one Surya laser gate that wasn't taken out by the Retiro.
I don't know how this
get me out.
But like that Surya laser gate is the reason he died here and couldn't get an extra shot off. That Surya laser gate prevented the Renchiro ace.
So shall we vote, since it's all 4 of us? Or all 5 of us, sorry. So we just vote it as an ace.
No,
that's not how it works.
You guys don't know how to have fun. What is this?
Again, we come back to these silver threads. I almost aced. There's a Reddit thread. Gets 4 guys and calls it an almost ace.
Because it is an almost ace. Yeah,
6-6,
technically, I almost won a world championship.
Casters want a cast over here, guys.
We have a game to cast. It's still an important game. Still.
Well, just the desk ruining their cast.
Yeah.
It's always the case.
3 guys on the desk just ruining the day.
Shaco's going to be pushing himself into top floor. Drones are raining out ahead of him. Something that BDS, are usually very good at is that aggressive clearance, getting in there confidently, working quickly, trying to find those roamers and get the kills. That's exactly what Shaco does. That's going to be the 20 kill barrier broken for the game. Fantastic headshot down at the top of Brown Stairs from underneath New Hatch. He's going to drop over the balcony as well and just continue this onslaught.
Still insane how some 20 kills and the game is still going on for BDS here. Lems is not going to be able to make the flick happen. Says will lock off that kill. Savage will find Shaiko. Suddenly Secret back in the driver's seat of this round here, especially with Playday also taking some small amounts of damage. Xcaro's being used to open up onto the cocktail balcony there. Savage with a beautiful tap there onto Rinshir's head. With that, 2-on-4, Playday low, taken out now. Rafal, the last man standing, the diffuser dropped onto the ground. Team Secret could be on for another match point.
Ball goes in, manages to get one, bringing it down to a 1v3. He's going to have to find a few more. He's got diffuser in hand. That is at least a point to his credit. 55 seconds is another. He's got plenty of time here. I don't know how much information he's going to have ahead of him, though, given that there's only 3 drones out active in the map at the moment. Not sure about the man behind the soft wall. Kendry's got an opportunity here to potentially just keep blasting with the shotgun through and get the kill. He tries it, but Rafal manages to bring it back to a 1v2. Surely not. Hap, 30 seconds left to go, and no, it's going to be shut down by saves.
I was going to say, surely he's not going to be able to go for a bit of a clutch there. Too many players left standing for him to actually make something happen there. And now Team Secret will be going over to the attack. Still, match point in hand. A second point to be gained. Now a tactical timeout for Team Secret. And what can they possibly talk about now?
How's the weather?
I was just going to say exactly that.
I wonder if... Yeah.
These are our analysts.
Oh, we had some really cool frags. Are you going to release a frag montage about this game? Or,
that was just his
the second thing that this is a slight chance that they talk about what they're going to do next round. There's a slight chance of that too.
Is that what teams talk about in timeouts?
It really depends. Sometimes you just need to talk about how your day has been. And that's, you just talk things through, They can all see each other with the webcams, so someone might say, oh, Keenan, what a nice haircut you got. You never know.
And we were all wondering what went on in tactical timeouts. And
now you have the information.
We've got the inside track now on exactly what it is, and it's, Fabian, you've got a wonderful haircut.
Thank you.
Nobody said that to Fabian ever.
No, nobody has.
Pink yet.
So, actually, no, let's talk about this. If you're not going to go pink, what are you going to do? Because you've got to do a forfeit.
I don't have to.
Yes, you do.
You can spank me when we get back to the hotel. I don't know. You like that stuff anyways.
Right. Anyway, Team Secret on match point. Now,
we could just kick you for stage 3.
People...
I'll take it. See you later, guys. I'm going to go get changed.
Make sure you turn your mic off if you go to the toilet, Fabian.
I'm not going to go to the
Because
toilet.
he actually went once and didn't turn off the...
I'm going to go
but he wasn't on camera.
I wasn't live to...
Can I go and grab my water bowl?
Team Secret can close it out here 8-6 and actually upset everybody. And it's understandable. BDS are not playing at their best given the situation. Fabian explained a few rounds ago. But still, it is about getting that win. For Secret, it'd be huge to get those 2 points. It'd help them out a lot to come relegations in stage 3. Look at that peak early on. Shaiko trying to find somebody here on the 20 kills. Can he find anyone? They know he's around here. They heard him opening up the window. It's just going to fall back. Nothing to be gathered in the early round.
Nothing yet, at least. Savage propelling up right here. Electroclaw being set up as well at the very same time. So BDS still doing some sort of setup. Matches are being opened up. Usually Xcaro's whilst the sledge is available. We'll leave them with a little bit less utility later on to get through the heart walls, but I'm pretty sure they'll manage.
I think no matter what result this game gets to in the end, Secret should be happy about their overall performance.
Yeah, I agree.
Because my laptop just started speaking.
Sentient.
Let's just move away from
Yeah, my laptop just started speaking. Hi, I'm Cortana.
All three of them have just run away from the laptop in the studio.
That thing is
There's
gonna
actual fear going on there. There's fear in the server as Saves. He manages to shut down Rafal. 5 versus 4. We're losing it here. It's 7-6 as BDS are losing it as well. Sleben, he gets the kill onto Elems. It's 5 versus 3 now. It's Team Secret. They're flying towards the win. It could have been flawless, but Breedy, he gets one onto Keenan. It's 4 versus 1, and surely it's a matter of time, but we've seen Breedy do it before.
No,
That's
surely
1v3.
not.
He's found himself too. We know he's a clutch master. Can he get another? He's low health. He swaps to the pistol. He gets shut down, and that is going to be Team Secret taking the 2 points in overtime and the win over BDS.
2 important points for Secret, and with that, they will find themselves in a little bit of a better position for the relegations at the end of the stage. Of course, this one didn't matter for them anymore in terms of SI points, in terms of making it to the major, but it did for other teams. BDS not making it, even though Renchuro dropped 12 kills. Shaiko dropped 20 kills. Not enough to win the game in the end right there.
It's a decent performance.
Decent performances from them, but Secret are victorious.
Decent performance from all of us. In the end, the viewers are victorious.
They're the winners every single time. I mean, it's days since I dropped a 20 kill game, so, you know, gotta say.
There's only 4 rounds in ranked,
Exactly.
to be fair.
Yeah, I know.
It's just pretty impressive.
That's
then
why
that
it's
he
been
did it.
days.
Yeah. So it's just 4-0 wins, isn't it? Boom, 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 boom.
Every time. No problem.
Are you still afraid of your laptop?
I think it might kill us, honestly. Hi there, my name's Cortana. I was like, what the hell?
We all just ran
Wrong
away.
game. Wrong game.
Spooky.
She
Spooky stuff, honestly.
Doesn't play Siege.
Probably not.
All right.
You know what?
Yeah.
We actually, even though there is an analyst desk right there,
Is there?
we're going to throw to a quick break before we actually head to the analysis part. So see you soon.
Welcome back, friends. The best cast that has ever happened has just come and gone, and let's have a chat with our victors from Team Secret. Hello, hello, Kendrew. Congratulations
Hello,
on the
hello.
win, beating BDS on the last day of the stage. That's a hell of a statement.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to end on a high, you know?
You don't sound super excited. What's going on?
Oh, nothing. I'm completely fine, you know. I was screaming a little bit at the end, so I don't want to ruin my voice box, you know?
Fair enough. Completely understandable. And well, let's talk about this map specifically. Were you expecting to see Cafe Dostoevsky in this matchup?
Yeah, Cafe was one of the maps that we thought we were going to go to. So it didn't surprise us when we went there. But I think our Cafe has always been really strong. I think last stage it was the only map we won. So we're pretty confident on it. So
Well, you started off on a pretty good foot on the first half, and then things kind of slipped off. You went to a 3-3, sorry, and then the swap happened before you got to OT. So kind of walk me through that first half and what happened in the early bits of it.
Well, from the first round, we noticed some very aggressive, like really aggressive plays, like especially by Shaiko, who was literally sprinting at me on a breach with Legion. So I think after we won that round, that I think, as far as I'm aware, if we won that one round, they couldn't go to the major anymore.
Yes, true.
I think
that's true.
So. I think after that, they just was playing for some fun and for comfortability because they had nothing to play for apart from some extra points for SI and some prize money. So I said to the boys, just chill, like try and slow down a little bit. Like they're gonna try and swing us. They're going to be really aggressive. So we brought more Lion. We brought some comfort picks. I thought we deserved to go a bit more up in the scoreboard after the first half, but it's sometimes the game's the game, you know.
I mean, once they got to the attack, things kind of were different. Renshiro was activated, especially in a very specific round. And I'm just kind of wondering, you guys kind of hear him? Did you have the intel on him walking in after that Skylight drop with the Rataro drone in front of him?
Well, to be honest, that round is still a blur. I don't really know what happened. I just know that he dropped the Skylight and pushed into Cocktail, and I tried to refrag. Saves, I think, died, and I just got slammed. And then someone tried to refrag me, and it was just a domino effect of 1-for-1s. But I don't know. I think we might have let go of the angle for 1 second, and it might have been bad timing. But normally we have someone holding that. I think at least. I'd like to hope so.
I mean, there was one round on the attacking side where you brought up the Lion. You were kind of doing your own sort of thing, squirming around on the floor, finding kills when nobody would have expected it. How are you able to still lurk in a post-plant position? Explain to me how that works.
I don't know. I said this in the previous interview. I might just be the biggest rat in EU. I don't know. It might just be my personality trait. Maybe I'm just a rat. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe
a gym rat is what we're gonna say.
A gym rat, yeah. Let's go with that. It sounds a bit more nice.
There you go, a gym rat. Though, Kendrew, at the end of this, you get the points, you get the win. Important for you here, but I want to ask you about the next few weeks of Team Secret leading into Stage 3. How do you see this time happening? Do you plan on boot camping, on resting? What's the plan going on in your heads?
Well, obviously, there's no denying that we're kind of like we're not where we want to be. It's very hard to be where we want to be within like the top 4. It takes a lot of work and stuff. We are working really hard. It's probably this season has been the most we've worked in terms of schedule. It's been very intense. We didn't get the results that we wanted from it, but I can sleep well knowing that I tried my best. We tried our best with this season. So I think. Because of the situation that we're in terms of where we are on the scoreboard and stuff, it's very stressful. It's very mentally draining to turn up every day and to not get the results that you want. It's not demoralizing, but it's exhausting is the correct word. So I think I'm going to preach for some time off, a break, like not like a week off, maybe like 2 weeks, like so we can actually just completely reset. And see where we want to go, because I do think that the same as in the gym, if you work and you don't have sufficient rest days and sufficient time off and stuff, it can harm you more by overworking, if you get what I mean. So I think that's the plan, and that's about all I know, to be honest. We'll see.
I mean, the game just ended, so I assume the thoughts and the conversation around, hey, here's what we're going to do over the next 2 weeks will just pop up. So it absolutely makes sense. Just kind of thinking about how all things would be set together. Kendrew, to wrap it all up, anything you'd like to say to the fans?
Thanks for the support. I know today I received a ton of messages, probably because it was G2 fans camouflaged as secret fans. But I'm happy that we could turn the season around. Coming from 0-4 and winning 4 out of the last 5 games, I'm very proud of the team, and I know the team's watching. So all of you, I'm really proud that we showed the mental resilience to be able to come back from something like that. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, Kendra, thank you so very much for this interview and for all the ones that we've had over the stage. Hopefully we'll get to chat to you again come stage 3. But hey, get some rest, get some practice, and we'll see you and the rest of Team Secret in stage 3.
Thank you very much. All right, see you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And there it was, my wonderful co-analysts and co-casters. That was it. Team Secret victorious to gather the 2 points that they wanted at the end of this day. Looking good.
There's a lot of people who probably at the start of the year said Secret had the ability to be a mid-table team, had the ability to start pushing and being in that like sort of at the time what Wolves were, Vitality, Outsiders, that kind of team, 5th, 6th, 7th pushing for top 4. And Secret haven't really shown us it until the past 5 play days where they've won 4 games. Now they know they've got the quality. You can see them starting to believe in themselves. And I wonder how much they regret them first couple of play days where they lost against Na'Vi and they lost against Outsiders. Both of those games they should have won and didn't. And whether they'd been, obviously they would be in a different position right now had they won those. They'd be looking out of relegation ready for stage 3. But that performance there and that performance the past 2-3 weeks should say to them they've got enough kind of cojones to go about them in stage 3 and get themselves out of this relegation danger.
I said it during the cast, it's no matter the result, when they just had made it to overtime, no matter the results, they should really be proud of their performance today, mostly because they're just playing as a group now. They're all 5 doing something for the team. It's not like one person is going crazy, dropping 20-9 looking at you, BDS, or 20-something.
It's not Keenan carrying them, right?
No,
it's a team effort.
Last stage, Keenan was the shining star for them, and he was really doing well. Now they're all 5 showing up the last few playdays, and it's not only been that they've been performing individually on the shooting part, they've been playing smart, and they've actually been outplaying their opponents. It's not just, oh yeah, now we're hitting our shots because we're doing good droning. They have sound strategies too.
One last thing from me.
Go ahead.
Secret have a horrible history of making roster changes every single stage, I think, since they came up in 2020. I hope they don't make one for stage 3. I hope they don't think the solution is a roster change. I think if they stay with this 5, they've got enough about them to get themselves out of problems and not even be close to any relegation matches.
And just to disagree, I think they should make 5 player changes.
They can't.
You can't do that.
I think that they should.
I think you should dye your hair pink.
I don't care what you say.
Honestly, it's like watching an old couple. Honestly, I can't believe we got through the stage in one piece for now, because we still have a bit left before we close out this whole show. First up, here's how our matches went down today with our schedule. 5 matches, best of 1 series. Wolves versus Outsiders, 7-1 for the Wolves. 8-7 Pones versus M&M. But M&M still qualified. They only needed the 1 point. 7-2 G2 versus Heroic. Their match of the day, a very quick one. 8-6 Rogue versus Na'Vi, and 8-6 Secret versus BDS to close out day 9 of stage 2. Shout out to all the Day 9 fans out there. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about. That was the end of stage 2, which leaves us with these rankings. Top 4, they go to Berlin. Simple as Wolves, Rogue, M&M, and G2, with probably the cheapest ride to Berlin, literally across the street, and they'd still find a way to get a limo 300 meters down the road. Heroic, BDS, Na'Vi, Outsiders, Secret, and Pones unable to break into the top 4. We'll be talking about how things shape up for relegations come stage 3 and how the fight for Invitational will be also then, because then we'll have a better view of how the Invitational points are for the year, which teams can actually make it when. We've got more teams usually at Invitationals than we have for majors. The way you qualify is different. So all of these things we're going to have to take into account, but that's a conversation for later on in the year. But now, on August 1st, we close out our second stage. Don't go anywhere, because we have a very cool post-show, because we're going to get to tell you and ourselves and everybody around us how those groups will be seeded, which teams will be playing against whom in the group stage. So I'm very excited for it. They'll open it up to our casters on the other side. Hap and Ace, thank you very much for today, by the way, filling in for Emmy and Des.
Always a pleasure, never a chore.
It was a lot of fun having you both.
It was definitely a lot of fun. I mean, of course, we're used to doing quite a bunch of games
on a day. So and it was all good games as well because most of them mattered here today.
Well, I want to turn your attention to something very important, more important than who qualifies to the major, our predictions.
Oh,
so important.
It's only because you got them all right.
I got 4 out of 5 today.
I still got 3.
Oh, Emmy's beat me by 2%.
Bosh.
I thought we might have drawn.
Bum, bum, bum.
Oh, well,
I'm happy with that.
I beat Dez, I beat Fresh, I beat Gassan.
That's not difficult.
That's fine.
Honestly, 50-50 win rate on the predictions, it's not bad.
Honestly, doesn't mean shit.
That's your second swear
Honestly,
today.
I don't care. I never cared about the predictions, but fair enough.
I often, as you can see with the Pones prediction, just go for the team that's not getting any love.
Hey, if you're an analyst on a professional broadcast, you should know how to expect when certain teams will be choking and when others
that's exactly
playing
what I
better.
did, to be fair.
There you go.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You get to keep your job.
Thank you.
Buy a cast
for today.
But I didn't put it
Like
on
2
pause.
casters as well.
Do I lose my job?
3 even.
Yeah, you lose your job. You're not coming back for stage 3. You're kicked. I'm sorry, Fabian.
Damn, dude. He's not even your boss and he'll just let you go.
Well, sometimes it is what it is. I've been fired by Jack. Can I fall any lower?
Friends.
How the mighty have fallen.
You're still allowed in the ranked squad, though.
At the end of today, the most important part and the most surprising one was probably the biggest comeback in EU League history. G2 from 4%.
We could just say 0 to hero. I think.
Basically.
Yeah.
You're the numbers guy. Why are you doing this?
They lost the first
From
4 games.
4% to 100% to the major. It's incredible that halfway through the stage, you just absolutely bounced back from close to bottom of the board.
Is this where we give a motivational speech? It's never over until it's over. Do not give up. So even if you're 0-3 down in ranked, you keep going. Because if G2 can come back and qualify to the major, you can get the ELO as well.
How many times are we going to refer to this in the future? Well, there was stage 2, 2022, when G2 brought it back. We're going to refer to this.
It's like 2 years in the future, when you're 55 ace, you're going to reference back
Well, it
to
used to
this.
be you that I referenced. It used to be EG versus Penta, but now...
I still think that's a better comeback, but...
I would like to say we were wrong in calling this the first ever Pentacast because Penta has been casted multiple times in the past.
Can we bring out...
That's stolen, by the way, blatantly from someone on Twitter.
From Last Fire.
From Last Fire. Sorry, Last Fire, but that was pretty funny, actually.
It's the second time this stage he's made it onto the stream.
Yeah, he's doing well.
Yeah, he's on fire.
Third time. He makes really good discords for people.
But it won't be the last of them. Anyways, now that this part of the show is done, we have to move on to probably the most important part of it, like really now, because we have all 4 teams qualified, but we also have all 16 teams globally qualified, which means we need to see who plays whom in the groups. Now, before we kind of pull out all the gear that we have for here, a quick explanation. There's 16 teams with 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, that you'll be able to see in Berlin. Of course, that's the group stage is closed off to the viewers. Only the main stage, the main event, will be available for viewers. That's only come Friday. But in the groups, here's how things will go. There are number 1 seed teams, number 2, 3, and 4, because it's the same for every single region. 4 regions, 4 teams from each region. The math makes sense. There has to be 1 team from every single region in every single group. So there can't be 2 NA teams in 1 group or 2 EU teams, etc., etc. And APAC counts as an entire region, not APAC North and South independently, because then we'd have 5 regions and that would screw the whole math up completely. With that out of the way, I think it's fairly clear how it's going to work, and you're going to see how it all will be set up. I would like to introduce to you and call out our good friend, our studio and broadcast manager, Monsieur Bertrand. Please, if you'd like to come on out and bring us our
Bertrand
gear.
making his appearance.
Bertrand's making his debut.
Is he making his debut?
Hey! Bertrand, thank you very
And the
much.
observers as well.
And the observer, of course. Easy and Medics will be joining us. Bertrand is our official representative from Ubisoft and League Operations 2. We also have some of the Ubisoft staff sitting on the other side of the wall. So everything's being watched. Everything is being looked at in depth to make sure it is all clear what's in front of you. It cannot get any more clear or any clearer than this. Yes, Stein.
Might be good to say that we do not have the 4 balls, the 4 seeds.
Yes, we will only be drawing seed 1, 2, and 3 because at the end, 4 is just going to sit there because, like I said before, they could only be, exactly, there has to be one team from every single region in every single group. So it will all make sense at the end of it. We'll have our staff also at the same time kind of seeding a graphic for all of you to be able to see. And we're going to take it slow. We're going to show you every piece as we go and make it as clear as possible. Now, this is seed 1. Yes, Fabian?
Before, have you explained the APAC seeding?
Oh, yeah. Have you explained the Apex seeding?
No, I have not. Go ahead.
So,
I don't know the APAC seeding. Go ahead.
That's why.
No, I trust because we have APAC North and APAC South.
Exactly.
Who is getting seed 1? Is it Elevate or Damwon Kia? The answer is Damwon Kia because they had more points than Elevate. And then the next question is, who's going to get seed 3 and 4? Is that going to be Gaming Gladiators or is that going to be Sandbox? Same story applies. Sandbox gets the 3rd seed because they had more points than Gaming Gladiators.
There you go. Thank you very much, Stein.
Thank you.
So there it is. With that out of the way, I think it's all clear, nice and dandy for us to get started. Easy and Medics, thank you very much for joining us on the podium. Of course, our beautiful observers. You've seen them on the November Major in Gävle, where you were interviewed by Emmy. That was fantastic.
Great experience.
It was indeed a great experience. So we're going to go through this one by one. First up, it is seed 1. There can only be one seed 1 in every single group. So seed 1 group A, B, C, and D. Stefan.
Yes?
Could you please do the honors?
Yeah.
Let's grab a blue ball.
I'm grabbing a blue ball.
Jesus.
Do you mind holding this?
Of course.
I don't.
Don't talk in both mics at the same time, Milos.
Look at the camera.
Our first team, Damwon Kia from APAC North and representing Korea. They're the top seed, as Hap was just saying, from the entirety of the APAC region and the first one to be drawn. Thank you very much, Stefan.
You're welcome. Thank you.
There it is. That is our first team. Now, that will be in Group A, Seed 1. That will all be updated as we go, by the way. We'll have the bracket in front of us just to kind of show you how that'll look like. Ante, Medics? Hello?
Hello. Do you mind?
Hey, Sean. Doesn't talk much.
Thank you, well. If you would like. Our second team, drum roll please. FaZe Clan from Brazil, the #1 team. If you watched Copa Elite 6, this was the squad that made it all happen. They barely made it through into the top 4 in Brazil, and here they are now from Copa Elite 6. They'll be joining us in Group B as Seed 1. There it is. Fresh.
You want me to draw out of the other 2 teams left?
Yes, okay. I remember when we drew back in November.
We can't get APAC teams together again this time.
There you go.
Gonna go for
those
this
Sandbox Damwon. Oh, we got some good stuff.
Yeah.
Anyways, our third team.
Feels so much pressure on this. Which camera? Wolves.
Ooh. Our third team, Wolves Esports from EU. Well, coming in representing France. Seen as the #1 team in France, #1 team in Europe also currently. And that's where we are left in Group C with one more in the top seed. Fabian Helston.
I actually need to go and grab that one. We kind of know which team is this. Look, I'm going to play with my blue ball. Who do you think it is, Kassan?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Is it from...
I think it might be an
Brazil? From NA, Astralis. The #1 team, they'll be in Group D of the Berlin Major. Thank you very much, Fabian. There it is. As you can see, those were our 4 balls representing the 4 teams. There they are in front of you. The group pools. I actually really like the system, the looks and the aesthetics that we have. Greatness comes from chaos. Jack comes from chaos too. Damwon Gaming in Group A. Group B, FaZe Clan. Group C, Wolves Esports. And finally, Group D with Astralis. As you just saw, we had the exchange, and now we have a second bowl, deuxième bocal, as they like to say in France, and it has 4 teams from the second tier of teams that are in through from all the region, 1 from every single region. And we're not going to be seeding them ourselves because we know how things are going to go from now on. Teams have to be from different regions in their group. So we can't have, for example, Astralis with another NA team in the same group. That just will not work. I'll be on production to kind of guide us through those details. We continue on. Stan Hoppers.
I wonder if the cable is long enough.
It's definitely long enough. Give it a go.
So let me not kick over the water over all the electronics there. That's going to be very important.
I've heard it's long enough, Hop.
I kicked it over.
From where?
Sorry.
All right. Let's go.
Ghassan, if we get another APAC team, they will be moved over to Group B, if I remember correctly.
Fabian's a great answer.
On to the next event.
There you go.
I don't know if I'm closing it or if
Fabian did his homework.
Pop
Did my homework.
Oh, yes.
There you go. I've done a few of these.
See, it's my first ever ball I'm pulling out of it. All right, here we go.
Our next team from C2, it's Rogue. Wow. There it is. Our number 2 team in Europe. So they'll be sitting in with Group A, if I'm not mistaken. We'll have to get that confirmed in just a second. I don't want to just talk like that. There it is. Rogue. And then, next team.
Exciting stuff.
Mr. Ace of Pirate.
Mine definitely won't reach from this side, so I'm not going to wrench myself over. You'll do without audio.
There's a microphone.
I think, to be honest,
we've got a microphone. Could you just hold that, Miller?
No problem. Our second team from the second tier of teams, the second seed globally. First one was Rogue from the EU League. This one will be W7M Esports coming in from Brazil. Honestly, the next BR6 commentator going for it. That's W7M Esports. That's our team that were number 2 in Copa Elite 6. Thank you very much.
They are going to Group C.
Has to be Group C.
They are going to Group C. So Group A, we know will have Rogue in it, and Group C will have W7M. All of that will be updated, by the way, once we are done with this. So don't you worry about it. Our next piece, back to you, Stefan.
Thank you.
Our third team from the second seed.
Could you hold this for me, please?
Of course. Finally, something productive I can do in my life.
I have this idea of maybe you guys should just leave it behind.
How can they talk then?
Well, Ghassan can just hold it the entire time.
No. And joining us from APAC South, representing the APAC region in general in Thailand, it's Elevate. I believe also have their visas to travel to Europe, but I personally will not believe it until I see it myself. But Elevate are qualified and they are in through with the groups. Our final team will be Medics. Please, could you take it out of the
Elevate have to be Group D.
Have to be Group D. There you go. Jack is keeping tabs on everything. Thank you very much, Ante. Our final team from the second seed. Weiss NA left in the dust every single time. Sonics from the NA League will be joining us in Berlin, and that will be which group?
Group B.
Group B. So they'll be joining.
I'm looking at Hop to make sure I'm correct as well.
Just to taking it off of Jack. There it is. There's the update. Group A, Damwon Kia and Rogue. Group B, FaZe Clan and Sonics. Group C, Wolves and W7M. Group D, Astralis and Elevate. With that done, I think we still have 2 more sets of teams. Our last one will not really matter because it'll be the last seeding, the 4th seeding, and that won't really change depending on what we have. So, Mr. Jack?
Yep.
Come on in. Jack from All.
Jack from All. Look at me, Mum. I'm famous. I'm touching blue balls on camera.
Just trying to be funny.
I'm trying to be funny. Sorry about that. Now I can't open the paper because my hands are sweaty.
This is the biggest nerves you've ever had.
From
Sandbox Gaming.
the third seeding. Coming in from APAC. They are the second seeded team from APAC North, but due to the rules and how they go, Sandbox will be joining us in from APAC North.
Group B.
They'll be set in Group B. Thank you very much, Stefan. Fireman Houston, please. Our
I
second
just go
team.
grab this one.
That's okay.
I'm not even gonna play with them like Jack. I'm also trying to be funny.
And you're failing spectacularly.
I'm too old for this.
M&M Gaming joining us from the UK, and of course our only Croatian team, or our only Croatian player in the entirety of the EU League. They will be coming in with us in specifically which group, gentlemen?
Can only be
Group D.
I think it can only be Group D.
It can
yes.
only be Group D. Got the confirmation from production. Steinhoppers?
Do we want to do it, or do we say Milos, you grab one as well?
No. I don't want to touch these anymore.
He doesn't want to touch the balls.
I'll
just go over it, do it for
cursed
you.
EG versus Penta in the quarterfinals. I've cursed the Korean teams against one another. I'm not going to do it again.
All right, here we go. Guess? Which one?
A team. NA.
Where's NA going to be last again? I can't open the paper. Oh no, it is actually NA this time.
There you go. OXG.
It is OXG.
Oxygen Esports, the third seeded team from North America, will be joining us in Berlin in Group
A.
In Group A. We'll tell you all about it in just a second. A final one, please.
Round it out.
Ace of Pyrite.
Wait, no. Could be wrong.
Well,
I think it's Group C.
We won't listen to him.
Don't listen to me now. Oh, it's getting complicated.
We never did.
It's either or at this point, right?
No, because we're drawing a...
It's like Sudoku.
Our final team
so.
in the third seeding will be joining us from Brazil. Why are you pulling out all the BR teams? Ninjas in pajamas are in and joining us in Berlin. Thank you very much, Ace of Pyrite. That was our last team out of the 3 sets that we have. There's, of course, a 4th one, but that doesn't really matter much because they'll all be seeded accordingly. Damwon Gaming, or Damwon Kia versus with Rogue, Oxygen in Group A, FaZe Clan Sonics and Sandbox Gaming in Group B, Group C with Wolves, W7M, and Ninjas in Pajamas, and finally Group D, Astralis, Elevate, and M&M Gaming. And in just a second, we'll have it all updated with the last 4 teams because, like I said at the beginning, only 1 team from every single region has to be in each group. So no more, having 2 teams from APAC or 2 teams from NA in the same group. Yes.
Was it me or was that an oopsie?
There was an oopsie.
Was it an oopsie?
Brazil teams, yes.
Yeah.
I think
I just read what's on the screen. That's why I say I'm not the one to decide on this one. We have a whole team to try to help us with all of this. Thank you very much, Bertrand, by the way. Waiting until our bracket is completely done and ready with all 4 teams. But so far, we got some spicy matches, I gotta say. And I'll leave everybody to kind of simmer on all these ideas and think about them for a moment, because when we're done with it, I'd like to ask some questions about how you think things will go, and that includes the 2 of you, because you get to see more Siege than most of us do, that's for sure. And I'd love to hear your opinions on some of the teams.
Sure, yeah.
There you go.
Fun.
So, as we await our final update on the bracket, and I suppose they'll be coming in any moment now. There it is, Group A. Here's what it looks like for the Berlin Major.
Now there's 3 Brazilian teams in Group C.
Exit, yeah. Well, NIP and W7M cannot be in the same group.
Same with Elevate and Gaming Gladiators.
Yes, so it'll be a swap between Group C and D. And that'll happen in just a moment, and we'll get it all done. Don't you worry about it.
It's just a puzzle. It's like Sudoku. Is it Sudoku with the 1 to 9?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
right.
it?
Yeah.
Never played.
You really have to ask what's Sudoku.
I wasn't sure anymore if I was mistaking it for something.
I play it on planes all the time. I travel on a lot of planes. But yeah, I like to test my brain with Sudoku. I'm on the evil on the games. I've gone through easy, medium, hard, expert. I'm now on evil.
Now you're going to have to go through this easy.
You're so smart with numbers.
Is that where it's just a blank grid?
Pretty much. You just fill it in yourself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah.
So there was a few things that kind of we're thinking of because there's going to be between player, staff, and I guess the audience is going to be there because it's the first time in Berlin that we'll have an audience on site for a major event in Rainbow Six since forever, really. It hasn't been since, we're not going to count Croatia, by the way. So our OGA pit, it doesn't really fit with all 3 viewers that attended. Shout out to Han, who took a photo with Fabian. He gets 2 shout outs.
At least 5.
At least 5. There, I wasn't there, but
you know, Nick
were.
Pango really did him dirty. He's been Pango's mod forever, and Pango's like, nah, I'm gonna chill in my room.
Damn.
Yeah.
That
I came down
until Shaiko woke him up very rudely.
Very sad. But
I just remember that.
The last time we had an audience at a specifically Rainbow Six themed event, which is literally the entire event that we had, was in Europe. Are you okay? No.
Specified at the second time.
In Europe.
In Europe, Benelux land coming up next Saturday.
Oh, that's very true. Yes.
I was wondering when we were going to talk about that.
Coming up. Now, there was Benelux LAN at the end of 2019.
Yeah, true.
That was officially the last one.
That also has an audience.
Yes, but upcoming this weekend,
Yeah,
right?
the 6th of August.
Is Benelux. Make sure you're tuning in. It's €5 or €10 for the entry.
exactly.
There's a couple hundred seats. Not too bad. But we haven't had a big audience in Europe for an event since our Pro League finals in Milan. It's been a while. You were there.
I was. I got a photo with you as a fan.
Yeah.
I did.
So if you want to get a job in esports, take a photo with me.
Everyone in Berlin.
I thought you were the fan.
I am a big fan of Fresh. Look, he's here because I was a big fan.
True.
There you go. And that was the last time we had it. But since there's so many people that are going to go, maybe there's some questions that people have about Berlin and Germany in general, because apparently there was quite a few people that didn't know that by default in Germany, they will offer you sparkling water.
And always carry cash. Jesus, the amount of times I went to boot camps in Berlin and you go into this shop and all you can pay with is cash.
I've lived in Paris like a year now, and I've never once used cash.
Me neither.
It just seems absurd that you would have to bring cash in this day and age.
Well, it's Berlin.
When we were around for the Allied qualifiers, which was the Allied
Hamburg.
Minor back then, Hamburg, also was everything like cash as well. But when we
Hamburg is a bit more modern than Berlin, I'll say.
yeah, but when we went back for the 6 Invitational qualifiers, which was done by Allied, they finally took card. So it's an improvement.
This is something that happened over the
Starting to
pandemic.
modernize, yes.
Germany had to forcefully change a lot of
Because
things.
it's healthier, health safe kind of reasons.
Yeah, also you say you were in Hamburg doing it. It's like you were technically in Schleswig-Holstein, like literally a state over.
I know.
So, but Hamburg,
Technicalities.
very general area, literally on the edge of the county itself. But yeah, have some cash with you. Don't be afraid of the windows. Now, we live in EU, so we understand that windows have multiple ways of opening as well, right? Culture shock.
I mean,
you
is there any other way?
Apparently, in America, you just lift them up. Here, you can open it up completely.
They've got the multi.
Close it up completely, or just open it up slightly.
Close a window?
Wow. Flynn was afraid when I opened up the window for him in Katowice a few years ago. By the way, Flynn, who has kind of retired from Rainbow Six Esports only a few months ago, our ex-colleague, and he was afraid because the window felt like it was going to drop on him. He literally recoiled back, almost fell on the floor. He just didn't know that you could pop the window open, and the window had not been open in that house for an entire week. So, gamers is all you need to know. Triple hoodie man.
Also, speaking of Berlin, I asked on Twitter where you can get the best donor.
Yeah.
From like Dispa and Hungary, which are two Germans, so they might know. And they never got back to me. So if anyone knows where I can get the best donor in Berlin.
You just called them out.
I like how we get the observers on the stream and instantly call people out.
I swear somebody replied and said Turkey.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh,
and you ignored them.
They're probably right.
Yeah.
It's not specific to Berlin, though. So.
No, but we're going to.
Yeah, I know, but that's why it's like it didn't answer your question.
You like museums.
Yeah.
Berlin has excellent museums. By the way, I wish we did more of this, which is to kind of promote. You're going to an event, yes, but you're not just going to the event. You're going to experience the city and maybe going out with friends after the matches to get a drink or kind of chill after it. That's usually what happens at SI. You know, at this point.
we had COVID lockdowns. Cause
No, I'm looking at him.
Oh.
I've been to SRs where that happens.
I saw Tim in Le Scratch quite a few times. I'll have you know.
Le Scratch is an institution.
That's very true.
If you've ever been to an
It's an institution of when will you ever be able to get a drink? Will it be within the next week?
Probably never.
Oh, yeah, you're waiting 3 hours for a drink in that place.
So clubbing in Berlin is a big thing, but also, you can go, as it Kreuzberg and Tempelhof are very well known for it in Berlin, which is mostly on the eastern side. But also, if you like museums, Pergamon and the Museum Island.
Altes Museum.
Some great stuff. We're ready to show because we delayed enough to make it happen. There it is. Experts. I hope you got those tips, and we'll be talking about more as we go. Dam 1 Kia, Rogue, OXG, and Furia in Group A. In Group E, FaZe Clan, Sonics, Sandbox, and G2. Group B, that is. There's no Group E, just to make it clear. Group C, Wolves, Elevate, NIP, and Xset. In Group D, Astralis, W7M, M&M Gaming, and Game & Gladiators. Those are our 16 teams seeded into our 4 groups with 1 team from every single region in every single group. From then on, of course, the full bracket will be revealed as we get closer and closer to the event. Probably by the end of the group stage, we'll see which teams will be facing off against whom from each group later in the quarterfinals, and so on until we hit the grand final on the Sunday of the event, I believe on August 21st. Can't believe it. In 20 days, at exactly this time, it'll be over. So make sure that you're sitting back and getting ready for it. And if you're one of the people, lucky ones, that got tickets and is going to Berlin, I hope that you enjoy it, because it's been a long time since we've had an event here on European soil, and I can't wait to see people taking photos together again, hanging out, having fun, and loving the game and all the ecosystem that's around it. It's a thing that makes me love the game even more every single time. I'm very glad that we're back to it. Fabian, Fresh, Medics, Easy, Bertrand, our wonderful studio manager and broadcast manager. Thank you for everything, by the way. Thank you to the staff all in the background. Thank you for being here with us. Hap, thank you, Ace. Thank you, Dez and Emmy. I know you're watching somewhere out there. Thanks so very much for joining us in Stage 2. Man, in only a couple of weeks, it'll be time for the Berlin Major. We hope that you'll be tuning in to watch with us. And for those that are going there, again, really hope that you enjoy the city and the event itself. Till then, take care. We love you so very much. And if anything, see you Stage 3. Good night.
Well, that was inevitable.
Oh! Break down the studio. Oh my God.
Smoked out, he's taken down. Bibu pulling back, happy with the performance. There it is.
swaps to the pistol. He gets shut down. And that is going to be team...